Chapter 226. Liz, having gone through the experience herself, understood that the most critical and challenging step in breaking through from level 1 crystallization to level 2 wizard was infusing mental energy. Talent crystal models could be provided by wizard organizations. Constructing these models could be accelerated with construct potions. Even for high-tier talent crystal models, sufficient potions meant they could be completed within a year or two. However, the mental energy infusion stage required an arduous amount of time and patience, akin to grinding stone with water. While there were items like spirit pearls that could speed up mental energy recovery, such resources were exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain. Even when Sunan scoured the entire Starlight Tower, he only managed to acquire a dozen spirit pearls, which were barely enough to fill less than 30% of his mental energy capacity. This was why he sought out Liz, hoping she might have a solution. After pondering for a while, Liz shook her head apologetically. "Sorry, given the current state of the Starlight continent, I can't think of any feasible methods." "I see." Sunan sighed inwardly. It seemed his only option was to find a way to further enhance his elemental pool. If he could synthesize a large-scale elemental pool, it might significantly increase his mental energy recovery rate. With a plan forming in his mind, Sunan dismissed the issue and shifted his attention to the papers on the desk. His expression changed slightly upon reading the text written there. Increasing subgrade monostone production. Liz made no attempt to hide it. The Star Alliance's current monostone output is insufficient to support the rapid spread of sub-mana technology. If we can resolve this issue, it would greatly benefit the continent's development. Sunan nodded knowingly. "Do you have any ideas?" "I do, but the harsh conditions on the Starlight continent make many of them impractical." "Let's hear them anyway." Sunan's interest was piqued. "For example, artificially cultivating subgrade monostone veins." Liz's clear and melodious voice resonated in the study. Monostone veins form when elemental energy naturally condenses, purifies, and crystallizes over an extended period, a long and complex process requiring very specific conditions. Thus, artificial creation is nearly impossible. Even the demi-planes constructed by true spirit wizards rarely manage to form monostone veins. But subgrade monostone veins are different. Their formation conditions are much simpler and can be artificially influenced. In fact, this technology was developed in my era. However, during the golden age of wizards, when monostone veins were abundant, the demand for subgrade monostones was low. Very few wizard factions saw value in this technology, though the Starfall Society happened to be one of them. Sunan's eyes lit up. In the age of wizardry, artificially cultivating subgrade monostone veins might indeed have been unnecessary. When demand was low, direct manufacturing sufficed, and no one would bother with the painstaking effort of cultivating veins. But the situation was entirely different now. Subgrade monostone veins were crucial for the Starlight continent. With sufficient veins, not only could submana technology be rapidly popularized, but the production capacity of Starlight Academy could also be partially liberated, reallocating its resources to produce other materials. A win-win situation. What are the requirements for cultivating subgrade monostone veins? There are two main ones: geocentric nodes and monostone essence. Liz gestured, and a roll of parchment floated from the bookshelf and landed on the desk, unfolding automatically. It was a map of the Starlight continent, with over 30 locations marked in red. I assigned the task of finding geocentric nodes to Starlight Academy. These 36 locations are the nodes discovered over the years, all of which have energy levels comparable to Node 1 in Flash City. They are entirely suitable for cultivating subgrade monostone veins. The geocentric nodes are easy enough to address, but the monostone essence is a different story. Monostone essence is a byproduct of monostones, typically found in small quantities within large monostone veins. It's extraordinarily valuable and a necessary material for crafting elemental furnaces. The Starlight continent certainly doesn't have any monostone essence now. Liz sighed. Not only were there no large monostone veins, but even small ones were absent. It was impossible to cultivate veins without the essential ingredient. When she looked up at Sunan, however, she was surprised to find no trace of disappointment on his face. Instead, he seemed deep in thought. Monostone essence, does it resemble a highly condensed crystallization of monostone essence? Sunan suddenly asked. Liz blinked, considering his words. That's a reasonable way to describe it. A subtle smile spread across Sunan's face. I see. Let's set this matter aside for now. I'll think of a solution. Liz cast a puzzled glance at him, her mind awhirl with questions. How could this possibly be resolved? Unless he could conjure monostone essence out of thin air, the project to cultivate subgrade monostone veins was a non-starter. Sunan, however, offered no further explanation and shifted the topic. How's work going recently? It's manageable, Liz replied evenly. In the beginning, Carolina and the Red Widow had made subtle moves to undermine her authority. However, Liz hadn't been overly concerned. Neither of them dared openly harm the Alliance's interests, thanks to the constraints of the Soul Contract. Their actions were limited to minor schemes that posed no real threat. Liz had simply focused on managing the Alliance and implementing its development plans, knowing that the Alliance's growth would naturally consolidate her power and overshadow the other two. Today, both Carolina and the Red Widow had been completely subdued, with their actions diminishing noticeably. Seeing no sign of trouble in Liz's expression, Sunan didn't press further and smiled. If you're overwhelmed, consider finding an assistant. An assistant? There are members of the Russell family at Starlight Academy, aren't there? Liz fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. No. I don't want the Russell family to know I'm still alive. Though her connection to the Russell family was now tenuous, she had no interest in rekindling old ties. Moreover, Sunan's trust in her wouldn't extend to allowing her to form factions within the Alliance. I'll consider it, she eventually said, noting that capable individuals within the Academy might be worth enlisting. Sunan returned to his lab and began experimenting. Since monostone essence is a condensed crystallization of monostone energy, it should theoretically be synthesizable like elemental crystal dust and cores. After a series of trials, Sunan's efforts finally bore fruit. Monostone essence, purity 8.29%, containing immense energy. Suitable for crafting energy supply cores. A smile spread across his face. It worked. With this breakthrough, cultivating subgrade monostone veins was no longer a pipe dream. This marked the beginning of the vein cultivation plan, the Star Alliance's second grand project for the coming centuries, following the Transport Network Plan. Chapter 227. The creation of the first monostone essence nearly exhausted the Star Alliance's entire stock of subgrade monostones. To synthesize additional monostone essence, they would need to wait for new monostone production. Considering other needs for monostones, only a portion of the output could be diverted for this purpose. To address the shortfall, Liz temporarily raised the purchase price of subgrade monostones to encourage higher production and alleviate the immediate supply crunch. Once Sunan had produced enough monostone essence for their needs, the purchase price could return to normal levels. With the cultivation of subgrade monostone veins entrusted to Liz, Sunan refocused his efforts on training and constructing the Wizard Tower. By now, the spatial planning for the Wizard Tower was complete. In terms of energy supply, only the floating ring remained unfinished. As for combat systems, much still needed to be done. The maze barrier energy field had been completed but was only small scale, requiring further synthesis for a larger version. Originally, Sunan planned to create a medium-scale maze barrier, as he doubted the current elemental pool could sustain a larger one. However, since he now intended to synthesize a large-scale elemental pool, the maze barrier could be upgraded to a larger version as well. Similarly, the spell turret 2 system could be increased to 200 units. The disintegrator cannon hadn't been constructed yet and would require synthesis and upgrades later. Finally, there was the Golem Legion. Sunan planned to equip the Wizard Tower with a small but luxurious Golem Legion, including 5,000 enchanted adamantine golems, 20 Touch Lord puppets, and 5 secret puppets. The Touch Lord puppets and secret puppets aside, the task of crafting 5,000 adamantine golems alone was monumental. These golems were an upgraded, enchanted version of Third Ring legendary golems that only Sunan could produce within the Alliance. Even the Academy instructors struggled with crafting standard adamantine golems. If everything proceeds smoothly, the Wizard Tower should be complete in another 50 to 60 years. While Sunan was immersed in his training and the construction of the Wizard Tower, unexpected news reached him. A third-level wizard apprentice of the Russell family, named Basque, had passed away peacefully due to old age. Starshine City, Northwest Continent. Once an autonomous city under the Russell family, Starshine City was now one of the Star Alliance's many territories. In the Russell family cemetery, the normally desolate grounds were crowded today. All the mentors of Starlight Academy, including Facardo, Innocent, Tulio, Staff, Rose, Wanderer, Shaman, and Corey, had gathered to pay their respects to their departed colleague. Basque had long anticipated this day, Facardo remarked without sadness, only a hint of melancholy. He knew his potential was limited. Reaching third-level wizard apprentice was his peak, and he understood he would never ascend to a full wizard. He accepted his fate and departed peacefully. Staff sighed. Having no hope might not be the worst thing. His words struck a chord, leaving the surrounding third-level apprentices deep in thought. For those clinging to even a glimmer of hope, the relentless pursuit of a breakthrough often led to despair in their final moments of life. By contrast, those who relinquished hope from the outset might lead more contented lives. After the ceremony, the attendees began to disperse. Staff approached Facardo. I've submitted my resignation to Starfall. Starting tomorrow, I'll step down as an academy mentor. Starfall was the alias of the new acting overseer of the Alliance. No one knew her true name or origins, as she never met anyone in person. The only certainty was that Sunan trusted her implicitly. Facardo paused, surprised. Why? Staff gave a wry smile. I can sense my time is running out. At most, I have another decade or two. If I don't break through soon, I'll join Basque in the cemetery. He was alive only thanks to the Dawn Potion and the Elemental Pool, both of which extended his lifespan. Fortunately, he had already constructed his talent crystal model and begun infusing it with mental energy. If luck was on his side, he still had a chance to ascend to wizardhood. These years of contribution points I've saved up are enough to reserve a training chamber near Lord Sunan's elemental pool for 20 years. I'll spend this time giving it my all. Rose approached, her expression serious. I'm planning to go into seclusion too. It seems we all have the same idea, Wanderer said with a faint smile. I'll also be making a final push for wizardhood. Honestly, if not for Lord Sunan's construct potions, I wouldn't even have had the chance to attempt this. Watching the determined trio, Facardo felt deeply conflicted. He knew all too well how difficult it was to ascend to wizardhood. Over the millennia, countless talents had perished at this hurdle. Even within the Russell family, there were far too many apprentices who died with regret and unfulfilled dreams. As Facardo was lost in thought, the trio suddenly froze in surprise. Following their gaze, Facardo saw Sunan standing quietly in the cemetery. Lord Sunan, Facardo greeted, bowing slightly. The others hurriedly followed suit. Sunan waved his hand and glanced at Basque's tombstone. My condolences. Facardo shook his head. Thank you, my lord. Basque passed peacefully. Sunan nodded and turned to Rose, Staff, and Wanderer. Starfall mentioned you're planning to go into seclusion. Yes, my lord, the three replied in unison. A faint smile appeared on Sunan's face. You're in luck, it's a good time to make your attempt. He explained his plans to synthesize a large-scale elemental pool, which would greatly aid their breakthroughs. Hearing this, the trio couldn't contain their excitement. Around them, the other apprentices gazed enviously but took solace in the knowledge that they too could earn such opportunities through contribution points. Best of luck with your breakthroughs, Sunan said. Should one or two of them succeed, it would significantly benefit the Alliance. Not only would the Academy's teaching capacity improve, but Sunan could also delegate some of his responsibilities, such as crafting advanced enchanted golems or Tier 4 potions. This would free him to focus more on training and the Wizard Tower. In addition to the elemental pool enhancements, other projects were progressing steadily. The first subgrade monostone vein had been successfully cultivated in the southeastern region, less than 500 kilometers from Flash City. According to Liz, the vein would mature in approximately 180 years, with an estimated yield of at least 200 million monostones. Meanwhile, the second monostone essence had been synthesized, and work on a second medium-scale subgrade vein was underway. Plans were in place to develop additional large and medium-scale veins to ensure a consistent supply in the future. 180 years is a long time, but if it leads to the widespread adoption of sub-mono technology, it will be worth it, Sunan mused, setting down the documents. Liz, how is the teleportation network project progressing? Sunan asked. Progress has been slow. Teleportation arrays require wizard apprentices, but the Academy can only spare so many people. Material constraints are another bottleneck. Currently, the southeastern region and Rainbow Sea have completed their networks, while the northwest is just beginning. The underground world will have to wait. Sunan nodded in understanding. It can't be rushed. As the Academy's apprentice numbers grow, the pace will naturally pick up. Indeed, Liz agreed. We'll also need to address usage costs once the network is complete. I've already issued a task at the Academy to optimize the teleportation arrays. By the time the network is ready, we should have results. Sunan chuckled. Liz, every day I'm more convinced that recruiting you as my assistant was my wisest decision. You handle everything so perfectly. Liz shot him a playful glare. That's because you're a hands-off boss. Competent people get more work. Ha! I feel like you're exploiting me as free labor. Not at all. You're a rare and valuable talent, practically a national treasure. Don't make me sound like some exotic animal. Outside the study, Carolina and the Red Widow, arriving to report, exchanged amused glances as they witnessed the light-hearted exchange between the two. Chapter 228. Year 1345 of the Starlight Calendar, month of flowing fire, July. The Starlight Academy's teleportation plaza was bustling with activity. At the center of the plaza, over a dozen teleportation arrays were arranged in a circular formation. Every moment, people arrived through the arrays, while others stepped into them to depart. On the edge of the plaza, Donohan stood watching the arrays, occasionally glancing at his pocket watch. After a few minutes, his eyes lit up, and he waved toward someone stepping out of a teleportation array. Fleming, over here. Several students nearby, drawn by Donohan's voice, turned to look. Their gazes immediately fixed on the grey-robed figure with a badge marking him as a third-level wizard apprentice, their expressions turning serious. That's a third-level wizard apprentice. Is he one of the Academy's instructors? Not necessarily. He could be a Star Alliance officer. Wait, he looks familiar. Oh. I remember. That's Fleming, the one who was the fastest to advance to third-level apprentice after Shaman and Corey. Ah, so it's him. Under the admiring gazes of the students, Fleming crossed the plaza and joined Donohan. You're quite the celebrity in the Academy now, Donohan teased. Fleming chuckled. If we're talking fame, Senior Shaman and Senior Corey are the real big names. Nobody remembers the third-place guy. Yeah, right. Third place isn't impressive enough, hey? I didn't even make it onto the ranking, Donohan retorted with mock annoyance. Fleming laughed and asked, you should be close to advancing, right? Almost there. Another 2 or 3 years, I think. Have you decided where you'll go afterward? I don't have much choice, I'll have to join the Star Alliance. As the number of third-level wizard apprentices grew, the Academy's teaching positions began to exceed demand. The qualifications for becoming an instructor were raised, requiring apprentices to either construct at least 12 stellar rings or demonstrate achievements in one of 4 specialized fields: potion making, puppet crafting, magical item creation, or biological modification, and pass an assessment. Those who didn't meet the criteria had 2 options: remain as students or join the Star Alliance. While the latter required fulfilling certain obligations, it came with generous monthly subsidies, making it the preferred choice for most apprentices who didn't qualify as instructors. Fleming was no exception. However, he was set to complete his 12th stellar ring next year, at which point he could apply for the instructor assessment. The benefits of being an instructor at the Academy far exceeded those of a Star Alliance officer. After chatting for a while, the two decided to head to the cafeteria for a meal. With the growing number of students, the Academy had added several new cafeterias over the years. Fleming and Donohan opted to eat at the second cafeteria, where they dined during their first year. The dishes, which once seemed exorbitantly priced, were now trivial expenses for Fleming. They ordered a few dishes, and the water sprites quickly delivered the food. Seeing Fleming ignore the water sprites, Donohan teased, judging by your indifference, you must have spent plenty of time playing with those water sprites hidden in your manor, hey? Fleming rolled his eyes. I've been busy opening up a subgrade mana stone vein for months. I haven't even set foot in my city manor this whole time. Donohan's curiosity was piqued. I heard this time it's a large subgrade mana stone vein. That's right, and Senior Artiel led the team. Senior Artiel, hey. Donohan's face showed open envy. She's so lucky to be Lord Starfall's assistant. I hear even Carolina and the Red Widow treat her with great respect now. Fleming smiled. Senior Artiel is one of the teacher's truly recognized students. Even without her position as an assistant, those two wouldn't dare disrespect her. That's different. How many people in the entire alliance outrank Senior Artiel now? Donohan took a bite of fish and swallowed before continuing. I still don't get it, though. With so many people participating in the assessment, why did Lord Starfall specifically choose Senior Artiel as her assistant? Even if you exclude the rest, Senior Shaman and Senior Ethan were in the running too. Fleming hesitated briefly before lowering his voice. I heard it's because Lord Starfall is female, so she chose Senior Artiel. Donahan's eyes widened. Seriously? It's just a rumor. I'm not sure if it's true, Fleming shrugged. After all, only the highest-ranking individuals have ever seen Lord Starfall in person. And where did this rumor come from? Supposedly from Lord Amy. Donahan immediately understood. Among the Star Alliance's ranks, few individuals wielded no official power yet held unassailable status, but Lord Amy was one of them. Her origins were a mystery, and her movements were unpredictable. She wasn't Lord Sunan's familiar, yet she enjoyed his unwavering favor and protection. Her position was unshakable. Amy was also reputedly knowledgeable about the wizarding world, often teaching even the instructors. If she claimed something, it was likely true. After some gossip, their conversation shifted to academy matters. Anything interesting happening at the academy lately? Fleming asked casually. Add latest chapters at Frihognovlo only. Not much, though. Donahan trailed off, then his expression brightened. Actually, there is one thing. What's that? The Academy recently installed a magical device called the Eye of the Star. It came from the Star Alliance and can monitor the Academy's energy particle fluctuations. Anyone casting spells outside designated areas like training or experiment zones is detected immediately and given a warning. Last month, 2 students dueled privately and got caught. Not only were they fined a hefty sum of contribution points, but they're also still serving detention. Fleming was surprised. A device like that exists. Of course. It's in the monitoring hall right now. If you're curious, you should visit. This month, Instructor Innocent is on duty there, and I remember he thinks highly of you. You might get a chance to see it up close. Fleming hesitated briefly before his curiosity won out. All right, let's go see Instructor Innocent. The monitoring hall was a tall white building in the Academy's central district. Outside, a squad of elite twin-blade spiders each led by 5 legendary tier spiders stood ready to respond to any violations detected by the Eye of the Star. Entering the hall, the first thing Fleming noticed was a massive crystalline orb in the center. Shaped like an elongated eye, its interior displayed a detailed, 3-dimensional model of the Academy. Tiny green, yellow, and blue dots moved across the model, numbering in the thousands. Fleming was about to step closer for a better look when a staff member stopped him. Do you have authorization to use the Eye of the Star? Donahan quickly explained. We're here to see Instructor Innocent. Before the staff could respond, a voice interrupted, it's fine. I'll handle them. Turning, they saw Innocent approaching, and the staff immediately stepped aside respectfully. Under Innocent's guidance, Fleming marveled at the device. Lord Starfall designed this as the first prototype, specifically for testing in the Academy, Innocent explained. It can detect all life forms within its range that emit energy particle fluctuations above a certain threshold. Once a target is recorded, it's monitored in real time until it leaves the range. Innocent demonstrated how to zoom out to display the entire district, revealing even the distant Starlight Wizard Tower. As Fleming and Donahan watched, a sudden alarm blared from the Eye of the Star. They turned to see a red light flashing over the Starlight Wizard Tower. Chapter 229. Unknown energy particle detected. Energy level, 22. Danger level, highly dangerous, immediate action recommended. An energy level of 22. Innocent exclaimed in shock. That's wizard level energy intensity. Fleming and Donahan were equally astonished. Wizard level energy? Could it be Lord Sunan? But that didn't make sense. If it were Sunan, the Eye of the Star wouldn't trigger a warning. Fleming was about to ask when Innocent's expression shifted. A mix of surprise and envy crossed his face as if he'd realized something. Instructor. Innocent snapped back to reality and gestured for them to stay calm. With a complex sigh, he muttered, it seems the Star Alliance has gained another wizard. As soon as the energy surge was detected, Tower Spirit 1 reported it to Sunan. Which training room? Room 803, occupied by staff. Has he ascended to wizardhood? A smile formed on Sunan's lips. He wasn't surprised. Among Rose, Staff, and Wanderer, Staff had always seemed the most likely to succeed. In fact, Reaching third-level wizard apprentice in an era as mana deficient as this one was an extraordinary achievement, even by the standards of the golden age of wizards. These apprentices, especially the standout ones like Staff, would have long since become wizards if not for the many years wasted before joining the Star Alliance. Now, with proper resources and guidance, the breakthrough was finally realized. Let's see how Rose and Wanderer fare next. Tower Spirit 1 monitored the entire wizard tower in real time. While the training rooms occupied by Rose and Wanderer remained quiet, their life signs were stable, indicating they were still cultivating. Sunan estimated their breakthroughs were only a decade or two away. The energy burst from Staff's ascension soon subsided. A few days later, when Staff emerged from his training room, Sunan teleported to meet him. Seeing the confident and composed Staff, Sunan smiled and greeted him. "Welcome to the world of wizards." "Thank you." Even after a few days, Staff couldn't suppress the joy on his face. A lifelong goal achieved, it was impossible not to be overwhelmed with emotion. Not long after, Facardo and the other apprentices arrived. The moment they saw Staff, their expressions filled with awe and envy. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, Lord Staff." "Well done, Lord Staff." "Welcome to the ranks of wizards." One by one, they offered their congratulations, their tone laced with respect. It was an unspoken rule among apprentices to revere wizards as superior beings. After the brief celebrations, the group tactfully left to give Sunan and Staff space to talk privately. "How do you feel?" Sunan asked. Staff's expression turned complicated. "Now I understand what you meant about the mana particle concentration limit. I already feel discomfort." "This is still tolerable," Sunan said. "You're within the range of the elemental pool. Wait until you step outside the dragon forest, you'll want to leave as soon as possible." The euphoria of Staff's ascension quickly faded, replaced by a heavy sigh. The Starlight Continent's environment is indeed harsh for wizards. Even with the elemental pool, cultivation will be agonizingly slow. Sunan agreed. Even a large-scale elemental pool provided only modest boosts to meditation efficiency. If not for his unique method of synthesizing elemental crystal cores to absorb divine energy, Sunan doubted he could have advanced from level 1 gasification to level 1 crystallization within 60 years. Without such advantages, even with Tier 4 crystal soul potions, it would have taken 3 to 4 centuries to break through. For Staff, advancing to level 2 wizard under these conditions might have been impossible in his lifetime. "Don't worry," Sunan said reassuringly. "This situation won't last forever. The environment will gradually recover." "Recover?" Staff asked, startled. "Now that you're a wizard, it's time you learned the truth." Sunan briefly explained the 1,000-year-old wizard expeditions and how the dimensional barrier would gradually dissolve in the future. Before his ascension, such knowledge would have only burdened Staff. Now, as a key member of the Star Alliance, he had the right to know and the need for hope to keep striving. Hearing Sunan's explanation, Staff was left stunned. The revelation that the Starlight Continent's harsh conditions were temporary, and that mana would eventually return, reignited his determination. With the Star Alliance's resources, the prospect of advancing to level 2 wizard no longer seemed unattainable. After a moment, Sunan shifted the conversation. "Would you be interested in becoming the headmaster of Starlight Academy?" "Headmaster?" Staff blinked in surprise. "Yes. The position has been vacant due to a lack of suitable candidates. But now that you've ascended to wizardhood, you're more than qualified." After brief consideration, Staff accepted the offer. The headmaster of Starlight Academy held a prestigious position within the Star Alliance and would gain access to additional resources. In the days that followed, news of Staff's ascension spread across the Star Alliance, sparking excitement and hope among apprentices. Staff's success proved that it was still possible to become a wizard, even under the current conditions. A few days later, Sunan officially appointed Staff as the first headmaster of Starlight Academy. In addition to his administrative duties, Staff began assisting with the production of crystal soul potions and the crafting of adamantine golems, easing Sunan's workload significantly. Year 1362 of the Starlight Calendar, month of Thunderclap, April. After decades of effort, Sunan finally synthesized a large-scale elemental pool. Under its enhanced effects, the infusion progress for his talent crystal model increased by 0.11% in just 1 month, nearly double the previous rate. Talent crystal model infusion progress, 22.31%. At this pace, the model will be complete in about 60 years, Sunan calculated, satisfied. The large-scale elemental pool had required over a dozen smaller ones to synthesize, but the results were well worth the effort. Sunan summoned the holographic model of his wizard tower to review its status. Wizard Tower, Starlight. Level, Small, Construction Progress, 62.68%. Current Energy, 88.22%. Core Systems, Tower Spirit 1. Facilities, Large Elemental Pool, Enhanced, Energy Transmission System, Residential Area, Storage Area, Experimental Zone, Training Zone, Meditation Zone, Planting Zone. Servants, Clay Golems times 130. Defenses, Medium Scale Maze Barrier Energy Field, Enhanced. Weapons, Spell Turret 2 times 118, Disintegration Cannon 2 times 1, Golem Legion, Adamantine Golems times 823, Touch Lord Puppets times 2, Secret Puppets times 4. Satisfied with the progress, Sunan began planning the next steps. The Maze Barrier Energy Field would be upgraded to a large-scale version. This would require synthesizing an additional dozen smaller barriers. Meanwhile, the Disintegration Cannon 2, recently developed, had demonstrated terrifying power. It consumed immense energy, but its ability to obliterate a wizard with a single hit made it invaluable as a final defense. By year 1400, Sunan's first fully functional wizard tower would be complete. Combined with his ascension to level 2 wizard, it would make him an unshakable force, ready to challenge even the darkest threats. Chapter 230. The 52nd subgrade Mana Stone Vein has been established. Liz's calm voice echoed softly in the study. The apprentices dispatched across the continent have located 73 leyline nodes. Among these, only 52 meet the energy density required to cultivate subgrade Mana Stone Veins. If nothing changes, this represents the upper limit for the continent. Sunan inquired, what about their scale? 1 small, 2 medium, and the remaining are large. The widespread adoption of sub-magi tech will take time. Initially, the output of 1 small and 2 medium veins should suffice. Once the large veins mature and production surges, it will align perfectly with the technological explosion. Sunan nodded with satisfaction before asking, and the transmission network project? That's progressing a bit slower. Liz swiped her hand through the air, conjuring a holographic map of the Starlight continent. The map lit up with numerous interconnected points, forming an intricate web. Beside it appeared a map of the subterranean world. This map, however, showed only a few central points, with the rest blank. The surface transmission network is complete. We're currently focusing on constructing the underground network. How long will it take to finish? With the subgrade Mana Stone Vein project now concluded, we can reallocate manpower to the transmission network, easing the personnel shortage. At the current pace, it will take another 60 to 70 years. Sunan frowned slightly. If this projection held true, the entire transmission network would require over a century to complete. But he understood the constraints. At any given time, only around 1,000 apprentices could work on the teleportation array tasks, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the vastness of the Starlight continent. This will likely improve, Sunan noted. The Academy's enrollment has been steadily increasing, so the available workforce for the project will grow. It may not even take 60 years. Liz suddenly raised another topic. Speaking of which, there's something I want to discuss with you. Go ahead. Do you remember the star core you obtained in Fallen Star City? Sunan nodded. He had studied the star core after acquiring it and concluded that it functioned as an energy source, roughly equivalent to a medium-scale elemental pool. To most wizards, a star core would be a priceless treasure. But Sunan, with his ability to synthesize large-scale elemental pools, saw little value in it. He had eventually handed the star core to Liz, who requested it for an experiment. I used the star core to create a magical device, which we've named the Eye of the Star. The prototype is currently in use at Starlight Academy, gathering experimental data. She gestured, and a document floated toward Sunan. Opening it, Sunan's interest grew as he read. The Eye of the Star was fascinating, able to detect and record energy particle fluctuations above a certain threshold, making it an ideal tool for monitoring supernatural activity. Was this designed by the Starfall Society? Yes. Can its detection range be expanded? Liz hesitated. To maintain precision, its maximum range is a circular area with a 300 km diameter. Beyond that, the accuracy of energy particle detection diminishes. A 300 km radius, Sunan frowned. That would barely cover a city, not nearly enough to monitor the vast starlight continent. It felt like a waste of a resource as potent as the star core. But before he could dismiss it entirely, he glanced at Liz and noticed her subtle expression. You have more to propose, don't you? Let's hear it. Liz smiled faintly and explained, with just one star core, the eye of the star's range is limited. But if we combine it with multiple sub-star cores, we can establish a network to extend its coverage. Sub-star cores. They're secondary energy cores, less potent than a full star core. But when used in conjunction, they resonate with the star core, amplifying its capabilities. A holographic image of a smaller crystal sphere appeared in the air. While the star core was exclusive to the counselors of the Starfall Society, all regular members could craft sub-star cores. They lack the star core's energy particle detection abilities but can significantly enhance the star core when paired. How much of an enhancement are we talking about? With around 200 sub-star cores, the range can be increased tenfold. 3,000 kilometers. Sunan shook his head. That's still not enough, it won't even cover the southeastern region. Liz sighed, amused. Don't tell me you want to cover the entire continent. To her surprise, Sunan nodded. Precisely. Seeing he was serious, Liz frowned. Sub-star cores have a diminishing return on amplification. Beyond 200 cores, the enhancement barely increases. The theoretical maximum is a 12-fold range. Beyond that, even with more cores, there's no further improvement. What if, instead of quantity, we focused on quality? Liz hesitated, then answered, in theory, it's possible. But the resources and effort required to improve the sub-star cores would be astronomical. That's my problem to solve. Seeing Sunan's confidence, Liz was intrigued. He wasn't one to make reckless claims, so he likely had a solid plan. Taking the sub-star core design from Liz, Sunan returned to his laboratory and summoned Tower Spirit 2, his recently crafted experimental assistant. Tower Spirit 2, scan the sub-star core design. Command received. Scanning. Scan complete. Prepare the necessary materials. Command received. Materials required, 138 types. 133 available in inventory. Locating alternatives for the remaining 5. Tower Spirit 2's mental library and analytical capabilities made it an invaluable asset for experiments. With its assistance, Sunan synthesized 5 substitute materials within 2 months and began crafting the sub-star cores. The sub-star cores were relatively simple to produce for someone of Sunan's caliber. Once he had crafted several, Sunan began using his synthesis ability. The results were promising. The synthesized cores exhibited significantly improved performance. After 5 rounds of synthesis, he had a refined sub-star core that was far superior to the originals. When Sunan presented the refined core to Liz, her usual composure wavered. You, actually improved it. Carefully examining the core, she confirmed that its functionality had indeed been enhanced. How did you do this in just over a month? Liz's astonishment was palpable. Does this improvement meet your expectations, or should I keep refining it? Sunan asked. Still reeling, Liz eventually replied, we need to test it to see its real potential. Testing confirmed the refined cores could extend the eye of the star's range to over 7,000 kilometers, enough to cover the southeastern region. Well. Liz raised an eyebrow. Satisfied now? Sunan remained contemplative. While the result was impressive, it wasn't the comprehensive solution he envisioned. To monitor the entire continent, he needed either a second star core or a way to transform sub-star cores into star cores. Sub-star cores and star cores resonate with each other, which means they share some fundamental properties. If I can modify the sub-star cores to mimic even a fraction of the star core's capabilities, I might achieve my goal. Sharing his thoughts with Liz, Sunan enlisted her assistance for the next phase of experimentation. Though skeptical, Liz agreed. Fine. But I expect results. Her curiosity about Sunan's seemingly boundless ingenuity only deepened. Chapter 231. To verify his hypothesis, Sunan devoted most of his energy to research in the following period. With Liz and Tower Spirit number 2 assisting him, the research progressed smoothly. By star calendar year 1364, Sunan successfully created the first secondary star core capable of sensing energy particle fluctuations. The experimental results showed that the sensing capability of the new secondary star core was less than 1% of that of the original star core, barely qualifying as a downgraded version. However, for Sunan, it was enough. Afterward, he used the excuse of having Liz return to handling Star Alliance affairs and carried on the research alone. In reality, he began manufacturing secondary star cores and then synthesizing them. Ultimately, he successfully synthesized a star core with sensory capabilities comparable to the original star core using 112 secondary star cores. Sunan didn't stop there and continued to invest more secondary star cores into synthesis. The original star core, combined with secondary star cores to build a network, could only cover half of the starlight continent. But if a more powerful star core could be synthesized and supported by new secondary star cores, it would likely be possible to establish a monitoring network covering the entire starlight continent, including both the surface and underground worlds. Two monitoring networks couldn't compare to the convenience and functionality of one comprehensive, expansive monitoring network. After hundreds of tests, Sunan finally synthesized a satisfactory new star core. The cost was more than 300 secondary star cores and 2 billion gold coins, which nearly emptied the Star Alliance's cash flow. As a result, Sunan had to delay the construction of the Golem army within the Wizard Tower and prioritize funds for this project instead. This thing costs more than a large elemental pool, Sunan sighed, looking at the crystal sphere in front of him that resembled a starry sky. But it was worth it. Compared to a monitoring network covering the entire continent, 2 billion gold coins were nothing. When Sunan presented the newly synthesized star core to Liz, she was too shocked to speak. Modifying the secondary star core was already impressive, but now he had created an original star core with no design blueprints and further improved its effectiveness. What the Starfall Society of Wizards couldn't achieve in 1,000 years, Sunan accomplished alone in just a few years. It was nothing short of a miracle. Liz couldn't help but suspect that Sunan was an ancient wizard who had lived for thousands of years and was now reborn. "You always manage to surprise me," Liz remarked with heartfelt admiration as she gazed at the crystalline sphere in front of her. She was brimming with excitement. With this star core, building a monitoring network to cover the entire continent should be no problem, she said. "How long will it take to complete?" Sunan asked. After a moment's thought, Liz replied, "Constructing the network isn't too difficult. We just need to calculate the nodes and place the secondary star cores accordingly. With our existing teleportation network, it's convenient and quick. If all goes well, it could be done in 1 to 2 years provided we have enough funds. For a network covering the entire continent, we'd need at least 300 of the new secondary star cores, plus other material costs. The total expense would be no less than 3 billion gold coins, which the Star Alliance currently can't afford," Liz said, glancing at Sunan meaningfully. Over the years, more than 80% of the Star Alliance's funds had been used by Sunan for constructing the Wizard Tower and researching the new star core. Still, she wasn't complaining. After all, Sunan's strength was synonymous with the Star Alliance's strength. The unique environment of the Starlight continent made the Star Alliance heavily reliant on Sunan. Without him, the Star Alliance wouldn't collapse immediately, but its strength would significantly decline, and its former glory would fade. Under these circumstances, investing all available resources into Sunan was logical. Moreover, both the Wizard Tower and the new Star Core greatly benefited the Star Alliance's development. "How much funding can we spare now?" Sunan asked. Liz handed over a document and said, "The Starlight continent has developed well in recent years. The Star Alliance's annual income is nearly 20 million gold coins. Without reducing the Wizard Tower's budget, about 8 million gold coins can be allocated annually. We can start building the monitoring network now, though at a slower pace. With incremental funding, it could be completed in about 40 years, which would also ease the manpower strain." Sunan frowned slightly. 40 years wasn't a long time, and he could wait. However, this issue once again highlighted the limitations of the Starlight continent. Its finite size meant the annual revenue couldn't increase significantly without depleting resources. Lack of external trade made it impossible for the continent's income to surge in the short term. The only way to boost revenue was to steadily develop the Starlight continent and improve its overall productivity. This was why Sunan was so keen on promoting secondary magi tech. Only through technological reform could the Starlight continent generate more wealth. But it would take another 300 to 400 years to truly implement secondary magi tech widely. In the short term, the Star Alliance's income wouldn't see significant growth. "All right then. The monitoring network project is yours to handle, Sunan said. Liz nodded and added, by the way, you should give this project a name. It'll make things easier to refer to. Let's call it the Star Eye Project, Sunan decided without hesitation. The name fit perfectly, as the network would serve as the Starlight Continent's eyes. Thus, following the secondary Magic Stone Mine and Teleportation Network plan, the Star Alliance launched another major initiative, the Star Eye Project. With this matter settled, Sunan turned his attention back to the construction of the Wizard Tower. When the energy field for large-scale protective barriers was synthesized, the defensive components of the Wizard Tower were completed. The offensive components now only lacked Spell Cannon Type 2 and the Golem Army. While Sunan was engrossed in refining golems and spell cannons, Tower Spirit No. 1 suddenly delivered a message. The life force in the training room where the traveler was meditating had disappeared. Upon hearing this, Sunan immediately opened the traveler's room. Inside, the traveler sat motionless on the floor. A quick scan of his mental energy confirmed that the traveler's life force had completely dissipated. He had failed to overcome the final hurdle and succumbed to old age before breaking through. Rites came soon after, sighing deeply with a mix of sorrow and relief. The sorrow was for his friend's failure and passing, while the relief was for his own successful breakthrough. It's a pity. Judging by his progress, he was probably very close, Rites said with regret. Even now, the traveler's body was surrounded by dense energy particles, indicating his innate crystal structure was in its final stage. Had he held on a few more years, he might have succeeded. But this last step was often the difference between heaven and earth. Countless wizard apprentices had fallen short of this crucial step. Being wizards, they had seen this happen many times. Both Sunan and Rites quickly regained their composure. I wonder how Rose is doing now. She's still alive, so she hasn't failed yet. Fakato and the others plan to retreat and make their breakthroughs soon. Fakato, in particular, has a high chance of succeeding, Rites observed. As the head of the Russell family, Fakato enjoyed significant resources, having been nurtured by his family from a young age and later supported by the Star Alliance. Among the Academy mentors, Fakato undoubtedly had the highest chance of becoming a wizard. Sunan nodded without comment. The Starlight Academy had entered a stable development phase. With a well-established structure for wizard apprentices across 3 levels, it was only a matter of time before more wizards emerged. Especially with the construction of a large elemental pool, the difficulty of filling innate crystal models with mental energy had significantly decreased, improving the success rate of apprentices becoming wizards. In a few centuries, the number of wizards in the Star Alliance could very likely reach double digits. Rose should break through within the next few years, Sunan said. But events unfolded faster than he anticipated. 3 months later, the Wizard Tower experienced another surge of energy particles. Rose had advanced to become a wizard. She became the 3rd formal wizard in the Star Alliance, following Sunan and Rites. Sunan and Rites immediately arrived outside her training room to await her emergence. The door opened with a hiss, and Rose stepped out, radiating vitality and with an aura that felt deeper and more profound. Congratulations, they both offered their congratulations. Thank you, Rose replied with a radiant smile, her excitement evident after her successful breakthrough. Like Rites before her, she felt as if a veil had been lifted from the world. By the way, where is the traveler? She asked, noticing his absence. Sunan shook his head silently in response. Rose quickly understood, and her joy diminished, her smile fading as she sighed. This will happen more and more over time. You'll get used to it, Rites said to comfort her. Rose wasn't one to dwell on melancholy for long. She quickly collected herself and began asking about life after becoming a wizard. When she learned about wizard expeditions and the restoration of planar barriers, she was both shocked and intrigued. I never thought the Starlight Continent's unique environment had such a hidden reason, she said with a mix of worry and relief. The worry stemmed from the energy particle concentration limit affecting her cultivation efficiency. The relief came from knowing the situation would resolve itself in 600 years, leaving hope for advancing to a 2nd-level wizard. We can't influence the planar barrier restoration. It's best to focus on cultivation, Sunan reassured her before shifting the topic. Also, I'd like to appoint you as the vice principal of Starlight Academy. What do you think? Rose readily agreed, citing the better benefits as her main reason, much like Rites had. In Sunan's vision, the high-ranking positions at Starlight Academy would all be held by wizards. One principal and 4 vice principals would form a council to oversee the Academy's affairs and report directly to the Star Alliance leader. As the Academy expanded, the council might increase in size, but for now, this structure sufficed. With Rose's addition, the pace of refining spell cannons and enchanted adamantine golems significantly accelerated. By star calendar year 1370, the levitation ring was completed, finalizing the energy supply system of the Starlight Wizard Tower. In 1372, Sunan synthesized the 300th spell cannon Type 2 and installed it in the Wizard Tower, completing its long-range strike capabilities. The armament now included 300 spell cannon Type 2 and 1 dissociation cannon Type 2. This firepower was the optimal amount for the large elemental pool, as adding more would have little effect. By 1385, the internal golem army was fully assembled, including 5,000 enchanted adamantine golems, 20 tentacle master puppets, and 5 secret dolls. With only some finishing touches and the final tower spirit remaining, the Wizard Tower was nearly complete. The following year, Sunan created Tower Spirit No. 3 to oversee combat operations. Since battles weren't expected anytime soon, Tower Spirit No. 3 was temporarily tasked with managing Dragon Forest, assisted by Dragonbone Tower's Butler No. 1. In 1387, the Starlight Wizard Tower was officially completed. Wizard Tower, Starlight. Level, Small, Enhanced. Remaining energy, 95.36%. Intelligent Auxiliary Life Forms, Tower Spirit No. 1, Tower Spirit No. 2, Tower Spirit No. 3. Facilities, Large Enhanced Elemental Pool, Levitation Ring, Central Crystal Energy Transmission System, Residential Area, Storage Area, Experimental Zone, Training Zone, Meditation Zone, Plantation Zone. Servants, 130 clay golems, 223 water sprites, 254 flower fairies. Defensive mechanisms, Large Enhanced Energy Barrier Maze. Offensive mechanisms, 300 Spell Cannon Type 2, Dissociation Cannon Type 2. Golem Army, 5,000 Enchanted Adamantine Golems, 20 Tentacle Master Puppets, 5 Secret Dolls. High in the sky, Sunan gazed at the majestic tower before him, feeling a surge of emotion. Finally, he had his own wizard tower. Chapter 232. The city of Sunset Glow, during the month of slumber, had already taken on a desolate atmosphere. From the narrow paths winding through the countryside to the broad, well-paved main roads, everything was covered in a thick layer of snow. The world stretched out in a blanket of white, with not a single soul in sight. Whoosh! A massive wolf dashed across the snowy landscape, sending a spray of snowflakes into the air. The wolf stood nearly as tall as an adult man's chest, its light grey fur sleek and muscular. Its powerful limbs propelled it forward with ease, and its mouth occasionally opened, releasing a cloud of white mist. Sharp, menacing fangs, still faintly stained with blood, could be seen within its maw. But the most striking feature was the single horn protruding from the wolf's head. Fener sat astride the wolf's back, pulling his fur cloak tightly around him as he glanced at the snowflakes drifting down from the sky. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn weather! Even as a level 2 apprentice wizard, the bitter cold was hard to endure. However, his mood brightened as his gaze fell on the bulging pouch slung across his chest. With these silver moon flowers, I'll soon be able to construct my 4th star ring. If I'd known the city had so many treasures, I would have left the village long ago to scour resources. Fener clicked his tongue regretfully. Had he realized this earlier, he wouldn't have wasted decades slowly advancing to a level 2 apprentice wizard. But the people at the shop mentioned that these were Star Alliance goods. Although he had spent most of his life in the countryside, Fener was well aware of the Star Alliance. It was a behemoth that ruled the entire continent. Stealing from the Star Alliance? He didn't need to think twice to know he'd be hunted. Still, Fener wasn't overly concerned. Worst case scenario, he could always find a place to hide. The Starlight continent was vast, he could simply pick some obscure corner to disappear into. Surely the Star Alliance couldn't search every nook and cranny? Should I head to the underground world or the Rainbow Sea? Fener had read about these two places in wizard texts. Both seemed far beyond the reach of the Star Alliance. Either would give him the freedom to act as he pleased. As Fener fantasized about his escape, a sharp gust of wind suddenly reached his ears. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He instinctively leaned to the side just as a wet, tearing sound echoed like flesh being ripped apart. A spray of blood burst before his eyes. Awoo! The massive wolf beneath him let out a pained howl before collapsing. Both it and Fener tumbled violently to the ground. Fortunately, Fener's sturdy physique spared him any injury. He quickly rolled to the side and scrambled to his feet, turning toward the direction of the attack with heightened vigilance. Two robed figures came into view. Calling them men was a stretch. They appeared to be no older than 15 or 16, still in their youth. Beside them stood two sleek black panthers. Their cold, unfeeling eyes stared at Fener with an unnerving calm. What are those? Magic pets? Fener immediately sensed that the black panthers were no ordinary creatures. In fact, they exuded an air of danger greater than his own magical wolf. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Fener glanced briefly at his fallen wolf, which was barely clinging to life. Blood flowed from a gaping wound in its chest, staining the snow crimson. Seeing his precious magical companion so grievously wounded, Fener felt both anguish and fury. If it weren't for the two figures appearing to be fellow wizard apprentices and their dangerous-looking panthers, he would have attacked them in a rage. Hearing Fener's question, the two youths exchanged glances before smiling wryly. The boy on the right lifted his hood, revealing a handsome face. Pointing to the star-shaped badge on his chest, he smirked. Fresh from the countryside, hey? Bold enough to steal from the Star Alliance but too ignorant to recognize its insignia. The taller, thinner youth shook his head with a sigh. There's been a lot of people like you these past few years. Hiding in remote villages to train, only to emerge after becoming level 2 apprentice wizards. You don't know anything, see something shiny, and let greed get the better of you. You even dared to steal from the Star Alliance. You're probably thinking you can escape to the underground world or the Rainbow Sea, right? Thinking the Star Alliance can't find you there. Fener's face froze. He almost blurted out, how did you know? The taller youth caught Fener's reaction and shook his head with a knowing smile. He didn't need to read minds. Many captured apprentices had the same naive thoughts. Ignorance is dangerous. The underground world and the Rainbow Sea are both under the Star Alliance's control. Where do you think you can hide? Fener's face turned pale, his shock evident. The underground world and the Rainbow Sea? Controlled by the Star Alliance? Impossible. Wizard texts clearly described these places as vast and perilous, beyond the Alliance's grasp. Noticing Fener's disbelief, the taller youth sneered. You clearly don't understand the power of the Star Alliance. Enough, the handsome youth interrupted. Let's stop wasting time. Capture him and report back. I still need to get to Shimmer City. The taller youth nodded and straightened, his gaze turning cold. Sensing their intent, Fener made the first move. Chanting quickly, he raised his hand and fired an icy blue beam at the handsome youth. Frost Ray. The youth didn't even flinch. The ray struck him directly but was blocked by an invisible barrier. A shield spell? No, it's a protective magic item. Fener's heart sank with a mix of envy and fear. But he had no time to dwell on it. 6 magic missiles followed, shattering his own shield. Then, a wave of flames surged toward him, forcing him to retreat in desperation. Within moments, Fener realized he was hopelessly outmatched. The two youths not only wielded a wider array of spells but cast them faster and with greater precision. Their power was overwhelming, and they had protective magic items to boot. Either one of them alone could defeat him easily. Together, they were unstoppable. Within seconds, Fener was reduced to a pitiful state, fleeing aimlessly. Are all Star Alliance apprentices this terrifying? He thought, despair sinking in. Before he could recover, a weakening ray struck him, leaving him limp and defenseless. Then, a rocky fist smashed into his head. Thud. Fener collapsed unconscious without a sound. The taller youth withdrew his stone fist, grinning. Stone fist always works like a charm. It's only good for enemies without defensive spells, the handsome youth retorted, securing an anti-magic collar around Fener's neck. The Black Panthers leapt over, tossing Fener onto their backs with practiced ease. All done. Let's report back. The two youths mounted their panthers and headed back toward Sunset Glow City. By the way, the star eye is incredible, the taller one remarked. That guy made just one move, and the star eye locked onto his life signature. Without it, we'd never have found him so quickly. The handsome youth smiled faintly. After all, it's a magical construct created by two of the greatest minds in the Star Alliance. The entire Starlight continent, including the underground world and the Rainbow Sea, is under its surveillance. No one escapes the star eye. The taller youth nodded in agreement. Lord Sunan and Lord Starfall are truly incredible. Their panthers galloped swiftly, and the two soon returned to Sunset Glow City. Although teleportation arrays were no longer rare, nearly every city had one. The exorbitant cost of using them made them inaccessible to ordinary people. The ones who used teleportation arrays these days were mostly nobles, wealthy merchants, middle-class citizens, apprentice wizards, and knights. When the handsome young man entered the plaza, he immediately drew many gazes. Those nearby, noticing the robe he wore and the star-shaped badge pinned to his chest, looked at him with awe and respect. The knight responsible for guarding the teleportation array brightened upon seeing him, quickly approaching with a fawning smile. "So it's Lord Halen. Are you here to use the teleportation array?" Halen gave a slight nod, his gaze falling on the long queue ahead, causing his brow to furrow slightly. The knight quickly added, "If Lord Halen has urgent matters, you're welcome to use the array first." "Thank you." Halen didn't stand on ceremony, walking straight to the teleportation array and depositing a lesser magic stone into the slot. As the array glowed with radiant light, his figure vanished instantly. Watching this, two knights at the front of the line couldn't hide their envy. "Being an apprentice wizard really has its perks," one of them muttered. "Exactly. Look at that overseer. He doesn't even spare us a glance on normal days, but he's all smiles with an apprentice wizard. So shallow." Hearing their conversation, a man ahead of them turned around, his expression curious as he chuckled. "You don't recognize him? Is that person particularly significant?" one of the knights asked, intrigued. "Oh, more than just significant." The man paused, clearly savoring their suspense before continuing slowly, "His full name is Halen Anisir, the Emperor's grandson." "You tell me, is that significant?" "Ah!" Both knights gasped, their faces filled with shock. They now understood why the overseer had been so deferential. Being the Emperor's grandson was already an extraordinary status, placing Halen among the elite of the entire Starshine Empire. And on top of that, he was an apprentice wizard. Everyone knew that the Star Alliance's leader, Lord Sunan, was the Emperor's own brother. In other words, Halen Anisir was Lord Sunan's grandnephew. Both a member of the imperial family and an apprentice wizard, Halen's future within the Star Alliance was undoubtedly limitless. Realizing this, the two knights felt a pang of regret. If they had known who he was, they would have approached him earlier, even if it meant humbling themselves, to leave a lasting impression. Becoming his follower would have been a shortcut to success. With a blur, Halen arrived at the central plaza of Shimmer City. Looking at the familiar surroundings, a touch of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. No matter how many times he used it, the marvel of teleportation arrays never failed to amaze him. To cross 700 or 800 kilometers in the blink of an eye, what a miracle! I've heard that teleportation arrays have been installed throughout the underground world as well. With enough lesser magic stones, you could traverse the entire continent in a single day. After a moment of admiration, Halen began making his way toward the palace. Before he had embarked on his recent mission, he had received a message from the palace requesting his presence. His grandfather wished to see him. Anisir, the founding emperor of the Starshine Empire and brother to the leader of the Star Alliance, commanded immense respect across the entire Starlight continent. Though not a wizard himself, even the deans of Halen's academy treated the emperor with great deference. Halen held deep respect for his grandfather as well. As soon as his mission was complete, he rushed back without delay. Half an hour later, Halen entered the emperor's study. Compared to the New Year celebrations earlier in the year, his grandfather's hair seemed to have grown even whiter. Even a bloodline knight as powerful as Cry couldn't escape the ravages of time. At 191 years old, the emperor was undoubtedly nearing the end of his life. "Grandfather, Halen greets you. Take a seat. There's no need for formalities between us." Cry smiled warmly, his gaze filled with admiration and affection as he looked at Halen. Though the royal family had grown large, with over 100 members, Halen was the only one with wizard potential. He was the hope for revitalizing the royal lineage, and Cry naturally treasured him deeply. "How have things been for you recently?" "Quite well," Halen replied, knowing what his grandfather wanted to hear. "Last month, I constructed my 5th star ring, and I've also made breakthroughs in puppet refinement. I plan to take the level 2 assessment this month." As expected, satisfaction spread across Cry's face at these words. "Excellent. Keep up the hard work. If you lack any resources, just let me know." You're free to requisition anything from the royal treasury. Thank you, grandfather. Helen's heart leapt with joy. The Empire's dealings with the Star Alliance provided it with a wealth of resources. While most were low-grade, their sheer abundance could save Helen significant contribution points. Cry then asked, among the Academy's younger generation, you should already rank among the top. By now, you should be eligible to apply for the Morning Star assessment. Have you considered it? Chapter 233. The Morning Star assessment was a system introduced by the Starlight Academy 30 years ago. All Level 2 apprentice wizards under the age of 30 were eligible to apply. Those who passed would become Morning Star trainees, receiving a monthly stipend and, more importantly, becoming a true disciple of a wizard mentor. A true disciple. Since the introduction of this system, Morning Star trainees had become synonymous with genius. Over the past 30 years, more than 3/4 of those who advanced to Level 3 apprentice wizards were Morning Star trainees. This fact alone underscored the immense value of being a Morning Star trainee. After hearing Cry's suggestion, Helen didn't hesitate to reply, "Grandfather, I plan to build up more experience before applying for the Morning Star assessment. With my current abilities, I don't think I have a high chance of passing." "That's reasonable. After all, you're only 16. There's plenty of time," Cry replied with an unchanged smile. He was reminded of Zeman, who had also become a Level 2 apprentice wizard at 16 or 17. Zeman was rumored to be constructing a talent crystal model and was almost certain to become a full-fledged wizard. Helen's talent wasn't inferior to Zeman's, and with the royal family's resources backing him, his potential achievements might even surpass Zeman's. These days, you should also consider which mentor you'd like to choose in the future. I can make arrangements for you in advance, Cry said warmly. The pairing of Morning Star trainees and wizard mentors was a mutual selection process. After each assessment, mentors could extend invitations to trainees they found suitable. If a trainee received offers from multiple mentors, they could choose their preferred one. However, if no mentor expressed interest in a trainee, the Academy Council would assign one by default. This scenario was rare, though. Wizards often needed disciples as research assistants or to handle miscellaneous tasks. It was far better to pick a Morning Star trainee than an average student. Thus, it was highly unlikely for a mentor to reject a Morning Star trainee. Conversely, trainees also benefited from their mentor's guidance, making the relationship mutually advantageous. After considering this, Helen hesitated briefly before asking, "Grandfather, is it possible for me to apprentice under Great-Uncle Sunan?" Cry froze for a moment, then hesitated before shaking his head. Sunan has been incredibly busy in recent years. He hasn't truly taken on any disciples since Zeman and the other two. I can ask him for you, but don't get your hopes up. Helen's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Thank you, grandfather." Longlan, Starlight Wizard Tower. Tagana strode confidently through the corridor. Along the way, many apprentice wizards paused to greet her warmly. Tagana responded with a faint nod, her expression as cold as ever. The apprentices didn't seem to mind, they were clearly accustomed to her demeanor. Once she was out of earshot, one of them whispered to a companion, "Wasn't that the dark elf apprentice everyone talks about? Who else could it be? Why are you all so deferential to her? Isn't she just a dark elf apprentice wizard? Is it because she's rare? You really don't know anything, do you?" Tagana wasn't just admitted to the Academy at Lord Sunan's personal recommendation, she's also a disciple of Lady Rose. With those two identities, who would dare underestimate her? Lady Rose took a dark elf as her disciple? Why? Don't belittle her because she's a dark elf. Tagana is said to be even more talented than Senior Zeman and Senior Corey. She entered the Academy later than them but is already a Level 3 apprentice wizard. Rumor has it she's working on her final star ring. No way. A dark elf training with our human meditation techniques is that strong. Why do you think Lord Sunan personally admitted her? Do you think he'd vouch for just any dark elf? Unaware of the gossip behind her, Tagana continued walking briskly until she reached the door at the corridor's end. Stopping, she raised her hand and knocked lightly. "Come in." A familiar, melodious voice sounded from inside. Tagana pushed the door open. The room was minimalist in design, containing only a desk, a chair, and 2 bookshelves. Artir was reviewing documents. When he heard the door open, he looked up, his face breaking into a smile. "You're here, Jana." Jana was Artir's personal nickname for Tagana, claiming it was simpler and more intimate. Aside from her mentor, Lady Rose, only Artir addressed her this way. A faint smile appeared on Tagana's otherwise cold face as she approached the desk, placing a stack of documents in front of Artir. These are reports on apprentice wizards captured for crimes over the past year, 12 in total. They've all been detained. What should we do with them? As usual, send them to the second detention base. Let them work in the workshops to atone for their crimes. The first minor-grade magic stone mine is about to mature, and Lord Xingyun asked me to prepare a batch of clay golems in advance. They can handle that. As Artir spoke, he picked up the documents and penned his approval on them. Watching her friend work so efficiently, Tagana couldn't help but feel impressed. Being the assistant to the Star Alliance's leader was truly a transformative experience. Over the decades, Artir's gentle demeanor had been complemented by a new air of competence and authority. Setting down his quill, Artir sighed. I don't know what's going on, but the number of apprentice wizards emerging from every corner has skyrocketed in recent years. Not only has the number of criminals increased, but the Star Alliance has also recruited significantly more apprentices. Tagana seemed to recall something and said, the flower sprites at the plantation mentioned that magical plants have been growing better in recent years. Do you think there's a connection? Artir pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I'm not sure. But it's not something we need to worry about. Let's just focus on doing our jobs. By the way, didn't you say earlier that you wanted dragon blood to strengthen your magical pet? With a flick of his wrist, a small vial filled with blood appeared in Artir's palm. This is blood from Lord Hidden Dragon. I got it from Lady Amy not long ago. It's yours. He tossed the vial to Tagana. The dark elf instinctively caught it, her face lighting up with joy. Her magical pet, a storm dragon beast, was at a critical stage in its progression toward a 4-ring legendary creature. She had planned to exchange for a vial of dragon blood to boost its chances of success. Among the many types of dragon blood available for exchange, those derived from Lord Hidden Dragon were the most precious. As Lord Sunan's magical pet, Hidden Dragon's combat prowess surpassed even the Academy's deans. It was said that Vice Dean Farkadu had recently dueled Hidden Dragon and lost without suspense. According to Lady Rose, Hidden Dragon's true strength had reached the level of a first-stage liquefied wizard. In the entire Star Alliance, only Lord Sunan could surpass it. Consequently, Hidden Dragon's blood was unimaginably valuable, its exchange price astronomical. Tagana hadn't expected Artir to procure a vial of it for her. Thank you. Not one for unnecessary formalities, Tagana accepted the vial immediately, mentally noting this favor. Eager to enhance her magical pet, Tagana left after a brief chat. Artir finished organizing his documents and left his room as well, teleporting to the 11th floor. Finding that Lord Xingyun was absent, she asked the water sprite cleaning the area and learned he was in the Star Eye control room. Artir, having participated in the Star Eye project, was deeply familiar with its workings. The monitoring network's core location was also the absolute center of the entire system, enabling it to maximize its coverage across the continent, including the underground world and the Rainbow Sea. Given its critical importance, Lord Xingyun stationed a small magical construct army there, supported by over 10 advanced puppet masters and secret automatons. Together, they formed a near-impenetrable defense. Although the core wasn't housed inside the Wizard Tower, the tower still contained a replica core of the Star Eye. This allowed real-time monitoring of the entire network's status. As Artir approached the control room, a voice from within preempted her knock. Come in. Artir pushed the door open and stepped inside. Spotting a figure standing next to a massive, eye-shaped crystal sphere, she bowed slightly. Lord Xingyun. Liz turned away from the crystal sphere and glanced at Artir, her voice calm. What is it? My lord, these are important documents from the past 2 months that require your review. As the assistant to the Star Alliance's leader, Artir had the authority to handle less critical matters. However, significant issues still required Liz's direct attention. Leave them on the table. I'll review them later. Artir obeyed, placing the documents on the desk. She noticed that Liz had already turned her attention back to the crystal sphere. Without disturbing her further, Artir bowed again and made her way to the door. Just as she reached it, Liz's voice sounded from behind her. Summon Carolina and the Red Widow. Yes, my lord. Without questioning, Artir bowed again and left the control room. It wasn't long before Carolina and the Red Widow arrived at the control room. My lord, what are your orders? The two women bowed respectfully. Over the years, Liz's decisive leadership had won them over, quelling any ambitions they might have had to vie for power. More importantly, they had learned of a secret agreement between Sunan and Liz. Sunan had promised to help Liz reconstruct her body and restore her wizard powers. Knowing this, the two women abandoned all thoughts of rivalry. They understood they could never match a wizard, let alone one who possessed knowledge surpassing even the deans of Starlight Academy. Since then, they had devoted themselves wholeheartedly to executing Liz's commands. Bring me a detailed collection record of all Star Alliance resource points from the past 3 years. Also, organize a new exploration team to search for resource points across the continent. Carolina and the Red Widow exchanged a surprised glance. The first command was understandable, but the second puzzled them. Carolina hesitated before speaking. My lord, 20 years ago, we conducted a massive exploration of the entire continent, investing significant manpower and resources. All resource points were thoroughly catalogued. Isn't 20 years too short a gap to conduct another? Resource points that meet the Star Alliance's standards, especially natural ones, generally take centuries to form, sometimes even millennia, particularly metal veins. A mere 20 years likely hasn't brought much change. Don't worry, Liz said, her tone calm. Just do as I've instructed. Seeing that Liz's mind was made up, Carolina and the Red Widow suppressed their doubts and complied. Once the two left to carry out her orders, Liz's gaze returned to the crystal sphere, a gleam of insight flashing in her eyes. The Star Eye network had 2 primary functions. 1. Sensing energy particle fluctuations. 2. One-way communication with individuals carrying specific mediums, enabling long-distance interactions. Both functions were derived from the Star Core's inherent abilities, enhanced and adapted for practical use. The energy fluctuation sensing ability not only allowed the network to track and lock onto specific energy signatures but also to measure and record the concentration of energy particles across the Starlight continent. From Liz's observations, the energy particle density had been steadily increasing across the continent over the past 30 years. While the growth rate was modest, around 10%, it was a highly significant signal. Her decision to launch a new resource point exploration was to verify this trend. If the continent's energy density had indeed risen, it would likely result in an increase in resource points, as well as higher yields from existing ones. A 10% increase might seem small, but applied across the entire Starlight continent, it represented a monumental change. It could also mean that the continent's planar barriers were repairing themselves at an accelerated rate. If this trend continued, the barriers could fully restore within 200 to 500 years. At that point, the unsealed Starlight continent would face drastic changes, such as invasions from external entities or connections to other planes. To prepare for such a scenario, they needed to act now. I must inform Sunan about this. After a moment of contemplation, Liz turned and left the control room. Chapter 234. Wizard Tower, Cultivation Room. Sunan ended his meditation and slowly opened his eyes. Talent Crystal Model Completion, 81.52%. Less than 20% to go, Sunan thought, nodding in satisfaction. At this rate, the model would be fully completed in 14 to 15 years, allowing him to advance to a level 2 wizard. Thanks to the large elemental pool, it's taken much less time than I originally expected. Exhaling deeply, Sunan summoned a 3D projection of the wizard tower. The Starlight Wizard Tower was complete, but Sunan wasn't content to stop there. Expanding the tower into a medium-sized wizard tower was impossible for now. The Starlight continent simply lacked the resources and infrastructure. A medium-sized wizard tower required an astronomical amount of resources. Even if the continent continued developing its sub-magical energy technology for another 400 to 500 years, it still wouldn't be able to sustain the upgrade. Sunan estimated that only after the planar barriers were fully restored and trade channels with other planes established could this issue be addressed. Without the burden of tower construction, Sunan had been able to focus on cultivation and gathering elemental crystal dust in recent years. Aware that advancing to level 2 would require refining his mental energy, Sunan had prioritized collecting crystal dust, even issuing Star Alliance-wide tasks for wizards to contribute to the effort. As of now, he had amassed over 1,000 standard units of divine energy. Once he broke through, he could absorb it all in one go, significantly enhancing his mental energy refinement. By the time the planar barriers are fully restored, even if I haven't reached level 3, I should be close, Sunan thought with a faint smile. Liz requests an audience. Tower Spirit No one's notification interrupted his thoughts. In a flash, Sunan vanished from the cultivation room and reappeared in his study, where Liz was waiting on the sofa. "What's the matter? Why the urgency?" Sunan asked directly. Liz wasted no time on pleasantries. "I've reviewed data from the star eye and found that the energy particle density of the starlight continent has increased by about 10% over the past 30 years. I suspect the planar barriers have entered a rapid restoration phase." "That's it?" Sunan raised an eyebrow. Liz blinked, caught off guard. She had expected him to be surprised, not this calm. "You seem like you already knew about this." "More or less," Sunan replied carefully. He couldn't exactly tell her that he knew when the planar barriers would fully restore, or the exact year the first foreign wizard would set foot on the starlight continent. The full restoration of the planar barriers will likely occur after Starlight Era 1900. During this period, the energy density will gradually increase, but resource growth will lag behind. It will probably take another 100 to 200 years after the barriers are restored to return to the levels of a millennium ago. Liz gave Sunan a long, thoughtful look but didn't press him for details. "If that's the case, we have about 500 years to prepare," she mused. Sunan smiled. "In fact, haven't we already been preparing? The construction of the Wizard Tower and the expansion of the Star Alliance are all efforts to strengthen our position and brace for the impact of the Starlight Continent's unsealing." Liz's eyes flickered. She couldn't deny the Star Alliance's rapid development over the years. The completion of the Wizard Tower and the advancement of figures like Warden and Rose into full-fledged wizards had propelled the Alliance's strength significantly. Today, the Star Alliance had the makings of a wizard faction. In the multiverse, a qualified wizard faction was generally recognized by 4 criteria. 1. At least one level 2 wizard. 2. A functional wizard academy. 3. A standard wizard tower. 4. Over 20 official wizards. The Star Alliance already met 2 of these requirements, with the remaining 2 being just a matter of time. Before the planar barriers were fully restored, the Alliance was certain to achieve them. Of course, meeting these minimum requirements would make the Star Alliance a low-tier faction, incomparable to medium or large factions like the Throne of Shadows or the Withered Council. Even the Xingyun Society, which was once considered 3rd tier, had a level 3 wizard as its chairman. Still, with a leader as enigmatic as Sunan, the Star Alliance had the potential to grow into a major faction. Recognizing this, Liz had begun considering fully joining the Star Alliance after reconstructing her body. For now, she devoted herself to its development. However, the Alliance's growth hinged on surviving the challenges of the planar unsealing. When the Starlight Continent's seal is lifted, the wizards who left might set their sights on this plane again. If they try to reclaim control, conflict with us will be inevitable. Even after 500 years of development, I doubt the Star Alliance will be able to match those factions. Liz's expression turned grave. Sunan nodded in agreement. True. The Alliance's growth has been too short-lived. In 500 years, it might be able to contend with 3rd-tier factions, but against the established powers, it would fall short. But it's not as bad as you think, he added. Sunan waved his hand, and names appeared in midair, woven from light and shadow. Deep Blue Alliance, Codex of Wisdom, Starbell Tower, Bloodline Grove, Primal Spirits, Throne of Shadows, Withered Council. The rules of the wizarding world are clear: once a plane is unified, ownership is recognized. Other factions cannot interfere. This is an unwritten rule among most wizard factions, rarely broken. The Starlight Continent is already mine. Anyone attempting to challenge that will face opposition from the lawful factions. Sunan's voice was firm, his confidence evident. He understood the behavior of the lawful wizard factions. They wouldn't risk breaking the rules for a plane with relatively modest resources. As he swept his hand over the names of factions like the Deep Blue Alliance and Starbell Tower, they dissolved into nothingness. Then, he pointed to the remaining names. The real threats are the rogue factions, like these. Liz followed his gaze to see names like Bloodline Grove, Primal Spirits, Throne of Shadows, and Withered Council. These were all factions known for their unscrupulous and malevolent methods. In the wizarding world, such groups were collectively referred to as Black Wizard factions. Bloodline Grove and Primal Spirits aren't much of a concern. They have little interest in the Starlight Continent. The real threats are the Throne of Shadows and the Withered Council. The other factions are weaker and unlikely to get involved. In Sunan's memory, the Throne of Shadows was the first to return to the Starlight Continent, plunging it into over a decade of darkness. Around the year Starlight Era 2000, the Withered Council followed, clashing with the Throne of Shadows in a bitter struggle. Fortunately, after that, lawful wizard factions like the Deep Blue Alliance and the Codex of Wisdom stepped in, alleviating the continent's dire situation. However, the Starlight continent's future had already been altered dramatically by the butterfly effect caused by Sunan's presence. When the planar seal was lifted, lawful factions were unlikely to interfere, and weaker factions wouldn't dare. Thus, the Star Alliance's primary adversaries would be the Throne of Shadows and the Withered Council, especially the Throne of Shadows, as they were expected to arrive first. As one of the two factions with hidden influences in the Starlight continent, the Withered Council's return was delayed by over a decade due to the Darkwood Tree being occupied by the Spider Queen. In short, the Throne of Shadows represented the first wave of enemies for the Star Alliance. Even if it's just the Throne of Shadows and the Withered Council, it's already a huge challenge, Liz said, her brow furrowed. The Throne of Shadows was one of the most powerful large-scale wizard factions in the multiverse, easily ranking in the top 10. The Withered Council was weaker but still a formidable second-tier faction. Even facing the Withered Council alone would overwhelm the Star Alliance, let alone the Throne of Shadows. We don't need to fight them head-on, Sunan said, waving off her concerns. As long as we can withstand their initial assault, once the planar seal is fully lifted, we can trade with lawful wizard factions for their protection. Before the planar barriers fully restored, the Throne of Shadows and Withered Council couldn't deploy high-level wizards. From his memories, the Throne of Shadows had only sent level 1 and level 2 wizards during their first return, not even a single level 3 wizard. Given this, Sunan was confident they could hold out until Starlight Era 2000. Seeing his confidence, Liz's worries eased, though her curiosity deepened. How does he know so much? Sunan, a native of the Starlight continent, hadn't experienced events from 1,000 years ago. How did he possess such detailed knowledge about wizard factions? It was as if he knew more than even she, a seasoned wizard. Whenever she dealt with Sunan, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was a novice wizard in comparison. For now, don't worry too much about the Throne of Shadows, Sunan said. Our focus should be on developing the Star Alliance. He shifted the topic. With the energy particle density increasing, the growth rate of sub-grade magic stone veins should accelerate. Sunan looked at Liz, smiling. By the way, isn't the first small sub-grade magic stone vein nearing completion? Liz nodded. It's progressing faster than expected. In another 3 to 5 years, it should be ready for mining. I've already started preparing clay golems for the extraction process. As soon as the vein is ready, we'll begin operations immediately. Good, Sunan said, pleased. Once that's underway, we can begin rolling out sub-magical energy technology. Do you have a plan for where to start? We'll start in the Golden Rock province since the vein is located there, Liz suggested. Sunan nodded in agreement. Golden Rock province was the heart of the Starshine Empire, its most prosperous and populous region. Introducing sub-magical energy technology there would ensure rapid adoption across the empire. Leave the specifics to you, Sunan said. I'll be entering seclusion to focus on my advancement. Liz gave a slight nod, feeling a mix of admiration and complexity. Sunan's progress was astonishing. He was already on the verge of advancing to a level 2 wizard. At this pace, it wasn't impossible for him to reach level 3 before the planar barriers were fully restored. If that happened, the Star Alliance's chances of surviving the future upheaval would increase dramatically. Starlight Era 1412 Dawn of Spring, March. The Star Alliance's first small sub-grade magic stone vein was completed and officially put into operation. Large quantities of sub-grade magic stones were extracted and quickly refined before flooding the market. The previously exorbitant prices of sub-grade magic stones plummeted to normal levels, fueling the widespread adoption of magical energy technology across various industries. In tandem, innovations powered by sub-grade magic stones such as magical lamps, energy-driven carriages, airships, and weapons proliferated across both civilian and military sectors. Under the Star Alliance's deliberate efforts, sub-magical energy technology spread rapidly, transforming the Starlight continent. Starlight Era 1422 Harvest Moon, September. In this month, when commoners celebrated the harvest, Sunan achieved a milestone of his own after nearly a century of effort. As the last wisp of mental energy entered his talent crystal model, filling the final gap, a dazzling light burst forth from its surface. The entire crystal glowed with unparalleled beauty, more radiant than the rarest gemstones in the world. Sunan's second talent crystal was successfully constructed. Chapter 235 A familiar, transcendent feeling surged from the depths of his soul. Sunan opened his eyes, a glimmer of divine light flashing across them. In an instant, an invisible force field radiated outward from his body, expanding rapidly to encompass the entire cultivation room. Creak! The enchanted floors and walls, reinforced to be as tough as tempered steel, groaned under the pressure of the force field, as though they might twist and shatter at any moment. The next second, the sound ceased abruptly. The force field contracted back into Sunan's body and disappeared. A heartfelt smile of joy spread across his face. The second talent crystal, Absolute Exclusion Zone, was successfully constructed. This marked the moment of his ascension to a level 2 wizard. His life essence had evolved once more. Over 150 years, Sunan thought with a sigh. The limitations of the Starlight Continent's environment were immense. Even with numerous auxiliary methods, it had taken him 153 years to advance to level 2. In a more conducive environment, it wouldn't have taken even a century. Still, advancing from level 1 to level 2 in just over 150 years was considered fast, even during the golden age of wizardry a millennium ago. After a while, Sunan recovered from his excitement and began focusing on his sea of consciousness. Deep within his starry consciousness, two radiant, crystalline structures floated opposite each other, so close that they nearly touched. Around the crystals, the once solidified mental energy had reverted to a gaseous state, now far more abundant than at level 1. If the gaseous mental energy of level 1 was a pond, this was a vast lake. Thick, dense fog enveloped the two crystals, making them appear as faint, glowing orbs from the outside. Not bad, Sunan murmured with satisfaction. The surge in mental energy significantly enhanced his control over energy particles, and his spell power would increase accordingly. At level 2, I can begin learning 4 ring spells. The books I brought back from the Tower of Starlight should be perfect for that. Not to mention the 4 ring spells transcribed by Liz. Recalling his resources, Sunan realized he had a comprehensive collection of 4 ring spells. As for 5 ring spells, he had only managed to retrieve a dozen or so from the Tower of Starlight, not much, but better than nothing. Since 5 ring spells required level 3 to learn, he wasn't too concerned. By the time he reached level 3, the Starlight Continent's planar seal would likely be lifted, allowing him to trade with other wizard factions for more. The Soul Crystal Elixir can also be upgraded now. Sunan took out a batch of Soul Crystal Elixirs from his spatial ring and placed them in the alchemical cube for synthesis. Before long, a freshly refined 5th tier elixir was ready. Soul Crystal Elixir, Tier 5/high grade. Effects: greatly accelerates mental energy refinement and enhances energy particle absorption efficiency. Lasts 180 days and 15 hours. No stacking effect. Requirements: minimum of level 2, gaseous phase, with mental energy levels of lower, 24.32%. Intermediate, 17.25%. High, 7.98%. Super, 1.01%. The 5th tier elixir was similar to the 4th tier but significantly more potent and with stricter requirements. Sunan immediately consumed the elixir and began absorbing divine energy from elemental crystals. Over the past century, he had been steadily collecting elemental crystal dust, accumulating a significant number of elemental crystals. Now was the perfect time to absorb them all. After 10 days of focused absorption, Sunan had fully drained all his divine energy reserves, achieving a substantial increase in his mental energy refinement. Sunan Anisir male/level 2 wizard. Gaseous phase refinement, 14.23%. Skills: Stellar Ring Meditation LV19, Max. Potion Crafting LV5, 12045/20000. Biological Modification LV5, 11933/20000. Puppet Refinement LV5, 19221/20000. Magical Item Crafting LV5, 7274/20000. Seeing the jump of over 10 percentage points in refinement, Sunan couldn't suppress a pleased smile. However, his expression gradually turned contemplative. A century's worth of divine energy reserves only increased my refinement by 10%. Reaching the liquid phase of level 2 will take considerable time. Advancing from level 2 to level 3 mirrored the process of advancing from level 1 to level 2, refining mental energy from gaseous to liquid to crystalline, and finally constructing a 3rd talent crystal. The massive increase in mental energy made refinement exponentially more challenging. Even with the triple boost of 5th tier elixirs, a large elemental pool, and divine energy. Sunan estimated it would take 6 to 7 centuries to reach the liquid phase of level 2. Unless stronger external support could be found. Potions and the elemental pool are fixed factors. To speed up mental energy refinement, I'll need to focus on increasing divine energy. Including himself, the Star Alliance currently had 4 wizards. As more wizards inevitably emerged in the coming years, there would be more individuals collecting elemental dust for him, increasing the supply of divine energy. Perhaps he wouldn't need 6 or 7 centuries to reach the liquid phase. With this plan in mind, Sunan left the cultivation room and teleported to the spell training chamber. It was time to test the power of absolute exclusion zone. While constructing the model, he had an estimate of its capabilities, but testing was the only way to confirm its actual effects. For the test, he used 10 tentacle puppets, whose multi-limbed attacks were ideal for evaluating the zone's suppression effects. The test began with all 10 puppets launching simultaneous attacks from a distance. Their countless tentacles glowed with magical energy as a barrage of spells surged toward Sunan like an unstoppable tide. Standing in the center of the hall, Sunan activated the field with a mere thought. The oncoming spells dissipated the instant they entered the field, like fireballs plunging into an ocean. Tower Spirit Number 2, collect data on the field's defensive capabilities, Sunan ordered, while adjusting the field's radius. Once satisfied, he instructed the puppets to enter the field to measure its suppression effects. After extensive testing, Sunan concluded that the absolute exclusion zone had a minimum radius of 10 meters. Within this radius, the force field of absolute exclusion zone compressed energy to an extreme, nearly transforming into a liquid state, which would fundamentally alter its properties and render the field ineffective. On the flip side, the defensive strength within this range was at its peak. Even when 10 level 1 gaseous stage tentacle puppets focused their attacks simultaneously, they couldn't penetrate the field, not even brushing Sunan's robes. With his current mental energy, Sunan could stand motionless while the 10 puppets attacked for an entire day, and they wouldn't manage to harm a single hair on his head. This is the power of a super defensive talent crystal. Truly formidable. Sunan was more than satisfied. Within this radius, the crushing density of the field was also at its maximum. Any creature entering the field would be subjected to immense gravitational-like pressure. The restriction on speed was secondary, the critical effect was the excruciating burden on their flesh and bones. Even the sturdy tentacle puppets visibly slowed the moment they entered the field. Sunan tested a precision-crafted adamantine golem, only to witness it collapse to the ground the moment it stepped into the field. Overwhelmed by the crushing force, the golem emitted groaning, metallic sounds as it began to twist and deform under the pressure. In less than 30 seconds, the once pristine golem was reduced to a flattened heap of scrap metal, completely powerless to resist. However, as the radius of the force field expanded, its defensive strength and crushing density gradually diminished. The maximum tested radius of the field was approximately 100 meters. At this range, the tentacle puppets' attacks could breach the field's defense and reach Sunan, though their power was so diminished that they couldn't penetrate the energy particle shield around his body. The crushing density also dropped to the point where the adamantine golem could move sluggishly within the field. Overall, Sunan was highly satisfied with the test results. The defensive capabilities of Absolute Exclusion Zone were as strong as he had anticipated. Even a fellow level 2 gaseous stage wizard would struggle to breach the field's defense unless their spells were augmented with advanced techniques like metamagic enhancements. As for the crushing force, its offensive power was comparatively weaker. But considering Absolute Exclusion Zone was fundamentally a defensive talent, the crushing force was merely a derived effect. Its current strength was already impressive. Moreover, as Sunan's mental energy grew in the future, the power of Absolute Exclusion Zone would also increase. If he became a true spirit wizard, the field's radius might extend to hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. At that point, a single thought could annihilate every living being within range. The mere thought of such power left Sunan's heart racing with excitement. Defense so strong it becomes offense. The reverse is also true. Ultimate offense can be the best defense. If an attack is strong enough to obliterate the enemy instantly, that's the greatest protection. Sunan began to look forward to his third talent crystal. Based on his original plan, the third talent crystal would be focused on ultimate offense. Breaking through to level 2 crystallization will take considerable time. In the meantime, I can slowly work on the third talent crystal model. After the test, Sunan headed to the workshop to craft magical equipment. As a level 2 wizard, he could now use second-tier magical tools. His next goal was to upgrade Black Thunder and Exclusion Zone to second tier. I have enough materials to craft exclusion zone, but I'm short on thunderstones for black thunder. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the lightning elemental plane. Currently, all other Star Alliance wizards were level 1 gaseous stage. While they could hunt elemental spirits on the outskirts of the elemental planes, venturing deeper to seek thunderstones was far too dangerous for them. The task of acquiring thunderstones would have to fall to Sunan. Beyond magical tools, Sunan also planned to further enhance his engraved gems. After reaching level 1 crystallization, the number of gems he could fuse increased to 33, boosting their power to over 6 times the original. The cost had also soared to approximately 8,700 gold coins per gem. Now, with his enhanced mental energy, Sunan could likely create even more powerful combinations. He retrieved a batch of engraved gems from his spatial ring and began synthesizing. After fusing 54 lower-tier gems, he finally felt he had reached his limit. To test their power, Sunan fired a thunderburst engraved gem at a tentacle puppet. The result was a charred, smoking pile of scrap metal. A single strike capable of annihilating a level 1 gaseous stage target, Sunan murmured in amazement. The power had clearly exceeded expectations. Even a level 1 crystallization wizard would suffer grievous injuries, if not outright death, from such an attack. This represented more than 10 times the original power. What's more, the cost was remarkably low, just over 14,000 gold coins per gem. Compared to the 50,000 gold coins required for an enchanted adamantine golem, the engraved gems were an incredible bargain. Now that I think about it, I should be able to attempt engraving alchemical marks. Alchemical marks were an advanced form of rune engraving, far more powerful than traditional gems. Sunan had long considered pursuing alchemical marks, but 2 obstacles had held him back. First, he lacked the requisite physical and mental strength. Engraving an alchemical mark required converting one's body into an alchemical vessel, a process that demanded extremely high standards. Second, he lacked the necessary knowledge. Perhaps Liz might have some resources on the subject. Sunan decided to consult Liz, who was an invaluable repository of knowledge. Mental energy refinement, learning 4 ring spells, studying the talent crystal model, synthesizing second-tier magical tools, and exploring alchemical marks, there's no shortage of tasks ahead. In the study, Liz was immersed in paperwork when she felt a presence and looked up to see Sunan smiling at her. When did you finish your retreat? Liz scrutinized him briefly, her eyes flashing with surprise. You've advanced to level 2. Sunan nodded with a smile. I broke through 2 weeks ago. Although the Starlight Academy's Star Eye could monitor energy particle fluctuations across Longlan, including the Starlight Wizard Tower, it couldn't detect Sunan's fluctuations. As a result, Liz hadn't immediately realized he had advanced. Congratulations! Liz was momentarily stunned, then smiled, unable to hide her amazement. Advancing from level 1 to level 2 in just over 150 years, especially in the Starlight Continent's harsh environment, was nothing short of miraculous. Despite all the surprises Sunan had given her, she couldn't help but marvel once again. At the same time, she felt genuine joy for his success. The stronger Sunan became, the higher the likelihood he could help her reconstruct her body in the future. By now, her fate was irrevocably tied to his. Chapter 236. After advancing to level 2 wizard, you must feel the constraints of the Starlight Continent's environment even more clearly. After regaining her composure, Liz shifted the topic. Indeed, Sunan sighed lightly. Advancing to level 2 had made Sunan acutely aware of how energy scarcity hindered mental refinement, far more than he had initially expected. Previously, he thought he could at least reach the crystallization stage of level 2 before the planar barriers were fully restored. But now, unless the number of Star Alliance wizards surged, providing more hands to collect elemental crystal dust, such progress seemed unlikely. Beyond this, there was also the issue of environmental adaptability. Even inside the wizard tower, Sunan felt a faint sense of discomfort. It was evident that as his life essence evolved, his soul and body demanded a higher concentration of energy particles. At this rate of progression, by the time he became a true spirit wizard, even if the Starlight Continent's energy particle density returned to normal, it might still prove insufficient. Perhaps this explained why true spirit wizards were so keen on constructing floating cities and demi-planes. They needed environments with denser energy particles. After some further discussion, Sunan brought up another matter. Do you have any knowledge about the techniques for creating an alchemical body? You want to engrave alchemical marks? Liz gave Sunan a surprised look, then quickly nodded in understanding. Now that you're a level 2 wizard, your mental strength likely meets the standards for the alchemical body transformation, and strengthening your physical body shouldn't be difficult for you. You can certainly attempt the transformation. The issue, however, is that most of the materials required for the alchemical body are exceptionally rare. I doubt they can be fully gathered on the Starlight continent at present. That's fine, Sunan said, waving a hand dismissively. Just give me the knowledge. I'll handle the materials myself. If the transformation for an alchemical body could be synthesized with his alchemical cube, then materials wouldn't be an issue. Worst case, he could do what he did with engraved gems and talent crystal models, create a lower-tier prototype with weaker effects, then refine it into a high-grade version equivalent to the original. If synthesis proved impossible, he would study alternatives. Seeing Sunan's confidence, Liz didn't press further. Experience had taught her never to doubt Sunan's words. Problems that seemed insurmountable to her were often resolved effortlessly in Sunan's hands. Raising doubts now would only lead to her being proven wrong later. The knowledge of the alchemical body and alchemical marks is extensive. I'll transcribe it for you and bring it over once it's ready. At this, Liz suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot to mention there's a message from the royal family. They'd like you to visit the palace and meet with His Majesty Cry once your retreat is over. Sunan was taken aback, his brow furrowing. If Cry wanted to meet him, he could have come directly or sent a message. Why involve the royal family's formal channels? He looked at Liz, who immediately understood his question and answered with a solemn expression. 2 months ago, His Majesty fell gravely ill. He's been bedridden ever since. Time was the cruelest and most relentless force. Even a mighty true spirit wizard could not escape the passage of time. Eventually, all life met its end. Cry, a mere bloodline knight, was no exception. As a bloodline knight fused with draconic traits, Cry had inherited some of the dragon race's longevity. Being the ruler of an empire, he had access to countless life-extending treasures, including the rare and precious elixir of dawn. Thanks to these advantages, his lifespan surpassed that of many level 3 wizard apprentices. Yet, after reaching the age of 200, his body inevitably began to decline. In recent years, his health had steadily worsened, and he was plagued by illnesses. 2 months ago, Cry fell seriously ill and never recovered, leaving him confined to his bed. This development threw the Starshine Empire into turmoil. Fortunately, with the Star Alliance maintaining order and Crown Prince Abbott, the designated heir, assuming the responsibilities of regency, no major disruptions occurred. When Sunan arrived at the palace, key members of the royal family, including Prince Abbott and Halen, gathered in the Emperor's bedchamber to await him. While only core members like Prince Abbott were allowed inside the bedchamber, other royal family members waited anxiously in the courtyard. These individuals hoped to seize the opportunity to meet the figure who wielded ultimate authority over the Starlight continent, a man even more revered than the Emperor himself. However, before they could act, Sunan had already appeared silently in the Emperor's bedchamber. Halen, a level 2 wizard apprentice, was the first to sense the change. He turned and, upon recognizing Sunan, instinctively prepared to attack before halting abruptly. "Great uncle!" he greeted respectfully, bowing deeply. The others turned toward the commotion, their faces lighting up with joy when they saw Sunan. They rushed to bow as well. Sunan raised a hand to silence the crowd, stepping forward and blinking once to appear by Cry's bedside. The Emperor lay motionless on a grand, luxurious bed, his face pale and sickly. Compared to their last meeting, Cry looked far older and more frail. In truth, Sunan and Cry had seen less and less of each other over the years. Both were busy rulers with numerous responsibilities. In the last 2 decades, Sunan had been focused on advancing to level 2, and their meetings had become infrequent, sometimes years apart. Seeing Cry now, his hair completely white and his face deeply lined, Sunan felt a wave of nostalgia. The memory of the 2 brothers leading Blackstone City against Baron Owen seemed as vivid as if it had happened yesterday. Time had passed far too quickly. The surrounding people remained silent, not daring to disturb Sunan's thoughts. Looking at Sunan, his youthful appearance unchanged, still resembling a man in his 20s, then at the frail emperor on the bed, everyone couldn't help but feel a strange sense of absurdity. It was hard to believe that these 2 were separated by only 3 years in age. This was the power of a wizard. A sudden bout of coughing broke the heavy silence in the room. Cry opened his eyes, and the moment he saw Sunan standing at his bedside, a spark of light returned to his gaze. "Sunan, when did you arrive?" he asked weakly. "Not long ago," Sunan stepped forward and helped Cry sit up, channeling healing energy particles into his body. The infusion brightened Cry's complexion, and the coughing subsided, but Sunan knew this was only a temporary fix. Cry wasn't injured, he was nearing the end of his lifespan. Even as a level 2 wizard, Sunan couldn't reverse the approach of death for someone whose lifespan had run out. "Leave us," Cry instructed, his gaze sweeping over the others in the room. Though weak, his authority remained absolute, and no one dared to disobey. They bowed and left quietly. Soon, the room was empty save for Sunan and Cry. "I can feel it. My time is nearly up," Cry said with a sigh. Sunan looked at him silently, offering no hollow words of comfort. He knew Cry didn't need them. As if confirming this, Cry broke into a grin. "When Father passed, he tasked us with revitalizing the Anisir family. We've done it, and far beyond his expectations. The entire Starlight continent belongs to our family now." Cry's face filled with pride as he continued, his gaze locking onto Sunan's. "But I know this was all thanks to you. Without you, I would have died back in Blackstone City." Sunan's expression remained calm. "I'm also a part of the Anisir family." Cry shook his head with a wry smile. "The long lifespans of wizards inevitably dilute the concept of family. Unless it's a wizard family like the Russells, the bond between the royal descendants and you will inevitably grow distant after I'm gone. Of course, I'm not complaining. This is unavoidable, even among commoner siblings, let alone wizards. I only have one request. Please look after the royal family in the future and help cultivate more wizard apprentices among them." After unifying the continent, Cry's last wish was to nurture more wizard apprentices within the royal family to ensure the Anisir family's continued strength and prosperity. Sunan understood this well. Seeing the pleading look in his brother's eyes, his expression turned solemn, and he nodded. "I promise you, the Anisir family will remain the imperial family and become a powerful wizard dynasty." Hearing Sunan's assurance, a look of relief spread across Cry's deeply lined face. "With this, I have no more regrets. I've lived for 200 years, longer than many wizard apprentices. I've had countless children and grandchildren, allowing the Anisir family to flourish. I have no complaints." As if unburdened, fatigue once again overcame Cry, and his eyelids began to droop. "I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll take another nap." "All right." Sunan helped Cry lie back down and watched as he slowly closed his eyes. Through his mental senses, Sunan could feel Cry's life force dwindling, like a flame burning its last embers, growing weaker until it finally extinguished. Sunan stood silently by the bed for a while before turning and leaving the chamber. In the courtyard, the gathered nobles and royal family members waited in quiet anticipation. When they saw Sunan step out of the room, a subtle stir swept through the crowd, though it quickly settled. Great Uncle, Halen was the first to approach, his expression hesitant. Sunan glanced at him and shook his head slightly. The crowd's faces turned pale, they needed no further explanation to understand what had happened. By the time they regained their composure, Sunan had already vanished. Unable to contain themselves any longer, they rushed into the bedchamber. Before long, the sounds of grief and wailing filled the air. Starlight Era 1422, the month of autumn dusk, October. Anisir, the founding emperor of the Starshine Empire, passed away, plunging the nation into mourning. The following month of frostfall, November, the first snowfall of the year, marked the beginning of the grandest imperial funeral in the history of the Starlight continent. The solemn and elaborate ceremonies, including the lying in state, funerary rites, procession, and burial, lasted for 2 full months. It wasn't until the start of the new year that the funeral finally concluded. Starlight Era 1423, the month of winter harp, January. Crown Prince Abbot Anisir ascended the throne as the second emperor of the Starshine Empire. That same month, the grandest coronation ceremony in the history of the Starlight continent was held in the capital, Radiant City. The event was attended by tens of thousands of prominent nobles and thousands of wizard apprentices. Even with strict screening, only those deemed worthy were allowed to participate. Otherwise, the number of attendees would have been far greater. The ceremony took place in the Royal Palace Square. Among the seats reserved for wizard apprentices, Shemin gazed at the newly crowned emperor seated on a gem-studded golden throne, wearing his crown and ceremonial robes. A trace of melancholy crossed his face. Noticing his expression, Artiel, seated beside him, asked softly, "What's on your mind? You look quite pensive." "Nothing much," Shemin replied with a shake of his head. I've just been thinking about how fleeting life is. If we can't break through the final barrier, we'll soon face the end of our own lives. Then break through, Corey said without hesitation. As key representatives of Sunan, the three of them had been given prominent seats at the ceremony. Hearing Corey's words, Shemin smiled but remained silent. He was currently constructing his talent crystal model and had reached the stage of filling it with mental energy. Yet even so, he couldn't guarantee success in taking the final step to become a full-fledged wizard. At the final stages of life, Level 3 wizard apprentices often had a premonition of their remaining time. Shemin had already sensed that he had no more than 10 or so years left, certainly no more than 20. If he couldn't complete the final step in time, his fate would be to return to dust. Even with his steadfast resolve, Shemin occasionally felt a twinge of fear. In moments like these, he envied Corey's unwavering determination. As his thoughts wandered, Shemin quickly shook them off and smiled. Once this ceremony is over, I'll begin a closed-door retreat. I won't come out until I break through the final step. Same here, Corey said, his eyes gleaming. It all comes down to this final stretch. Do you have enough contribution points to reserve a cultivation chamber for 10 or 20 years? More than enough. Watching Shemin and Corey converse, Artiel's eyes flickered with a trace of confusion. At least they still had hope of breaking through. She, on the other hand, had no hope at all. Ever since she became their teacher's apprentice, her cultivation progress had always lagged behind Shemin and Corey. Now, while they were filling their talent crystal models with mental energy, she had only just begun constructing hers. Under such circumstances, the prospect of becoming a wizard was incredibly slim. Even Master Xingyun had said that it was almost impossible for her to ascend through conventional means. Artiel was unwilling to give up, but she had no idea which path she should take in the future. Translator notes, Cry is the same as KYI/Ki/Ki, the brother of our protagonist. Chapter 237. In the Starlight Wizard Tower, Workshop. Sunan placed the freshly crafted Black Thunder into his alchemical cube. As the synthesis interface flashed briefly, a brand new second-tier magical weapon emerged. The third one, Sunan murmured. He retrieved Black Thunder and stored it in his spatial ring, glancing at the three jet black spearheads etched with intricate runes inside. A faint smile crossed his face. Together with the 3 exclusion zones, he now possessed 6 second-tier magical weapons. For most level 2 wizards, acquiring even one second-tier magical weapon was a challenge. Owning 6 simultaneously was a rarity, even among the descendants of true spirits. However, crafting the 3 Black Thunders had depleted all his collected thunder stones. Creating more would require another trip to the lightning elemental plane. Sunan decided against it. For now 3 Black Thunders were sufficient. He turned toward a corner desk, where documents were neatly piled. In addition to crafting magical weapons, Sunan had been diligently researching the alchemical body. The techniques provided by Liz were highly detailed, covering not only the transformation process and required materials but also 8 types of alchemical marks, many of which left Sunan intrigued. One such mark, Mental Reservoir, allowed a wizard to pre-store vast amounts of mental energy, serving as an emergency reserve during battles. According to the description, Mental Reservoir could hold the equivalent of a level 2 gaseous wizard's entire mental energy reserves. In combat, a wizard with this mark would effectively have double the mental energy of their opponent, an advantage that could decide the outcome of any battle. Another remarkable mark was Talent Specialization, which significantly enhanced the effects of a wizard's innate abilities. When activated, it temporarily boosted a talent's effects, with the enhancement percentage depending on the user's level. For level 2 wizards, the typical range of enhancement was 30% to 50%. The potential of this mark was immense. For Sunan, whose 2 super talents already gave him an edge, this enhancement would allow him to dominate even level 2 crystallization wizards without relying on magical weapons or engraved gems. With those tools added to the mix, he could confidently face any opponent short of a level 3 wizard. After reviewing Liz's notes, Sunan quickly decided that Mental Reservoir and Talent Specialization were must-haves. However, transforming into an alchemical body proved more challenging than he had anticipated. The process required extensive modification of the body using rare materials to grant it the flexibility and magical conductivity of a spell scroll, enabling the embedding of magical properties. This was a gradual transformation that could take decades, 20 to 30 years at best, and up to 40 or 50 years in some cases. For a level 2 wizard with a lifespan exceeding 3,000 years, potentially extendable to 5,000 years, this timeline wasn't a significant issue. The real challenge lay in obtaining the materials. The transformation required over 100 rare resources, including orichalcum, mithril, stardust steel, and ocean heart silver. The primary material, orichalcum, was a rare metal with exceptional flexibility and magical conductivity, far surpassing mithril in value. In all his years on the Starlight continent, Sunan had never encountered orichalcum, making it an unattainable resource for now. Since the transformation process is unique and the alchemical cube can't synthesize it directly, I'll have to find a substitute for orichalcum, Sunan thought. His alchemical cube gave him an edge in material research, allowing him to experiment with combinations to synthesize materials with the desired properties. Even so, replicating a material as rare as orichalcum wouldn't be easy. Coupled with the other difficult-to-obtain resources requiring substitutes, this endeavor would likely consume a considerable amount of time. One step at a time. There's no rush. Leaving the workshop, Sunan teleported to his study. Learning 4-ring spells had become part of his daily routine. Compared to 3-ring spells, 4-ring spells were vastly more powerful and far more challenging to master. Even with his alchemical cube, Sunan needed 3 to 4 months on average to fully grasp a single 4-ring spell. For ordinary level 2 wizards, the learning curve was undoubtedly steeper. Without their extended lifespans, many would never master more than a few 4-ring spells. Several spells stood out for their practical utility. Dimensional Anchor prevented all teleportation spells. Lesser Spell Negation Barrier blocked the effects of 0 to 3-ring spells. Heavy Mist created dense fog that obstructed vision and slowed movement. Offensive spells like Avar's Black Tentacles, Ice Storm, and Roar also held great promise. Sunan aimed to learn all the 4-ring spells available to him better to be prepared for any situation. Time flew by, and over the next decade, Sunan devoted himself to cultivation and research. Meanwhile, secondary magic technology spread rapidly across the southeastern regions of the continent. As the energy particle density of the continent steadily increased, the time required for secondary magic stone veins to form shortened significantly. In energy-rich areas, the formation speed of secondary magic stone veins was astonishing. By Starlight Era 1436, the Star Alliance was actively mining 1 small and 2 medium-sized secondary magic stone veins. Their combined output was 5 to 6 times higher than in previous years. The increased production fueled the swift expansion of secondary magic technology. This is a summary of the development of secondary magic technology in the southeast over the past decade, Liz said, placing a document on the desk before Sunan. The results have exceeded our expectations. Revenues from the southeastern region have been steadily rising, and last year's income was more than double that of a decade ago. At this rate, if secondary magic technology spreads across the entire Starlight continent, the Star Alliance's annual revenue could surpass 50 million gold coins. Sunan flipped through the document and asked casually, how long until the remaining secondary magic stone veins are fully formed? If the continent's energy particle density continues to increase at the current rate, about 200 years, Liz replied. That long? Large veins take considerably more time to form, Liz explained. To maximize the potential of each energy node, the Star Alliance had only developed 1 small and 2 medium-sized veins initially to pave the way for secondary magic technology. The rest were reserved for large-scale mining. Although the wait is longer, once all the large veins are formed, their output will be sufficient to supply the entire Starlight continent, Liz added. Sunan nodded in agreement. Even in its early stages, secondary magic technology in the southeast required a significant supply of secondary magic stones. The output of 1 small and 2 medium-sized veins was just enough to meet this demand, demonstrating their substantial production capacity. When the remaining 30-plus large veins were fully formed, the supply would more than suffice for the entire continent. After finishing the document, Sunan gained a clear understanding of the developments surrounding secondary magic technology and the magic stone veins. Setting the file aside, he moved on to another matter. How is Starlight Academy doing recently? Quite well, Liz replied. With a wave of her hand, another document appeared on the desk before Sunan. Perhaps due to the increase in energy particle density, more people with wizard potential have been emerging in recent years. Currently, the Academy has over 23,000 students, including 288 level 3 wizard apprentices. Sunan nodded in satisfaction. This was an impressive number. The total number of wizard apprentices on the Starlight continent over the past century likely didn't match this figure. Moreover, it was foreseeable that the number of new students enrolling each year would continue to grow until the continent's energy particle density stabilized. At that point, the number of incoming students would balance out with the number of deceased apprentices, marking the Academy's peak enrollment. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Academy could potentially maintain a student population of around 100,000. This figure aligned with the average number of wizard apprentices produced by a mid-sized human plane. The massive numbers of apprentices in large wizard organizations, often numbering in the millions, were due to their control over multiple human planes, providing a vast recruitment pool. What about the number of wizards? Sunan asked next. There are 7 at present, Liz replied. Sunan raised an eyebrow. He recalled the number being 5 not long ago. Who are the 2 newly promoted ones? Zeman and Corey, Liz answered. Sunan was a bit surprised. When did they advance? 6 months ago, Liz said. They wanted to report their advancement to you, but you were either in the cultivation chamber or busy in the workshop. They couldn't find an opportunity. Sunan chuckled wryly. It seemed he wasn't the most attentive mentor, missing such a significant milestone for his disciples. Well done. It seems they've been working hard. As their teacher, I can't let them down. Have them come to the study later. After a pause, Sunan asked, what about Artiel? Liz shook her head. Her aptitude is lacking. No matter how hard she tries, she can't become a wizard through conventional means. Hearing a hint of implication in Liz's tone, Sunan asked with interest, you're suggesting that unconventional methods might work? Liz didn't reply immediately, instead glancing at a codex on the desk before her. Sunan was momentarily taken aback before furrowing his brows. You're suggesting Artiel undergo the same process as you, extracting her soul and transforming into a wraith-like state before reconstructing her body? Liz's expression remained calm. It's the only way for Artiel to buy more time and gain a slim chance of becoming a wizard. But this method isn't foolproof. In fact, there's a significant chance of failure and death, Sunan said, frowning. I've already discussed it with Artiel. She's willing to take the risk, Liz replied. Sunan fell silent, sighing inwardly. Artiel, who usually seemed indifferent about her progress, turned out to be deeply driven by the desire to become a wizard. So much so that she was willing to gamble her life for the faintest possibility. Perhaps her outward demeanor was a mask to hide her frustration and insecurities about her lack of talent. After a long silence, Sunan finally asked, I'm curious, why are you willing to help Artiel extract her soul and transform into a wraith-like state? Artiel couldn't have known about Liz's experience. The idea must have come from Liz herself. It was hard to imagine someone like Liz volunteering such a suggestion, and now even subtly seeking Sunan's approval. Even if reconstructing Artiel's body wouldn't require resources as exorbitant as Liz's, it would still be a considerable expense. For a typical level 3 apprentice, the cost of body reconstruction was astronomical, beyond what they could afford even after a century of earning contributions. Under normal circumstances, the Star Alliance wouldn't invest so heavily in a single apprentice of limited value. Liz hesitated briefly before answering, I like her temperament. Sunan laughed softly. Of course. Even wizards aren't emotionless machines. After spending so much time together, with Artiel assisting Liz in various affairs and Liz occasionally guiding her cultivation, it was no surprise that a bond had formed between them. In fact, Artiel seemed more like Liz's student than Sunan's. With this thought, Sunan smirked and said teasingly, reconstructing a body isn't cheap. What will you offer to persuade me? What do you want? Let's amend our previous agreement. After you reconstruct your body, you'll officially join the Star Alliance. Liz's expression froze momentarily. She shot Sunan a glare but ultimately nodded. Fine, I agree. Good. It's settled, then. Artiel's matter is in your hands. Take whatever resources you need from the warehouse. If she's lucky and succeeds, I'll help her reconstruct her body once the planar barriers are fully restored. With that, Sunan left the study. As she watched him vanish, Liz shook her head, chuckling softly. After witnessing the Star Alliance's potential during her time there, Liz had long been inclined to join once her body was restored. Even without this matter involving Artiel, she would have proposed the idea eventually. Both she and Sunan understood this, and their earlier conversation was little more than a formal charade. Chapter 238. Teacher. In the study, Zeman and Corey bowed respectfully to Sunan. Even after becoming wizards, the two maintained the reverence and admiration they had for Sunan during their apprenticeship. Not bad. You two haven't let me down. A look of approval appeared on Sunan's face. Among the 7 wizards in the Star Alliance, 5 had been recruited from outside and advanced from third-tier wizard apprentices. Only Zeman and Corey were true products of Starlight Academy. This proved the effectiveness of the Academy's training system. As your teacher, I shouldn't be stingy. These 2 wizard weapons will serve as your rewards. With a wave of his hand, a ring and a black spearhead appeared out of thin air, floating into Zeman's palm. Corey received the same items. These are Restricted Zone and Black Thunder, both first-tier wizard weapons. Instructions for their use are inscribed within. Just imprint your spiritual mark, and you'll understand. Considering the 2 had recently advanced, Sunan provided only 4-time enhanced first-tier wizard weapons. These were similar in power to the ones he had crafted after his own advancement, but they were far superior to the unenhanced versions available on the Star Alliance's exchange list. Thank you, teacher. Zeman and Corey's faces lit up with joy. They knew well how precious wizard weapons were. Even wizards like Scepter and Rose, who had advanced decades before them, only possessed a single wizard weapon each painstakingly earned through contribution points. By comparison, receiving 2 weapons right after their advancement was a stroke of incredible fortune. If you have questions about being a wizard, consult Scepter and Rose. It's time you learn some things. Sunan left the 2 visibly curious apprentices with this cryptic advice and dismissed them after a few words of encouragement. As the planar barrier continues to recover and the concentration of energy particles rises, more people will advance to wizards. Unfortunately, the resources on the Starlight continent take time to recover. Even with the magical cube, I can't supply all the resources needed for the cultivation of so many wizards. Without adequate resources, few of them will likely advance to first-tier liquefaction, let alone crystallization. Sunan could provide potions like soul crystals, but other resources were beyond his capability. For example, elemental crystal cores. If Sunan allowed wizards to exchange them, a significant number might achieve first-tier liquefaction before the planar barrier's full recovery. But Sunan himself didn't have enough cores, let alone extras to share. Without cores, wizards had to hunt elemental spirits in the elemental planes, a task far beyond the abilities of first-tier gaseous wizards. It was a vicious cycle. Only after the planar barrier's removal, when the Star Alliance could trade with other planes, would the resource shortages be resolved. With Zeman and Corey, the speed of elemental dust collection will increase further. If this momentum continues, I might break through to second-tier liquefaction in just 200 to 300 years. Sunan stretched his body before teleporting back to the training room to resume his daily absorption of divine energy. Time flew by like water. Sunan, who had never been overly concerned with the Star Empire's affairs, stopped paying attention entirely after Kay's death, leaving everything to Liz's management. As long as the Imperial family remained the Ion's family and there was no chaos, Sunan didn't care. However, he did fulfill his promise to Kay. Under Sunan's orders, the Star Alliance annually provided the Imperial family with resources dedicated to cultivating wizard apprentices. How these resources were distributed within the royal family was of no concern to him. Over the following decades, the Imperial family produced many wizard apprentices. With more resources than others, royal apprentices grew rapidly. The Ion's family began to show signs of evolving into a wizard family. By Starlight year 1447, after more than a decade of experiments, Sunan finally synthesized a substitute for orichalcum. This new material, named Soul Gold, matched orichalcum in malleability and magical conductivity but came with a slightly higher cost. In the next 7 years, Sunan developed substitutes for the remaining materials, finally assembling everything needed to transform into an alchemical body. On the same day, he began the transformation process. The procedure was exceptionally slow, taking nearly 40 years to complete. By Starlight year 1509, summer month, June, Sunan finally succeeded. In the laboratory, Sunan carefully sensed the changes in his body. My physique hasn't noticeably strengthened, and my spiritual energy hasn't increased. However, my affinity for energy particles has improved, roughly equivalent to a 5% increase in spiritual refinement. This aligns with the data. It seems my elemental resistance has also improved. Sunan proceeded to test his elemental resistance, and the results didn't disappoint. The improvement was modest, only 5% to 10%, but it was satisfactory. After all, the primary purpose of the alchemical body was to enable the engraving of alchemical imprints. Improved energy affinity and elemental resistance were mere bonuses. Next, it's time to engrave alchemical imprints. Engraving alchemical imprints required careful consideration. An alchemical body couldn't bear unlimited engravings. Each alchemical body had a carrying capacity, beyond which additional engravings would fail. Just as a scroll could only hold a finite number of spells, a wizard's alchemical body had its limits. The number of engravings depended on the wizard's spiritual energy and physique, as well as the type of engravings chosen. Certain engravings, like talent enhancement, imposed higher burdens. With his alchemical body, Sunan had already decided to engrave spirit reservoir and talent enhancement first. If he had enough capacity afterward, he would consider additional engravings. In this matter, quality mattered far more than quantity. Maximizing combat efficiency and synergy with his fighting style was the priority. Fortunately, the materials for engraving overlapped significantly with those for creating the alchemical body, saving Sunan much effort. He immediately began preparing for the engraving process, starting with spirit reservoir. Quality over quantity, the most important thing is to suit your own combat system and maximize combat effectiveness. The materials for engraving alchemical imprints overlapped heavily with those for transforming into an alchemical body. This saved Sunan the trouble of developing additional materials. He immediately began preparations for engraving, starting with spirit reservoir. In the laboratory, an intricate and mysterious magic array was drawn on the clean floor. Sunan sat cross-legged at the edge of the array, placing one hand on a corner and slowly injecting spiritual energy. A low hum resonated as the array began emitting a faint, misty glow, and strange fluctuations spread outward. With a gesture, Sunan summoned a mage hand, lifting the nearby materials one by one and dropping them into the array. As soon as the materials touched the glowing array, they melted swiftly, like butter exposed to heat. Once all the materials were added, a layer of silver-white liquid pooled within the array. It resembled mercury, yet faintly glowed with light. Under Sunan's control, the liquid levitated, forming thin silver needles that began engraving complex runes onto his skin. The runes, though small, were intricate and incredibly dense. Each nail-sized rune contained at least 1,000 interwoven lines. A single misstep would result in failure. At best, the rune would become a decorative pattern, at worst, an explosion could occur. One of the alchemical body's functions was to ensure that any engraving failures caused minimal physical harm. With his level 5 magical item crafting skill, Sunan smoothly completed the engraving process. When the final stroke was made, Sunan's upper body was nearly covered in silver-white lines. The gleaming, serpentine patterns spread across his chest and back like coiling snakes. The mysterious runes emitted a faint glow, appearing both eerie and aesthetically beautiful, like an ultimate work of art. In moments of crisis, a single thought could activate these lines, granting the user immense power. Sunan inspected the alchemical imprints with satisfaction. With a mere thought, the silver patterns faded into his skin and reappeared as he willed, a practical feature unlike magical tattoos, which were always visible and easily exploited by enemies. Calming his excitement, Sunan began testing the spirit reservoir, channeling spiritual energy into it. However, even after the engraving was fully charged, it had only consumed about 20% of his spiritual energy. So little. Sunan frowned but quickly understood the reason. The data referenced a second-tier gaseous wizard with 2 basic-grade talent crystals. However, Sunan possessed 2 super-tier talent crystals, vastly exceeding the baseline capacity. In light of this, consuming only 20% of his spiritual energy was not surprising. Understanding this, Sunan felt somewhat disappointed. If it could only hold 20% of his spiritual energy, the spirit reservoir would be far less useful to him unless he enhanced it. Should I try synthesizing the alchemical imprint? Sunan examined the silver lines on his body, his expression contemplative. Unlike physical objects, alchemical imprints used the body as a medium. They could not be simply thrown into the magical cube for synthesis. He couldn't very well put himself into the cube, nor would that produce the required quantity. However, this wasn't the first time Sunan had encountered such a situation. Previously, he had faced a similar challenge with talent crystal models. These intangible entities were successfully synthesized by integrating them with crystallized divine energy, providing a physical medium. The same approach could work for alchemical imprints. Without delay, Sunan extracted divine energy from an elemental crystal core, condensing it into a crystal. He then separated the spirit reservoir imprint from his body and fused it into the divine energy crystal. As the fusion completed, the crystal emitted a dazzling silver glow, its entire surface turning radiant. Sunan's lips curved into a smile. If the fusion succeeded, synthesis was almost guaranteed to work. Having verified the method, Sunan prioritized synthesizing talent enhancement instead. Compared to the spirit reservoir, talent enhancement offered a more immediate boost to his combat power. After engraving talent enhancement, Sunan conducted field tests. The results were satisfactory. Upon activation, the effects of both liquid metal and absolute zone were enhanced by over 20%. Though slightly below the documented average, the results were reasonable given the advanced grade of his talent crystals. Encouraged, Sunan produced more divine energy crystals containing talent enhancement, continuously synthesizing and testing. After each synthesis, the new engraving was integrated back into his body for further testing, ensuring it did not exceed his tolerance before being extracted for the next synthesis. Sunan was pleased to find that as talent enhancement grew stronger, the resulting effects began to push the limits of his control. A weapon too sharp could cut its wielder. After synthesizing the fifth talent enhancement, Sunan halted the process. Further enhancements could turn this asset into a liability. Fortunately, the strengthened talent enhancement now boosted his talent abilities by nearly 60% while consuming only half his body's load capacity. Sunan was more than satisfied. With talent enhancement resolved, Sunan turned his focus back to the spirit reservoir, synthesizing 6 iterations before reaching the limit of his remaining capacity. The upgraded spirit reservoir could now store his entire pool of spiritual energy, effectively doubling his reserves. These 2 alchemical imprints brought Sunan's alchemical body to its limit, preventing additional engravings. But Sunan was content. With these 2 imprints, he felt confident in taking on a third-tier gaseous wizard. Enchanted gems, wizard weapons, and alchemical imprints, these were Sunan's core assets. Few in number, but each was a potent force in its own right. Support me in Patreon for more chapters, 35 plus chapters in there. Chapter 239. My lord, here are the exploration results for the secondary magic stone veins from the past 6 months. In the study, Artir used Mage Hand to place the document on the desk. Liz acknowledged with a slight nod, finishing the documents she was working on before picking up the exploration report for a thorough read. Artir stood quietly by her side. The light from the magic stone lamp on the wall cast a warm glow, reflecting off her translucent form, giving her an ethereal, otherworldly appearance. Artir considered herself fortunate. Although she had failed to ascend to become a wizard, she had survived the high-risk transformation into a spectral entity, allowing her to continue her existence in this world. Moreover, her teacher had promised to help her rebuild her body in the future. When that time came, she would have another chance to strive for wizardry. Artir understood clearly that under normal circumstances, the Star Alliance would never expend such a significant amount of resources on a wizard apprentice. Her special treatment was entirely thanks to her teacher and Lord Liz. Grateful for their support, she devoted herself fully to her duties, determined to repay their kindness. Before long, Liz finished reading the document and nodded slightly. Not bad. The cultivation progress is smooth. It seems the vein should be ready for mining in a little over a decade. Liz looked up at Artir and instructed, start making preparations now. Mining equipment and clay golems must be prepared in advance. The moment the vein stabilizes, they must be deployed for immediate extraction. The initial rollout of secondary mana technology had exceeded expectations. Whether in civilian or military applications, the reception of mana-powered machines was overwhelmingly positive, with exceptional feedback. The entire Starshine continent now resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. As long as enough secondary magic stones were supplied, an explosion of development would occur, propelling secondary mana technology into rapid growth. In less than a century, mana technology was destined to sweep across the continent, revolutionizing productivity entirely. This would further elevate the continent's development and create new opportunities for the Star Alliance's growth. Artir meticulously recorded Liz's instructions, preparing to act on them as soon as she left the study. Simultaneously mining over 30 large veins would require an enormous quantity of mining equipment and clay golems, necessitating early preparations. This critical aspect of mana technology's advancement allowed no room for error. And one more thing, Liz continued, changing the subject. The Star Alliance plans to form a new puppet legion, requiring a large amount of materials. A new puppet legion? Artir was puzzled. Currently, the Star Alliance had 2 puppet legions. One was the conventional golem army, comprising 3 large-scale and 4 medium-scale units. This force continued to expand annually, with plans to establish a fourth large-scale unit within the next decade. The other was the Starshine Wizard Tower's internal Golem Legion. Although its size was equivalent to a small-scale army, its combat capabilities exceeded those of a large-scale legion. This legion rarely left the Wizard Tower unless absolutely necessary. Given that the Star Alliance faced little threat of large-scale warfare, 2 puppet legions were more than sufficient. Artir didn't understand the necessity of forming a new one. When she reviewed the composition list for the new legion, she was stunned. 300 tentacle puppets and 50 secret dolls. The scale was staggering. Artir knew that both tentacle puppets and secret dolls possessed combat capabilities comparable to first-tier gaseous wizards. What could warrant creating so many wizard-level puppets at once? More critically, the cost of forming such a legion would be astronomical. Liz noticed Artir's bewilderment but offered no explanation. When Sunan proposed the new puppet legion, Liz immediately understood his intention. It was preparation to confront the Dark Throne. Only an opponent as formidable as the Dark Throne would justify such an investment in wizard-level puppets. My lord, gathering this many materials in a short time might be impossible, Artir said with a frown. For instance, crafting 50 secret dolls required over 20 million gold coins in materials. Although tentacle puppets were relatively less expensive, the cost of 300 units still exceeded 100 million gold coins. Even with the Star Alliance's current income, allocating a quarter of annual revenue would still require more than 20 years to gather sufficient funds. The real problem was the scarcity of certain materials, like mithril, which would take 40-50 years to accumulate enough for 50 secret dolls. Liz, fully aware of this, waved a hand dismissively. It's fine. This is a long-term project. As long as it's completed within 3 centuries, it's acceptable. Artir exhaled in relief. With that extended timeline, the task seemed much more manageable. Is there anything else? Liz asked. Artir quickly composed herself and replied, a high-tier subspecies of dragon, a magic rage dragon, has shown signs of evolution recently in Zone 2 of the Dragon Forest. How should we handle it? Liz raised an eyebrow, her expression hinting at surprise. The Star Alliance's plan to enhance the bloodline purity of draconic subspecies was something she had previously doubted. To her, the dragons were a notoriously powerful race across the multiverse. Attempting large-scale dragon domestication, a task even third-tier wizards hesitated to pursue, seemed overly ambitious for someone like Sunan, a mere second-tier wizard. Furthermore, elevating the bloodline purity of an entire draconic subspecies posed enormous challenges. While enhancing a single draconic subspecies to evolve into a true dragon might be achievable with effort, attempting the same for an entire population was exponentially more difficult. If it were so easy, those large wizard factions would have already cultivated legions of dragons. The dragon population in the original Dragon Forest was captured from the outside and bred locally rather than cultivated from scratch. However, Liz's skepticism was soon overturned. She discovered, to her astonishment, that the bloodline concentration of the sub-dragon species in Zone 2 was increasing at an unprecedented speed. Upon further investigation, she learned that the Star Alliance was using dragon blood to enhance the bloodline concentration of the sub-dragon species. This was beyond extravagant. What puzzled her even more was how Sunan managed to procure so much dragon blood. On the Starshine continent, not a single dragon remained, and the limited dragon blood was relics left by wizards from 1,000 years ago. Despite her confusion, this revelation altered Liz's perspective on the bloodline enhancement project. Perhaps it truly had a chance of success. Artir's report only reinforced this possibility. In less than 400 years, an individual from the sub-dragon species was already on the verge of evolving. Given another 200-300 years, it might indeed be possible to cultivate a group of true dragons. After some thought, Liz said, isolate the magic rage dragon from its group for now and move it to a secluded area. Allocate 100 standard units of dragon blood from the warehouse to accelerate its evolution. She paused before adding, the enhancement experiment should be supervised by a wizard and issued as a task. Understood. Artir quickly took notes. However, a thought struck her, and she hesitantly asked, my lord, what if the magic rage dragon evolves into a true dragon? Won't it become difficult to control? Liz frowned in contemplation. Unlike sub-dragon species, true dragons were inherently proud. Their arrogance was deeply ingrained in their very being, making them notoriously resistant to domestication. Once the magic rage dragon evolved into a true dragon, it would likely resist the taming efforts of the Dragon Forest and even rebel. Though the Star Alliance had enough power to suppress such rebellion, doing so would only treat the symptom, not the root cause. The goal of the project was to cultivate a group of dragons loyal to their commands, not rebellious entities. While Liz possessed several methods to control magical beasts, she doubted their efficacy on true dragons. She couldn't help but wonder how the original creator of the Dragon Forest solved this problem. "We'll table this issue for now," Liz finally said. "Once Sunan finishes his seclusion, I'll discuss it with him." "Teacher is preparing for another breakthrough?" Artir asked, surprised. From her experience, Sunan only entered seclusion when he was nearing a breakthrough or conducting long-term experiments. Indeed. Liz's expression turned complicated. Even after witnessing it many times, Sunan's terrifying pace of power growth still baffled her. It had been just over 200 years since he became a second-tier wizard, yet he was already on the verge of another breakthrough. To put it in perspective, it had taken her 1,500 years to advance from second-tier gaseous to second-tier liquid, an already impressive feat. Yet Sunan appeared likely to achieve the same in less than 300 years. In the challenging environment of the Starshine continent, such progress could only be described as miraculous. After leaving the study, Artir met up with the automaton carrying her grimoire and teleported to the storage area. Like Liz, her soul was bound to a grimoire, which served as her physical vessel. It was a custom-made artifact from her teacher, containing spells from 0 circle to 2nd circle for her convenience. Upon arriving, Artir began inventorying high-grade materials for puppet crafting, intending to draft a plan to submit to Liz later. As a spectral being unable to cultivate, she had ample time to dedicate to such tasks. Once her work was complete, Artir exited the storage area, only to run into Tajana. "Tajana, what a coincidence," Artir greeted with a smile. "It's no coincidence. I came specifically to find you." The drow girl smiled faintly, her silver eyes gleaming like precious gems. Tajana had already ascended to become a wizard, making her the only non-human wizard in the Star Alliance. As a result, her reputation within the Star Alliance was even greater than many other wizards. "I came across a frostshade stone recently and remembered you mentioning its importance, so I thought I'd bring it to you," Tajana said, handing over a small, pale grey stone about the size of an egg. "A frostshade stone?" Artir exclaimed, startled. She had read about this rare negative energy material from books. Originating from the Frostshade River in the Shadow Realm, it was an invaluable resource. More importantly, it was a critical material for reconstructing her physical body. "Where did you find this, Tajana?" Artir asked, her eyes lighting up. Noticing Artir's excitement, Tajana didn't keep her in suspense and explained, "I found it in a cave near Bank City in the underground world. I later confirmed its identity with Professor Rose." Artir recalled that Bank City was located at the southeastern edge of the continent, not far from Spider City. "Thank you for the information, Tajana. You've been a great help." Artir smiled and hugged Tajana lightly. "I'm glad I could help," Tajana replied, returning the hug. Following the sacrificial event years ago, the Dark Elf clan was left in ruins, and Tajana had severed ties with them. Though she joined the Starshine Academy afterward, her status as a non-human made it difficult for her to integrate fully into her peers' circles. In the entire Star Alliance, Artir was the only person she considered a true friend. Thus, Tajana cherished their friendship deeply. After parting ways, Artir hurried back to the study to report the matter to Liz. "A frostshade stone." Hearing Artir's report, Liz immediately grew serious. Reconstructing a body was a matter of utmost importance, and she treated it as such. After some thought, she made her decision. Dispatch a team to search the area around Bank City, focusing on the cave where the frostshade stone was found. Report any findings immediately. Once Artir had left to carry out the order, Liz gazed at the frostshade stone on her desk, deep in thought. Was this stone left behind by a wizard's legacy, or did it come from the Shadow Realm? If it was the former, Tajana's discovery was likely a coincidence. But if it was the latter, the implications were far more significant. Even though the Starshine continent was still sealed off, and the Shadow Realm lacked the unique characteristics of elemental planes, it should have been impossible for it to connect to the continent. However, if the Frostshade Stone had indeed come from the Shadow Realm, it meant someone or something had brought it over. This could only mean that another entity had already infiltrated the Starshine continent. Such a scenario demanded immediate attention. If the Shadow Realm has truly connected to the continent, this might be an opportunity to gather materials ahead of schedule. Liz's eyes gleamed with determination. More than a third of He materials required for reconstructing a body were negative energy resources. And it was well known that the Shadow Realm was the richest source of such materials. Whether her suspicions were correct would depend on the results of the investigation. Chapter 240. Falling Star City, Bui Tavern. As the top tavern in Falling Star City, Bui Tavern was already bustling with patrons even before dusk. Passing through the tightly shut doors, one could hear the raucous laughter and boisterous shouting from within. Joseph had just served a dish to a table of guests and was turning to clean another messy table when the jingle of the entrance bell signaled the arrival of a new customer. "Welcome!" Joseph instinctively called out. When he turned to look, he froze momentarily. The newcomer was draped in a large grey robe that obscured their entire figure. Their face was concealed by a mask that covered most of it, leaving only their chin visible, a chin that appeared pallid under the warm light. A wizard, perhaps? Joseph's first thought came to mind, but he quickly dismissed it. While Falling Star City frequently saw the comings and goings of wizards, there were even reports of over a dozen wizards permanently stationed at the Lord's Manor. Those lofty figures would never frequent a lively place like this. Probably some wizard fanatic imitating their attire, Joseph concluded. Working in the tavern had exposed him to all sorts of people, so he wasn't overly surprised. He promptly stepped forward to greet the newcomer. "Please, have a seat inside. Our house's specialty malt beer is the pride of Falling Star City, brewed with the finest barley. It boasts a smooth taste and exquisite flavor. Would you like to try a glass?" Guided by Joseph, the robed figure sat at a recently vacated table in a corner of the tavern. Flicking their finger, they tossed a silver coin that spun in the air before landing neatly in Joseph's hand. "A glass of malt beer and a plate of lamb chops." "Right away. Please wait a moment." Joseph deftly caught the silver coin, beaming with gratitude as he scurried off. Before long, a golden glass of malt beer and a plate of fragrant lamb chops were brought to the table. "Enjoy your meal." Joseph was about to leave when the robed figure stopped him. "Wait. I have some questions for you. Our latest chapters at Frihognovlo only." Joseph turned back just in time to catch a glint of gold falling into his hand. He reflexively closed his fingers around it and gaped. A gold coin. Swallowing hard, Joseph clenched the coin tightly and broke into an even wider smile. "Ask away, dear guest. If I know the answer, I'll tell you everything. I heard there are quite a few wizard apprentices in Falling Star City. Is that true?" "Yes," Joseph replied, scratching his head. "There are over a dozen stationed permanently at the Lord's Manor. Plus, traveling wizards often pass through. If you're lucky, you might even spot one riding a black rock panther down the street." "A black rock panther? It's a puppet, made by the wizards. Even the army uses plenty of black rock panthers." The robed figure nodded and changed the subject. "Is it true that the Star Alliance has wizards?" Joseph hesitated, scratching his head awkwardly. "Well, that's what people say. But honestly, we common folk can't tell the difference between a wizard and a wizard apprentice. To us, they're all important figures, so we just call them wizards. I'm afraid I can't give you a proper answer." The robed figure nodded again without comment. At that moment, the tavern door swung open with a bang, and a group of burly men barged in, loudly announcing their presence. "Boss. The usual. Bring out the food and drinks." Their booming voices momentarily drowned out the din of the tavern. Some patrons near the door turned to look, only to quickly avert their gazes after recognizing the newcomers. The rest of the customers exchanged glances, a mix of apprehension and reverence in their eyes. Even the tavern owner hurried out from the kitchen, wearing a welcoming smile. "Ah, welcome, Master McCarthy. I heard your caravan arrived in the city earlier today and have been eagerly awaiting your visit. Please, this way." The robed figure observed the scene and turned to Joseph. "Who are they?" "They're guards for the Firefox Merchant Guild," Joseph explained, his tone tinged with both envy and longing. "Is the Firefox Guild well known?" Joseph's expression turned incredulous. He looked at the robed figure as if they'd just asked whether the sky was blue. Unable to fathom their ignorance, Joseph patiently explained, "The Firefox Merchant Guild is the largest guild in the Empire. Their shops and caravans span the entire nation. They're also the biggest among the Imperial Court's designated royal merchants. Legend has it that when the guild was just a fledgling business, they established connections with Emperor Yi, the Empire's founding ruler. That friendship allowed them to rise to prominence, becoming the Empire's leading merchant guild. More than half of the magic-powered machines in Falling Star City were sold by the Firefox Guild. Magic-powered machines. For the first time, the robed figures in different tone betrayed a hint of curiosity. What are those? Joseph's expression grew even more puzzled. Not knowing about the Firefox Guild was one thing. But to be unaware of magic-powered machines? Even remote villages had started using magic-powered machines. Was this person living under a rock? Suppressing his thoughts, Joseph explained, magic-powered machines are devices that run on lesser magic stones to produce powerful energy. Things like magic carriages, airships, and cannons are made using these machines. The nobles call it sub-magic technology. Sounds fancy, doesn't it? I see, the robed figure murmured thoughtfully. Bang! A mug slammed onto a table nearby, spilling golden liquid onto Joseph's sleeve and leaving damp spots on the robed figure's chest. Hey, kid! My buddies and I want this table. Beat it! The speaker was a burly man with a rugged face, his triangular eyes glaring at the robed figure. Behind him, 4 or 5 others wore mocking grins, their eyes brimming with hostility as they sized up the solitary patron. Joseph, seasoned in such matters, immediately understood the situation. A quick scan confirmed his suspicion, the tavern was packed, and this table occupied by just one person stood out conspicuously. Cursing himself for his oversight, Joseph recalled placing the robed figure at a table instead of the counter due to their mysterious aura. Before Joseph could mediate, the robed figure spoke in a low, commanding voice. Leave. The single word carried such weight that the burly men turned without protest and exited the tavern in a daze. Joseph was dumbfounded, watching the scene unfold. By the time the men vanished, he swallowed hard and glanced at the robed figure with newfound awe. This guest wasn't just anyone, they were a powerful wizard. The past years had seen countless rogue wizard apprentices fall at the hands of the Star Alliance's enforcement squads. The primary requirement for joining the enforcement squad was to be a third-tier wizard apprentice. At this moment, the 2 members of the squad confronting the robed figure were both third-tier wizard apprentices. They had previously taken down numerous rogue wizard apprentices together without a single failure. Thus, they were as confident as ever about this mission. But in the next moment, they were left stunned. The 2 spells they cast hit the robed figure, but instead of dealing damage, the attacks disappeared as if sinking into the ocean without causing even a ripple. What's going on? Both of them wore expressions of utter shock. Before they could react, the robed figure raised both hands. 2 lightning bolts burst forth, slicing through the night like arrows, striking the 2 enforcers with precision. In an instant, faint popping sounds echoed as their defensive force fields and energy particle barriers were instantly shattered. The electricity coursed through their bodies like serpents, immobilizing them. Thud. Both men collapsed to the ground, their bodies paralyzed. It took a long while before they managed to recover. When they looked up again, the robed figure had vanished. What kind of spell was that? That wasn't a spell, it was pure energy particle manipulation. How is that possible? Using only energy particle manipulation to incapacitate 2 third-tier wizard apprentices in an instant was something only a wizard could accomplish. Could it be that the robed figure was actually a wizard? Realizing the severity of the situation, one of them immediately pulled out a book. Upon opening it, countless thin rays of light emerged from the pages, intertwining to form the holographic image of a middle-aged man. What happened? The man asked in a grave tone. We failed to capture the target, one of the enforcers admitted, quickly recounting the events. Hearing this, the middle-aged man also sensed that something was amiss. He promptly ordered, return immediately. This target is beyond our squad's capability. I'll request reinforcements from above. With that, the hologram dissipated. The 2 enforcers exchanged wry smiles. We didn't expect such a troublesome target. Who is this person, and where did they come from? Doesn't matter where they're from. Since their life signature has been recorded by the Eye of the Stars, they won't escape, even if they run to the ends of the earth. Meanwhile, after incapacitating the 2 enforcers, the robed figure wasted no time leaving Falling Star City. They avoided the main roads and headed into a secluded forest. Star Alliance. I didn't expect this plane to already be under the control of a wizarding faction. And judging by the scale, it seems quite substantial. Even in a random city, there are 2 third-tier wizard apprentices. Looks like I'll have to find a place to lay low for a while. Just as this thought crossed their mind, the robed figure abruptly halted. In the shadowy, crisscrossed forest ahead, Two tall and slender figures slowly emerged. Under the moonlight, their identical, exquisitely beautiful faces and nearly indistinguishable, curvaceous figures became clearly visible. "Who are you?" the robed figure demanded in a stern voice. Unlike the previous two opponents, these two women gave off an extremely dangerous vibe, immediately putting the robed figure on high alert. "Star Alliance Witch Hunting Corps," said the woman on the left. "Surrender," the woman on the right followed up. The robed figure's eye twitched. What was going on? How had the Star Alliance so quickly pinpointed their location and dispatched people here? Their operational efficiency was simply terrifying. Chapter 241. The robed man was filled with confusion. Earlier in the tavern, he had only used a single spell, yet the Star Alliance had detected and tracked him down. Could it be that the Star Alliance had some means of sensing energy particle fluctuations across a large area in Falling Star City? His thoughts raced as he considered how to escape his current predicament. However, the two young women in front of him gave him no chance to ponder. Seeing his silence, they attacked without hesitation. A sea of dazzling silver rays erupted, surging toward him like a tidal wave. The piercing sound of the air being sliced apart shattered the stillness of the forest night. The robed man flickered out of sight, reappearing 100 meters away. Yet the silver rays turned midair, relentlessly pursuing him. With a swift motion, he drew a complex rune in the air and pushed it forward. The rune shot forth and collided with the incoming silver rays, detonating in a violent explosion. The resulting shockwave and flames tore the silver rays apart. Before he could catch his breath, two long swords closed in from either side. The two women had already reached him. Blink spell. The robed man was taken aback. These two women had just used the same third circle spell he had. Were they also wizards? This suspicion was soon confirmed during the ensuing battle. As he watched them cast one third circle spell after another, the robed man's heart was filled with disbelief. The only oddity was their innate ability, the silver rays, which seemed somewhat weaker than expected. But regardless, these two women undoubtedly possessed wizard-level power. Realizing this, the robed man dared not hold back and unleashed his innate ability. Black threads began emanating from his body, spreading rapidly in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding forest, within a radius of 400 or 500 meters, seemed to be dyed black by an inky darkness, like ink spilled into clear water. In mere moments, everything around him was plunged into an impenetrable darkness, deeper than the night itself. The two women were instantly engulfed by the darkness. Even their dark vision couldn't penetrate this strange blackness, forcing them to extend their mental energy to locate the robed man. But the darkness seemed to impede even mental energy, allowing it to extend only 5 or 6 meters before being blocked. Without hesitation, the women shot into the air, attempting to escape the area of darkness. However, the darkness suddenly writhed. It was as if countless beasts hidden within the shadows had silently pounced upon them from all directions. In mere moments, the two women were struck by hundreds of attacks. Their protective force fields from their rings of warding were shattered almost instantly. Fortunately, they quickly enveloped themselves in magical runic armor, shielding themselves from further harm. Taking advantage of their entrapment, the robed man began retreating silently. He had no intention of completely offending the Star Alliance, recognizing it as a powerful wizard faction. Thus, he refrained from fatal blows, only stalling the two women to buy time for his escape. But as he flew 200 meters away using a levitation spell, he abruptly halted, his expression beneath the mask tinged with confusion. Emerging from the forest shadows were more identical young women, encircling him from all directions. Shockingly, each of them was identical to the two he had fought earlier, same faces, height and figures, down to every minute detail. Even the sense of danger they exuded was exactly the same. The robed man froze, unmoving. At this point, even a fool could deduce the truth. These women, including the two he had fought earlier, weren't human. They were constructs. Wizard-level constructs. Realizing this, the robed man gave up any thoughts of resistance. A wizard faction capable of creating so many wizard-level constructs was beyond anything a traveling wizard like him could contend with. Coupled with their ability to sense energy particle fluctuations, he knew escape was impossible as long as he remained in this plane. If so, surrender seemed the only viable option. "I surrender," he sighed, raising his voice in resignation, his mind filled with helplessness and confusion. When had such a powerful wizard faction emerged in the multiverse? And why had he never heard of them before? At the Starshine Wizard Tower, in the top-tier control center, Sunan sat cross-legged beside an elemental pool, eyes closed, holding an elemental core as he absorbed divine energy with focused precision. Years of cultivation had brought his mental refinement to the brink of a breakthrough. As over 10 standard units of divine energy were gradually assimilated, the barrier was finally overcome. Deep within his mental sea, the gaseous mental energy swirling around his innate crystals suddenly froze. Then, like condensation, it transformed into countless tiny droplets, falling like rain. In no time, the gaseous mist vanished entirely, replaced by a stream of crystal-clear liquid encircling the innate crystals. The liquid shimmered like a silver river, its gentle flow accompanied by an almost melodic sound. "It's done." Sunan opened his eyes, joy flashing in them. After over 2 centuries, he had finally reached the liquidification stage of the second tier. Advancing to the second tier is much harder than the first. He took a deep breath, calming his excitement, and began sensing the changes in his body. The higher a wizard's level, the harder the progress. But every breakthrough brought substantial increases in power. A liquidification stage second tier wizard could easily crush a gasification stage second tier wizard, even one with 2 advanced innate crystals. Advanced innate crystals only made a wizard exceptional among their peers or unrivaled within their tier, they didn't enable tier-crossing battles. Of course, Sunan's synthesized super innate crystals were an exception. Now, even without using engraved gems, magical tools, or alchemical marks, he could rival a crystallization stage second-tier wizard and likely win. With all his trump cards, he wouldn't fear even a gasification stage third-tier wizard. Breaking through to crystallization stage second-tier won't be easy, though. Initially, Sunan had hoped to reach the third tier before the planar seal lifted. But he soon realized he had underestimated the difficulty of advancing from the second to the third tier. Even reaching the liquidification stage of the second tier had taken over 2 centuries. Advancing to the crystallization stage would take even longer. With only 300 years left before the invasion of the Throne of Darkness, reaching the third tier was an impossible task. Even advancing to the crystallization stage of the second tier was far from guaranteed. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible. However, the energy particle concentration of the starshine continent had steadily increased. According to the Eye of the Stars, it was now about 1.6 times denser than when Sunan first became a wizard. Additionally, the Star Alliance's wizard population had grown, reaching 18 first-tier wizards to date. This number was still increasing, meaning more tools to collect elemental dust for him. Consequently, the divine energy he could absorb would steadily grow. With these factors, reaching the crystallization stage within 300 years, while challenging, was not entirely out of reach. Of course, if it were that easy to advance, third-tier wizards wouldn't be so rare. A third-tier wizard, even in major wizard factions like the Deep Blue Alliance or Wisdom Codex, was undoubtedly a high-ranking figure. In smaller factions like the Starfall Society, they would be a core leader or even the head. Such individuals were rare across the vast multiverse. Shaking off extraneous thoughts, Sunan stood up, left the elemental pool, and teleported to his workshop. With his breakthrough, his engraved gems, magical tools, and alchemical marks could all be further enhanced. Starting with engraved gems, he determined through experimentation that he could now synthesize up to 60 units. Without suitable test subjects, he could only conduct basic testing, ultimately estimating that a single gem could severely injure a gasification stage second-tier wizard. The cost per gem had risen to nearly 16,000 gold coins, but given their power, they remained remarkably cost-effective. Too bad using engraved gems requires a lot of mental energy. Otherwise, equipping every tendril puppet and secret automaton with one would increase their combat power several times over, Sunan thought with some regret. Even for gems with an amplification factor of 30, tendril puppets and secret automatons couldn't handle them. The consequence of forcing their use would result in self-damage, potentially hurting the user more than the enemy. Wait! A sudden idea flashed through Sunan's mind. If self-damage wasn't a concern, couldn't the engraved gems be forcibly activated? For example, equipping each tendril puppet and secret automaton with one engraved gem, then detonating the gem directly against an enemy when faced with an unstoppable foe or inescapable situation. That seemed plausible. The thought sparked Sunan's interest. He decided to include this idea in his upcoming research projects. Ideally, he could modify the gems to ensure that the damage from self-detonation would focus more on enemies rather than being wasted on destroying the puppet itself. After addressing the engraved gem issue, Sunan moved on to enhancing his magical tools. This was straightforward. He crafted new versions of Forbidden Zone and Black Thunder, then synthesized them into even more powerful second-tier tools. Although he already had the innate ability Absolute Forbidden Zone, he didn't abandon Forbidden Zone entirely. After all, magical tools didn't consume mental energy and could still play a significant role in battles. The last item on his list for enhancement was the alchemical marks. Even after advancing to the second-tier liquidification stage, Sunan's mental energy and physical body couldn't handle a third mark. So, he focused on strengthening talent specialization and mental reservoir instead. After completing these tasks, Sunan left the workshop, ready to return to his training. However, he received a message from Liz. Another planar invader. Sunan was taken aback and immediately headed to the detention area, where Liz was waiting. What's going on? Liz explained, the monitoring network in Falling Star City detected unregistered energy particle fluctuations. The enforcement team was dispatched to investigate and discovered that the individual was likely a formal wizard. Once the report reached me, I immediately mobilized the nearest witch hunting corps squad to apprehend them. It turned out they were indeed a wizard. The Witch Hunting Corps was a newly established puppet army composed entirely of tendril puppets and secret automatons, an idea proposed by Sunan. Since its primary purpose was to counter invading wizards in the future, it was aptly named the Witch Hunting Corps. Though still in its infancy, with only about 100 constructs, it was already the Star Alliance's most powerful elite force. What's the background of this individual? Sunan raised an eyebrow. He claims to be a traveling wizard. While exploring the Shadow Plane, he was attacked by a nightshade worm. During his escape, he accidentally arrived here. Traveling wizard? Sunan's expression shifted. Traveling wizards weren't a profession or a race but rather a term for a specific group of wizards. While most wizards formed or joined factions to gather resources more efficiently, exceptions always existed. Some wizards detested constraints and were passionate about exploring different planes, seeking the thrill and unpredictability of adventure. These wizards were typically quite strong, possessing various methods for interplanar travel, and they spent most of their time either exploring planes or traveling to new ones. The former traveler Sunan had encountered would likely become a traveling wizard upon reaching wizard rank. Does he not know how he arrived here? Liz nodded. According to him, the situation was too dire at the time. Something likely went wrong during the process, causing him to inadvertently teleport from the Shadow Plane to this place. Sunan's eyes glimmered. The Shadow Plane was a highly unusual plane. There was no sun, moon, or stars. Its sky was perpetually overcast. It was devoid of human inhabitants, populated instead by various bizarre shadow creatures, many of which were beings transformed by the plane's unique properties. Examples included nightmare beasts, shadow horses, twisted treants, and nightshade worms. Even wizards would gradually be assimilated into the plane, ultimately losing their sanity and transforming into instinct-driven shadow beings if they remained there too long. Notably, the Shadow Plane wasn't a material plane like the Starshine continent but rather an outer plane, similar to the elemental planes. Outer planes had thinner barriers to material planes, making planar traversal significantly easier. It was likely this characteristic that allowed the traveling wizard to breach the Starshine continent's planar barrier. This incident also indicated that the Starshine continent's planar barrier was now mostly restored, and the seal was gradually being lifted, enabling such low probability events to occur. Chapter 242. Sunan soon met the unfortunate itinerant mage. After being escorted back by the secret automatons, the mage was detained in the No. 2 base's holding cell in Yuhu City, guarded by 5 automatons. This man had remarkable composure. After entering the cell, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began meditating to cultivate, showing no trace of panic. It wasn't until Sunan and Liz entered the room that he opened his eyes and looked at Sunan. From his earlier conversation with Liz, he already knew that the true leader of the Star Alliance would be coming to see him, and evidently, it was the man standing before him now. Nice to meet you, my lord. I am Tanner Albert, an itinerant mage. Tanner stood up and bowed, showing utmost respect. Judging from the power the Star Alliance had demonstrated earlier, its leader was at least a second-level mage. When facing a mage of a higher level, showing sufficient respect was the wisest choice, especially since his life was now in the other party's hands. I apologize for intruding upon your territory, my lord, but please believe me, I didn't do it on purpose. Sunan smiled faintly. I've already been informed of the situation. I believe you didn't do it intentionally. If Tanner had harbored malicious intent when entering the Starlight continent, it was highly unlikely he'd have come alone. Moreover, the fact that he had held back during both encounters showed that he bore no ill will toward the Star Alliance. Thank you for understanding. I'll leave the Starlight continent right away and won't cause you any trouble. Hearing Sunan's words, Tanner breathed a sigh of relief. However, Sunan's next statement caused his expression to change. Unfortunately, you may not be able to leave the Starlight continent for now. Why? Tanner's face darkened, assuming Sunan still harbored suspicions about him. Seeing this, Sunan didn't waste words. He deactivated the array that sealed the holding cell and said calmly, "You can try leaving now." Tanner hesitated, a mix of doubt and uncertainty filling his heart. Nonetheless, he pulled out a planar jump scroll and activated it. Itinerant mages typically possessed various methods for planar travel. Simpler means included planar jump scrolls, while more complex ones involved planar teleportation arrays. Tanner had taken out the former. To his shock, although the scroll was clearly activated, he couldn't complete the jump. It was as though the entire plane was sealed off, barring any exit or entry. Just as I thought. Watching this unfold, Sunan confirmed his suspicions. Tanner's arrival had been an extraordinarily low-probability coincidence, akin to encountering chaotic void currents during planar travel and being transported to an unknown plane. The planar seal on the Starlight continent had yet to be fully lifted. For Tanner to recreate such an accidental event, his luck would have to be nothing short of miraculous. What's going on? Tanner looked at Sunan and Liz in astonishment. He could sense that Sunan hadn't used any tricks like dimensional anchors to prevent the planar jump. The feedback from the scroll indicated that the plane itself was resisting all forms of ingress and egress. Seeing that Sunan had no intention of explaining, Liz stepped forward and elaborated on the current state of the Starlight continent. When Tanner learned that the plane was under a seal that wouldn't be fully repaired and lifted for nearly 300 years, his face fell. Did this mean he'd have to stay on the Starlight continent for 2 or 3 centuries before he could leave? For a first-level mage with a lifespan of about 1,000 years, even with various extensions, it was difficult to exceed 2,000 years. Spending a tenth or even a fifth of his life trapped in one plane was a torment for any itinerant mage. At that moment, Tanner felt like crying but couldn't shed tears. What terrible luck! How had he managed to botch a teleportation and end up on a sealed plane? Sunan and Liz looked at Tanner with a trace of pity. The odds of such an event occurring were likely less than 1 in a million, yet Tanner had somehow managed to hit the jackpot. His luck was truly abysmal. After sighing for a while, Tanner hesitated and asked, "My lord, may I trouble you with a request?" Sunan shook his head. "If you want me to help you leave the Starlight continent, I'm afraid I can't." Tanner hesitated, then sighed, and fell silent. He understood that leaving the Starlight continent while it was under a planar seal was a pipe dream. The idea of returning to his original plane via the Shadow Realm was equally unrealistic. One universal rule of outer planes was that entities could only return to the plane they entered from. This characteristic of planar travel made his arrival on the Starlight continent an extraordinary fluke. Even if he could enter the Shadow Realm again, he'd have no way of returning to his original plane. His only option was to wait for the seal to lift. You can stay on the Starlight continent and explore. If you need assistance, you can seek out Liz. After reassuring Tanner, Sunan turned and left. Back in the study, Liz asked, "Are you really going to let him go? What else should I do? Lock him up even though he hasn't wronged the Star Alliance?" Sunan spread his hands. "Besides, with the monitoring network of the Starry Eye, his movements won't be a secret to us. As long as he doesn't act against us, what harm is there in letting him stay?" Liz nodded in agreement. Given the Star Alliance's current strength, a mere first-level liquefied mage was no cause for concern. Still, she sighed. "I was hoping we might get some frost netherstone ahead of time, but it seems unlikely now." Sunan chuckled. "No need to rush. Once the planar seal is lifted, whether through the Shadow Realm or trading with other mage factions, obtaining frost netherstone will be easy." "You're right." Liz's lips curved upward. Relaxing, she resumed her usual efficient demeanor and mused, "Itinerant mages often possess peculiar knowledge and planar information, not to mention rare items. It would be a shame to miss this opportunity. Perhaps we could trade with Tanner for his information and resources." "Do as you see fit," Sunan said, smiling at her. Liz hadn't yet realized it, but she now instinctively approached matters from the perspective of the Star Alliance. This was proof that she had wholeheartedly embraced her role within the organization. "What is it?" Liz asked, noticing Sunan's amused expression. Nothing. Sunan changed the subject. How's the spread of sub-mana technology progressing? Liz brightened at the question. Very smoothly. The large secondary mana stone mines we've established across the continent are fully operational, with production increasing 50-fold. Supplies far exceed the demand from mana devices and teleportation arrays. Sub-mana technology has now been widely adopted across the continent, with excellent prospects. The Star Alliance's revenue has also doubled. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. Since supply exceeds demand, we can adjust the mining intensity to ensure sustainable production. I was thinking the same, Liz said. Their plan involved phased mining, dividing mines into sections with varying extraction rates. Once one section was depleted, others would gradually increase production while the depleted section regenerated. This cyclical method ensured a stable supply of secondary mana stones, avoiding sudden disruptions that could hinder technological development. After finalizing the mining strategy, Liz brought up another matter. Recently, there's been a magma Tyrannosaurus in Zone 2 showing signs of evolution. Sunan's eyes lit up. Where is it now? It should be in the lab. Corel is performing a bloodline fusion procedure on it. Sunan nodded slightly. Corel is skilled in biological modifications. It's fitting for him to handle the procedure. The plan to enhance draconic bloodlines had been in motion for over 4 centuries, and at last, it was yielding tangible results. Sunan couldn't help but feel pleased. The emergence of this magma Tyrannosaurus also signaled a turning point in the plan. In the near future, more magma Tyrannosaurs would evolve into true dragons. Before long, the Dragonwood Forest would host a genuine dragon clan. Liz added, the evolution of this magma Tyrannosaurus is essentially guaranteed. Next, we need to consider how to tame it. Sounds like you already have an idea, Sunan said with a smile. I do know methods for controlling beasts, but they might not work well on dragons, Liz admitted. Go ahead and explain, Sunan encouraged. The most effective method is the mental seal, Liz explained. By embedding a mental seal into a beast's mind, we can subtly alter its thoughts and make it obedient to its master. Although the process takes time, the advantage is that it doesn't provoke intense resistance. However, mental seals are only effective on creatures up to the 4th circle legendary level. Dragon's mental strength is far too powerful, so this method may not work well. Sunan pondered for a moment. Write down the crafting techniques for mental seals and give them to me. I'll see if I can improve upon them. By improvement, Sunan meant synthesis. As long as synthesis was possible, he could enhance the mental seal to make it powerful enough for the task. Without hesitation, Liz transcribed the relevant knowledge and handed it over to Sunan. After past experiences, Liz had developed a near-blind trust in Sunan. Although Sunan didn't make any guarantees, she had an inexplicable confidence that he would succeed in enhancing the mental seal. Returning to the lab, Sunan reviewed the knowledge Liz had recorded. After reading through the materials, he felt confident. Mental seals were similar to rune imprints, essentially rune engravings with hypnotic properties. However, unlike rune engravings, which used skin as the medium, mental seals relied on soul crystals as their carrier. The level of the soul crystal depended on the strength of the target being controlled. For instance, controlling a 4th circle legendary beast required a large soul crystal as the carrier. In truth, the value of a large soul crystal rivaled that of a 4th circle legendary automaton. Considering the additional materials needed, crafting a mental seal for a 4th circle legendary beast was often less practical than creating a 4th circle automaton outright. This cost dynamic was similar for mental seals of other levels. No wonder I've never heard of mental seals before. This technique is so impractical it's probably obscure and seldom used. Given the high costs, mental seals were most suitable for controlling beasts with unique functions or high growth potential. For the former, cost was less of a concern, while for the latter, embedding a mental seal during a beast's weaker stages ensured control even as its strength grew. However, nurturing such beasts involved additional costs. The question then became, which was more economical, mental seals plus nurturing, or directly creating automatons? For Sunan, this was a moot point. The benefits of controlling dragons far outweighed the costs of mental seals and nurturing. After all, dragons' growth potential was unparalleled across the multiverse. Since it has a physical form, it can be synthesized. Confirming that mental seals could be synthesized, Sunan immediately began crafting them. For a second-level mage with a level 5 magical item creation skill, crafting mental seals was a straightforward task. In no time, Sunan had created over a dozen mental seals and began the synthesis process. After using 12 mental seals, he achieved the desired result. Enhanced mental seal, once embedded in a creature, it fuses with its soul, gradually altering its thoughts and increasing loyalty to a specific target. Ineffective against beings with soul strength equivalent to a first-level liquefied mage or higher, as well as humans, humanoids, bipedal creatures, and incorporeal beings. Not bad. Sunan smiled with satisfaction. A newly evolved dragon's soul strength was likely equivalent to that of a first-level vaporized mage, making this mental seal perfectly suitable. The final cost came to around 520,000 gold coins, slightly more expensive than a secret automaton. However, considering the growth potential of dragons, the cost was acceptable. With this, we now have a method for controlling dragons. When Sunan placed the improved mental seal before Liz, her expression was one of "I knew it." Seeing this, Sunan couldn't help but laugh. "What do you plan to do with the dragons we cultivate in the future?" Liz asked. After some thought, Sunan replied, "Let's form a separate legion." He had initially considered creating a Dragon Knight Corps. But knights with mage level strength were extremely rare. The Starlight continent had none at present and couldn't mass-produce them. Thus, the idea was abandoned. Ultimately, the best option was to form an independent Dragon Legion. Chapter 243. In the skies above Dragonwood Forest, Rose hovered several hundred meters high, gazing down at the dense canopy below. The view was breathtaking, a vast expanse of lush greenery stretching endlessly toward the horizon. The sight was so magnificent and serene that it swept away the restlessness brought on by over a decade of seclusion. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the tranquility. Embedded within the roar was an oppressive aura that seemed to penetrate one's soul. Rose immediately recognized it as a dragon's roar, and her expression shifted slightly. "I've heard that the Magma Tyrannosaurus clan in Zone 2 has begun evolving. Several of them have already turned into true dragons. This must be one of them," she thought. Curious, Rose moved toward the source of the roar and spotted a massive, ferocious dragon pacing through the forest. Its enormous head turned left and right, as if searching for prey. The dragon was colossal, standing over 50 meters tall, its body covered in a layer of bronze-colored scales that shimmered with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight. Its appearance still faintly resembled that of its predecessor, the Magma Tyrannosaurus, but it was now even more fearsome. Despite the armor-like scales, its limbs and torso displayed defined, streamlined muscles, exuding explosive power. At that moment, a streak of light shot toward Rose from the distance and stopped beside her. As the light dissipated, it revealed the figure of Scepter. "I was wondering if you'd come out of seclusion after hearing about Lord Sunan summoning the mages." "As expected, here you are," Scepter said with a smile. Rose scrutinized him for a moment before speaking in surprise. "You've had a breakthrough." Scepter's smile deepened, and he nodded. "I just broke through not long ago." "Congratulations," Rose said, feeling a twinge of envy. Aside from Lord Sunan, Scepter was now the second mage in the Star Alliance to achieve the liquefied stage. "The energy particle density in the Starlight continent has been steadily rising," Scepter said. "Everyone's mental refinement is improving faster. I believe it won't be long before you break through to the liquefied stage as well." Rose smiled faintly. "I'll take your good wishes to heart." Scepter looked down at the dragon below. "Is that one of the newly evolved dragons?" Rose nodded. "Yes, it's part of the Magma Tyrannosaurus clan. They're now called Flame Tyrant Dragons." "Flame Tyrant Dragon." Scepter glanced at the sparks flickering between the dragon's teeth and nodded in understanding. "Awakening flame mastery upon evolution, that name fits well." The Flame Tyrant Dragon noticed Rose and Scepter overhead and let out a low, irritable growl. Its icy vertical pupils swept over them coldly before it turned and left. Watching this, Scepter clicked his tongue in amazement. "I heard Lord Sunan has developed a method to control dragons. I was skeptical at first, but it seems to be true. Ordinary dragons, with their immense pride, wouldn't tolerate anyone lingering above their heads and pointing at them. Yet this dragon managed to restrain itself, evidence that it had been tamed." Rose's eyes also showed a hint of amazement. Taming a dragon was something they wouldn't have dared to imagine before. Only Lord Sunan could achieve such a feat. In the distance, another roar resounded, accompanied by a wave of overwhelming pressure that momentarily made breathing difficult. Rose looked out and saw a massive black shadow flicker through the forest before vanishing from sight. That's Lord Sunan's magical pet, Scepter immediately identified, a hint of admiration on his face. I heard that recently it sparred with Zeman and Corel. Even with the two of them teaming up, they were defeated. Rose, hearing this for the first time, was astonished. That strong? Its combat prowess must be nearing the crystallized stage. Zeman and Corel were both exceptionally talented and had been nurtured by Sunan, receiving more resources than the other mages. Their rapid progress meant their strength was now comparable to Rose's. Even the average first-level liquefied mage would struggle to defeat the two of them working together. Indeed, Scepter said with a sigh. Lord Sunan's magical pet is far stronger than these dragons. Rose silently marveled and suddenly had the idea of contracting a sub-dragon species as a pet and nurturing it into a true dragon. After chatting for a while, the two decided it was time to head to the Starlight Mage Tower. When they arrived at the tower's meeting hall, over 20 mages had already gathered. Scepter's gaze swept across the room and confirmed that aside from Sunan, all 26 mages of the Star Alliance were present. When Scepter and Rose entered, the group exchanged polite greetings. During the small talk, someone brought up the itinerant mage. That itinerant mage is truly unlucky, teleporting to the Starlight continent and getting stuck here. It's amazing how such a low probability event happened to him. His luck is truly something else. What's he doing now? Exploring the Starlight continent. I heard he's currently at Rainbow Sea. I saw him once. He's wrapped up from head to toe. What's up with that? That's because he's been partially assimilated by the Shadow Realm. His appearance has changed, so he covers himself to avoid scaring people, Ficado explained. Rose was surprised. How do you know that? I spoke with him once, Ficado replied with a smile. He was being chased by a nightshade worm in the Shadow Realm and couldn't escape for a long time. The prolonged exposure led to the assimilation. He should recover in time. Everyone nodded in understanding. As they talked, the doors suddenly opened, and a mechanical automaton girl entered, holding a book. Countless thin beams of light radiated from the book, weaving together to form Liz's image. Lord Xingyun. The mages rose to their feet, their expressions filled with respect. Though Liz was just a spirit, she had been a second-level mage in life and was highly trusted by Sunan. Within the Star Alliance, she was second only to Sunan, and no mage dared to show her disrespect. Please be seated. Liz took the seat at the head of the room and raised her hand. Once everyone was seated, she spoke slowly. I've gathered you all here because there is something important to discuss. Hearing this, the mages became curious. What matter required summoning every mage in the Star Alliance? Based on Sunan's and my observations, the time for the planar barrier to be fully repaired is near. In approximately 150 years, around the year 2000 of the Starlight calendar, the planar seal will be lifted. Her words brought smiles to many faces. They had been eagerly awaiting the restoration of the Starlight continent, which would allow for normal cultivation and trade with other planes, bringing in resources that would greatly enhance their power. Only the older and more experienced mages like Scepter and Ficado remained calm. If this were the only news, Liz wouldn't have summoned everyone. There had to be more. Sure enough, Liz's expression turned serious, and she continued in a solemn tone. Don't celebrate just yet. The lifting of the planar seal is a good thing, but it also brings danger. The room fell silent. What kind of danger? Someone asked instinctively. External invasion, Liz said plainly. Her words left everyone exchanging uneasy glances, some looking lost. You're all aware of the mages' expeditions into the multiverse 1,000 years ago. If the planar barrier is fully restored, do you think those mages won't want to reclaim control of the Starlight continent? The atmosphere grew heavy. Ficado's expression darkened. Lord Xingyun, have you received any concrete information? Liz nodded slightly. We've confirmed that two major mage factions in the multiverse, the Obsidian Throne and the Withered Council, have their eyes on the Starlight continent. The Obsidian Throne, in particular, has been preparing for a long time and will invade the moment the planar barrier is fully repaired. To add weight to her statement, Liz added, this information comes from Sunan himself. Hearing this, any remaining doubts vanished. The mages trusted Sunan implicitly, and his word was enough to convince them. Still, worry filled the room. Through ancient texts left by mages a millennium ago, they knew that the multiverse contained numerous mage factions, most of which far surpassed the Star Alliance in power. Learning that they might soon face such formidable foes was a daunting revelation. Lord Xingyun, where do the Obsidian Throne and Withered Council rank among mage factions in the multiverse? Someone asked. The Obsidian Throne is a top-tier faction, firmly within the top 10. The Withered Council is slightly weaker but still considered second-tier, Liz replied calmly. And where does the Star Alliance stand? Another mage inquired. We barely qualify as third-tier, Liz said bluntly. She had no intention of sugarcoating the truth. This was something she and Sunan had agreed upon. The mages would inevitably learn about the multiverse, so there was no point in hiding the reality. It was better to prepare them mentally in advance. With Sunan's promotion to a second-level mage, the Star Alliance had met the minimum criteria to be considered a legitimate mage faction. Among unranked factions, the Star Alliance was one of the strongest, barely touching the edge of third-tier status. However, compared to factions like the Obsidian Throne and the Withered Council, the gap was vast. Hearing this, the mages' expressions grew heavier. Did this mean they stood no chance of victory? Liz observed their reactions and said calmly. There's no need to panic. Before the planar barrier is fully repaired, the Obsidian Throne won't be able to send a large force to invade the Starlight continent. We can handle whatever they send. And once the barrier is fully repaired, we can trade with other mage factions for resources and protection. Many factions in the multiverse oppose the Obsidian Throne, so there will be plenty of opportunities to form alliances. Hearing this, the mages visibly relaxed. As long as there were options and they weren't completely at the mercy of their enemies, they could cope. In short, I hope you all prepare yourselves. The Starlight continent is on the brink of great upheaval. Whether this change brings disaster or opportunity depends entirely on you. The mages responded with a unified acknowledgement, their expressions solemn. After they dispersed, Artil emerged from a side room, a hint of concern lingering on his face. Lord Xingyun, are you sure it's all right to be so open about this? Liz replied calmly, hiding it serves no purpose. It's better to let them prepare early than to panic when the situation unfolds. Besides, some people have grown lax in their cultivation recently. This is a good opportunity to reignite their motivation. Hearing this, Artil nodded thoughtfully and said no more. Liz asked, where is Tanner now? He's gone to Rainbow Sea, Artil replied. Liz nodded in understanding. Not long ago, she had conducted a trade with Tanner, exchanging automatons and alchemical concoctions for over a dozen frost nether stones and several pieces of valuable intelligence. It was no surprise that Tanner, an adventurous itinerant mage, possessed an extensive knowledge of various planar clusters in the multiverse. He even had rare intelligence on obscure and hidden planar clusters, information that had greatly impressed Sunan upon review. Now, Liz was considering how to extract even more valuable information from Tanner, specifically the coordinates of some ununified planar clusters. Planar clusters, as the name suggested, were groups of planes that included one or several primary planes and numerous subsidiary planes. Compared to subsidiary planes, primary planes boasted more comprehensive planar laws, higher concentrations of energy particles, and richer resources. On a hierarchical level, primary planes also exerted an invisible suppression over their subsidiary planes. As a result, within a planar cluster, various factions or intelligent species often waged wars to seize control of the primary plane. Whoever controlled the primary plane essentially held sway over the subsidiary planes as well. Thus, wars between planar clusters usually centered on conquering each other's primary planes. The multiverse itself was composed of numerous planar clusters and a smaller number of standalone planes. For example, the Starlight continent was not part of a planar cluster but rather a standalone plane. Large mage factions like the Deep Blue Alliance or the Codex of Wisdom typically controlled at least one planar cluster. If the Star Alliance aspired to grow into a major mage faction, the Starlight continent alone would be far from sufficient. Eventually, they would need to conquer a planar cluster as well. With this in mind, Liz planned to use Tanner as a starting point to acquire the coordinates of several planar clusters. In the future, when the Star Alliance had sufficient power, these coordinates would allow them to locate and conquer those clusters. Chapter 244. The sunlight glittered on the cerulean surface of the sea, casting shimmering ripples. 3 massive metal ships cut through the waves, their hulls gleaming as they pursued a dragon whale. In the Rainbow Sea, dragon whales were apex predators, but before these metal behemoths, it had no choice but to flee desperately. Its massive body was riddled with wounds inflicted by cannon fire, blood streaming from the injuries and leaving a crimson trail in the water. ZZZZT. A thick beam of light shot forward like an arrow, traversing hundreds of meters in an instant and piercing through the dragon whale's head. The mighty sea beast shuddered violently, sending waves crashing, before finally floating lifelessly on the surface. A horn sounded, and a group of deep-sea nagas emerged from the water, blades in hand, and began dissecting the dragon whale. High above, Tanner watched with interest. After realizing he had no chance of leaving the Starlight continent in the short term, he had spent several days in frustration before finally accepting reality. Since then, his curiosity as an itinerant mage had taken over. He began exploring the entire continent, touring the surface world before delving underground. Recently, he arrived at the Rainbow Sea. During his travels, Tanner had gained a deeper understanding of the Star Alliance. Learning about the state of the Starlight continent over the past millennium, Tanner couldn't help but admire and marvel at Sunan's ability to establish the Star Alliance as a mage faction. It was nothing short of a miracle. In a plane with scarce resources and barren elemental density where even advancing as a mage was incredibly difficult, Sunan had managed to ascend to the rank of a second-level mage and create a functional mage faction. It was unfathomable. Who would have thought such a genius could emerge from an ordinary, isolated plane? Tanner sighed inwardly, marveling at the boundless mysteries of the multiverse. The Star Alliance seems reasonable. I might as well stay here and cultivate for a while, then resume exploring when the planar seal is lifted. Exploring planes required strength to ensure survival. Without it, stumbling into a dangerous plane could easily result in death. This was an excellent opportunity to focus on improving his power before resuming his adventures. Besides, the Star Alliance has plenty of alchemical concoctions and is willing to trade without restrictions as long as I provide valuable information. Tanner had never been skilled in creating alchemical concoctions and had always relied on trading with mage factions for them. However, alchemical concoctions were always in high demand, and those factions often traded stingily. The Star Alliance's generosity, offering unlimited exchanges for valuable information, was a stark contrast. In this light, being stranded on the Starlight continent didn't seem so bad. Mage Tower Workshop. A thin silver needle hovered in the air, making precise engravings on a gemstone's surface. As the final stroke was completed, the intricate patterns on the gemstone sealed themselves, and a faint glow passed over it. The entire gem now exuded an indescribable aura. Sunan's lips curved into a smile as he inspected the finished engraved gemstone. After more than a year of intermittent effort, he had finally succeeded in improving the design of the engraved gemstones. Although the production yield of the gemstones had increased slightly due to the limitations of the automata's capabilities, the improvement wasn't significant. The total number had risen to only 63. However, the power of their detonation was more than sufficient to kill a first-level mage and could seriously injure a second-level mage if they were caught off guard. We'll call them explosive gems. Sunan made an immediate decision. All automata in the Witch Hunter Legion, as well as mage-tier automata stationed at the Starlight Mage Tower, would be equipped with explosive gems. If they encountered an enemy they couldn't defeat, they would detonate the gems inside their bodies to go down fighting, taking a bite out of their foes rather than becoming casualties in vain. The Witch Hunter Legion's automata count is nearing 200. Another 70 or 80 years, and we should reach our goal. Thanks to the development of sub-mana technology, productivity on the Starlight continent had seen a massive leap, which in turn had significantly boosted the Star Alliance's income. However, rare metals weren't a resource that grew with productivity. If not for material shortages, the Witch Hunter Legion would have already met its initial formation target. Sub-mana technology has been widely adopted. It's time to start experimenting with mana technology deployment. Sunan glanced at the pile of secondary mana stones stacked in the corner of the workshop. Even with phased mining, the current production of secondary mana stones far exceeded demand. After consulting with Liz, Sunan decided to synthesize a portion into primary mana stones to test mana technology deployment in the Golden Rock province, preparing for the future. Once the planar seal was lifted and new mana stone mines were discovered, the Starlight continent could rapidly transition from the sub-mana era to the mana era. The planar seal will lift around the year 2000 of the Starlight calendar, but the Obsidian Throne will arrive about a decade earlier. Sunan recalled his memories. The Obsidian Throne's first wave of mage invaders was expected to arrive in 1983. As for the exact month, he couldn't remember. Not that it mattered. As soon as the Obsidian Throne mages entered the Starlight continent and cast their spells, the Starry Eye network would detect the energy particle fluctuations and immediately pinpoint their location. Knowing the approximate time of their invasion was enough. Shaking off his thoughts, Sunan returned to crafting explosive gems. The Star Alliance didn't have many mage-tier automata, only about 300, so the number of gems required wasn't large. After spending half a month creating and installing the explosive gems in all the mage-tier automata, Sunan turned his focus to spiritual refinement. To improve the efficiency of collecting elemental crystal dust, Sunan allowed mages undertaking collection tasks to temporarily hire the automaton army at reduced rates to hunt elemental spirits. As a result, the amount of elemental crystal dust collected by the mages had skyrocketed in recent years. Though questions about why Sunan placed such importance on elemental crystal dust spread among the mages, Liz didn't press him on the matter. Instead, she helped suppress the speculation. Sunan ignored the outside chatter. With a sufficient supply of divine energy, his spiritual refinement progressed faster than he had anticipated. Time flew by. By 1930 of the Starlight calendar, the Witch Hunter Legion was finally complete. 300 touched automata and 50 secret puppets. This number of mage-tier automata should be enough to deal with the Obsidian Throne's vanguard. In his study, Sunan smiled as he reviewed the files. Liz gave him a sideways glance. You sound like you know exactly how many mages the Obsidian Throne will send in their vanguard. I'm guessing, Sunan replied nonchalantly. With the planar barrier still incomplete, the Obsidian Throne's numbers and power levels will be significantly constrained. In truth, Sunan knew precisely how many mages the Obsidian Throne would send and their exact strength. However, he wasn't certain whether the future would unfold as he remembered it. His presence as a butterfly flapping its wings had already altered the Starlight continent's present significantly. The future might diverge as well. Liz didn't press further. She agreed with Sunan's reasoning. Given the Star Alliance's current strength, the Obsidian Throne would need to dispatch dozens of second-level mages or a third-level mage to pose a real threat, scenarios unlikely under an incomplete planar barrier. Besides, the Obsidian Throne likely still believed the Starlight continent was mageless and wouldn't send a powerful contingent. By the time they realized the Star Alliance's true strength, it would likely be too late. There's still 50 or 60 years before the Obsidian Throne's vanguard arrives. The Star Alliance should prepare early. I'll be entering seclusion again soon, so I'll leave the arrangements to you. Inform me immediately if they're detected. I understand, Liz nodded. Sunan's frequent seclusion no longer surprised her. After witnessing his incredible rate of growth, she had become numb to it. If Sunan's progress slowed, that would be the real shock. At the top of the Mage Tower, Sunan found Yinlong sprawled near the elemental pool, looking half asleep. Amy lay lazily on its back, licking her paws in boredom. When Amy saw Sunan, she perked up, leaping over 10 meters in a single bound to land on his shoulder. Meow. Sunan, you're finally here. Yinlong and I have been waiting for ages. Her lively voice woke Yinlong, who turned to Sunan and rubbed its head against him, letting out a low growl. Sunan chuckled and patted Yinlong's head. Dragons naturally grew stronger with age, but with Sunan's long-term supply of synthesized dragon blood, Yinlong's growth far exceeded that of ordinary dragons. Its strength now rivaled that of a first-level crystallized mage. In the entire Star Alliance, only Sunan surpassed it in power. What brings you here? Is something the matter? Sunan asked Amy. The little creature rarely disturbed him, knowing he was often busy. Most of the time, she stayed with Yinlong or occasionally visited Liz. Having experienced the Mage Era 1,000 years ago, Liz and Amy shared common topics of interest. To Amy, Liz's presence meant having a friend to chat with, a fact that often delighted her. Meanwhile, Liz found Amy, a nearly powerless magical pet capable of spatial traversal, utterly fascinating. She was equally curious about Amy's mysterious owner and often used their chats to gather information. As a result, the spirit and the cat got along quite well. Is the Starlight Continent's planar barrier about to be restored? Meow. Amy asked expectantly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Who told you that? Zeman told me, meow. It's true, Sunan confirmed without hesitation. He understood that deep down, Amy yearned to reunite with her owner. In about 70 years, the planar barrier will be fully restored. The Starlight Continent will return to the way it was 1,000 years ago. Amy's excitement was palpable. Then I'll finally be able to see my owner again, meow. Of course, Sunan said with a smile. Even if your owner doesn't come back to the Starlight Continent, I'll help you find them. Amy had been a great help to him, and he was determined to fulfill this small but important wish. My owner will definitely come back for me, meow. Amy declared confidently. The little creature firmly believed that her owner hadn't abandoned her willingly. There had to be a compelling reason behind their separation. Sunan chuckled and nodded, agreeing with her sentiment. Amy's previous resting place had been filled with magical artifacts, suggesting her owner had left in haste, unable to take everything with them. Her speculation seemed plausible. But what kind of emergency could force someone as powerful as Amy's owner, descended from a true spirit and possessing formidable strength, to leave their magical pet behind? Or perhaps her owner had deliberately left her behind to avoid dragging her into danger. Sunan didn't dwell on it. He figured the answers would come once Amy's owner was found. Reassured by Sunan's confirmation, Amy's spirits soared. She and Yinlong darted off to play somewhere else, their excitement carrying them away. Sunan smiled indulgently, unconcerned. As a dragon, Yinlong didn't need to cultivate. Apart from sleeping and the occasional bloodline fusion, it spent most of its time idling. Having Amy as a playmate was a good thing. It kept Yinlong from bullying the sub-dragon species in Zones 1 and 2. Starlight Mage Tower. Tower Spirit 1, scan the Mage Tower status. Command received. Initiating scan. Scan complete. A three-dimensional model materialized before Sunan, displaying the Mage Tower in full detail. After the Starlight Mage Tower was constructed, Sunan had refrained from making large-scale upgrades due to material and budget constraints. However, he had been making minor improvements gradually. For instance, the synthesis and upgrading of the levitation ring had greatly enhanced the tower's mobility. He had also refined the spell cannon Mk2 and disruption cannon Mk2, focusing on reducing their energy consumption. With Tower Spirit 2 as his experimental assistant and many suggestions from Liz, the results of these refinements were significant. Originally, the Mage Tower's 300 spell cannon MKIIS had been a major energy drain. After the improvements, a full salvo from all 300 cannons now consumed less than 10% of the tower's energy reserves, significantly easing the burden. Likewise, the disruption cannon Mk2's energy consumption had been reduced to under 8%, a one-third decrease from before, an impressive improvement. Once the planar seal is lifted, I'll need to start collecting the manufacturing techniques for plasma cannons and pulse cannons to further boost our long-range firepower. With a wave of his hand, Sunan dismissed the 3D model. Sitting cross-legged beside the elemental pool, he took out an elemental core and began absorbing its energy. His mental refinement had already surpassed 70%. At his current rate of progress, he estimated he would break through to the second-level crystallized stage within 70 to HTY years. When that happened, even if the Obsidian Throne somehow managed to send a third-level mage to the Starlight continent, he would face them without fear. With everything ready, all that remained was to wait for the enemy to arrive. Chapter 245. The Sal Plains, located in the northwest region of the continent, stretched endlessly under the clear skies. A horned deer leisurely grazed on the lush grass, but suddenly it raised its head, sensing danger. It glanced around nervously. In the next instant, a distortion appeared in the void, tearing the deer apart into a spray of blood. Immediately following, a small black hole rapidly expanded into a 3-meter-tall and 2-meter-wide portal. Figures clad in long robes stepped out one after another. So, this is the Starlight continent. Andrew remarked as he surveyed the surroundings, a trace of disdain in his tone. The energy particle concentration here is lower than I expected. Well, the planar barrier hasn't been fully repaired yet, and the Starlight continent isn't a primary plane. It's only natural that its energy density is inferior to the umbral moon plane, another mage replied. That's true. Andrew nodded in agreement, but his eyes caught Evan frowning deeply. Curious, he asked, what's wrong, Evan? I can't sense the location of the starry tower, Evan said, his eyes fixed on the crystal ball in his hand. His pale face was filled with confusion and unease. The others were taken aback by his words. What's going on? Could there be an issue with the device? That's unlikely. Lord Liam personally crafted it, and we checked it thoroughly before departing. It shouldn't malfunction. Could it be that the starry tower has been destroyed? The last suggestion silenced the group momentarily. Moments later, several of them burst into laughter. Impossible. I don't believe there's anyone on the Starlight continent capable of destroying the starry tower. Milton, when did you become a comedian? The mage named Milton shrugged but didn't argue. He also found his own guess far-fetched. Evan raised a hand to silence the chatter and said gravely, regardless, something has clearly happened to the Starry Tower. We need to locate it and figure out what's going on. The others nodded in agreement. The Starry Tower was a secret outpost left by the Obsidian Throne on the Starlight continent. While they didn't particularly care whether it had recruited any slaves over the past millennium, the resources within, namely alchemical concoctions and pearls of spirit, were a significant asset they couldn't afford to lose. Evan continued, the planar barrier here is still incomplete. Lord Liam's mage tower will need more time to cross the barrier. Before he arrives, we should gather information and try to control a few countries. Once Lord Liam is here, we'll begin the conquest of the Starlight continent. Andrew smirked. If you ask me, we could take over the entire Starlight continent ourselves. There's no need to wait for Lord Liam. His confidence was echoed by several others. From their perspective, the Starlight continent had been sealed off and energy deprived for 1,000 years. The mage heritage and development here were likely in an extremely weakened state if they hadn't vanished altogether. Whether or not the continent even had formal mages was questionable. Even if there were a few mage apprentices and knights, no matter how many, they couldn't possibly withstand 12 full-fledged mages. Don't underestimate the situation. We know nothing about the current state of the Starlight continent, Evan cautioned, though inwardly he shared Andrew's confidence. I'll search for the Starry Tower. The rest of you should split up and gather information. Act as you see fit, and use the Bone Crow to communicate if you uncover anything significant. The group nodded and dispersed in different directions. Andrew, let's see who can take control of the most territory first, a mage called out to Andrew as they parted, grinning. Andrew cast him a sidelong glance. Sure. What's the wager? 3 bottles of alchemical concoctions. Deal. With a hearty laugh, Andrew shot into the sky, speeding toward a distant horizon. Before long, a town came into view, its size suggesting it was a significant settlement. Andrew's spirits lifted as he descended over the town, scanning it from above. His gaze quickly locked onto the most lavish-looking estate in the center. The fastest way to gather information was to locate the local noble lord. In a flash, Andrew disappeared from the sky and reappeared inside the estate. Spreading out his mental power, he quickly identified his target. He vanished again, materializing moments later in a grand living room. Viscount Karen was sipping tea leisurely when a shadow flickered before him, and a figure appeared out of nowhere. Who are you? Startled, Viscount Karen jumped to his feet, ready to act. But his movements froze as his gaze met Andrew's piercing, otherworldly blue eyes. A faint glow emanated from Andrew's eyes, and the Viscount's expression went slack. His face became vacant, and he stood motionless, completely under Andrew's hypnotic spell. A legendary knight, Andrew remarked, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected the first noble he targeted to be a first-circle legendary knight. In a resource-starved plane like the Starlight continent, legendary knights should have been rare. Could it be that the recent increase in energy particle density had led to a rise in legendary knights? Andrew put the thought aside for now and began his interrogation. A hypnotic spell cast by a formal mage was something even a legendary knight couldn't resist. Under the spell's influence, Viscount Karen answered every question without hesitation. As the interrogation progressed, Andrew's expression turned from curiosity to shock. The Starlight continent was already unified? And a mage faction with formal mages had emerged? Andrew was filled with uncertainty and suspicion. The unification of the Starlight continent was surprising but still within the realm of possibility. However, the emergence of a mage organization was an entirely different matter. In a resource-scarce plane, the number of mage apprentices should have been minimal. Even with the gradual recovery of energy particle density over the past century or two, the increase shouldn't have been significant. Yet, according to Viscount Karen's account, this Star Alliance not only had its own mage academy but had also trained tens of thousands of mage apprentices. What was even more unbelievable was that the Star Alliance had formal mages, and not just 1 or 2. How is this possible? Andrew muttered, stunned. How could the Starlight continent possibly have the resources to train so many apprentices and formal mages? It was a situation beyond belief. Even if the resources from the Starry Tower were fully utilized, they wouldn't be able to achieve such numbers. If Andrew didn't have confidence in his hypnotic spell, he would have suspected that Viscount Karen was lying to him. What's the origin of this Sunan mage? The name of the Star Alliance's apparent leader filled Andrew with unease. A local of the Starlight continent had somehow managed to create a mage organization from scratch. While it might not yet qualify as a formal mage faction by interplanar standards, it was already a remarkable achievement. That such a figure could emerge from an elemental desert like the Starlight Continent was astonishing. If you were born in the Mage Golden Age 1,000 years ago, you would undoubtedly have been hailed as a prodigy, Andrew muttered to himself. Yet, admiration aside, Andrew's plans hadn't changed. The Obsidian Throne was determined to claim the Starlight Continent. If Sunan surrendered and handed over the Star Alliance, the Obsidian Throne might spare his life and even absorb him into their ranks. Otherwise, they would have to eliminate him and his faction. Though a mage, someone who advanced during an era of elemental scarcity will never match the foundation or power of those who ascended under normal conditions. Let's hope they're wise enough to submit. Otherwise, I'll show them what a true mage can do. Andrew chuckled coldly, extending a finger to press against Viscount Karen's forehead. With a flick of his wrist, a translucent grey shadow was pulled from Karen's body. The shadow writhed and struggled but was bound by invisible forces, unable to escape. It was drawn into a crystal, vanishing completely with a faint, pitiful wail. The crystal glimmered and transformed into a clear, pale grey gem. At the same time, Viscount Karen's body collapsed onto the sofa, lifeless. Not bad. The soul's quality is excellent. Satisfied, Andrew pocketed the soul crystal and strode toward the exit. The current state of the Starlight Continent had exceeded his expectations. Though he looked down on the so-called Star Alliance and its local mages, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could take them on alone. Looks like the wager will have to wait. Initially, Andrew had planned to target a powerful nation, showcase his strength, and force its rulers into submission. But given the circumstances, that plan was no longer viable. The priority now was to regroup with his companions and locate the Star Alliance's headquarters to strike decisively. Too bad this useless fool didn't know where the Star Alliance is based. I suppose I'll have to ask the Emperor of the Starry Empire. Exiting the mansion, Andrew no longer bothered to conceal his presence. He soared into the sky. At the same time, a crow insignia on the back of his right hand began to glow faintly. Moments later, it peeled off his skin and expanded into a skeletal crow the size of a human head. The bone crow flapped its bony wings and sped off into the distance. The bone crows of the Obsidian Throne excelled in tracking. As long as they were on the same plane, they could locate other members of the Obsidian Throne, regardless of distance, and facilitate remote communication with their handlers. In essence, they were tools for automatic tracking and long-distance communication. Andrew had released his bone crow to quickly reunite with his allies. However, the crow had flown less than 100 meters when a bolt of lightning shot through the air like a meteor, shattering it with a loud bang. Andrew's gaze snapped toward the direction of the lightning. There, a robed man sat cross-legged atop a peculiar dragon beast. The dragon beast, over 10 meters long, was covered in pearlescent scales that shimmered faintly with a golden glow. Its pair of translucent silver wings sparkled in the light. Andrew immediately recognized the creature. It was a storm dragon beast, a high-tier sub-dragon species also known as a cloud dragon or wind dragon. Typically dwelling in the clouds, these creatures commanded the power of storms. Judging by its size and scale luster, this particular storm dragon beast had an unusually pure bloodline. It might even be on the verge of a bloodline evolution, making it likely a fourth circle legendary beast. And for someone to have tamed such a beast, the robed man's identity was evident. A mage of the Star Alliance. Andrew squinted. The man smiled faintly. You must be a mage from the Obsidian Throne. We've been expecting you. By the way, where are your companions? Andrew's expression darkened. How did this man know he was from the Obsidian Throne? And from his words, it seemed the Star Alliance had been aware of their impending invasion for some time. A flurry of doubts filled Andrew's mind. Stop wasting time with him, Zeman. A cold voice echoed from behind. Another man, his face devoid of emotion, slowly ascended into the air, cutting off Andrew's retreat. Together, the two mages flanked him. We're lucky to have been nearby and caught this guy. If we don't take care of him quickly, the Witch Hunter Legion will steal our credit, the second man said. Zeman blinked, then laughed. You're right, Corel. We need to finish this fast. Witch Hunter Legion? Naming their forces after hunting mages, how arrogant and domineering. What infuriated Andrew even more was their dismissive tone, as if they had already won. Such big talk. Andrew sneered. Let's see how capable the mages of the Star Alliance really are. A mere 2 mages, likely first circle vaporized stage mages from the elemental desert era. Did they truly think they could defeat him 2-on-1? The battle erupted in an instant. All three began chanting simultaneously, spitting out short syllables to cast their spells with efficient brevity. In a flash, dazzling magical light exploded across the sky. Crack! Countless sharp, spiked white bones burst from Andrew's body, enveloping him in a protective shell that rapidly expanded. Though he scorned the so-called Witch Hunter Legion, Andrew wasn't foolish enough to face more enemies. From the outset, he unleashed his innate ability to end the fight quickly and reunite with his allies. In moments, a colossal skeletal beast over 20 meters long took shape in the air. Its canine form bristled with spiked bones, radiating dense negative energy that seemed to stain the entire sky a pale gray. Bone innate crystal ability, low, appeared at the center of his forehead, quickly spreading as his skin turned a gleaming silver. Whoosh! Liquid silver poured from his pores, forming sharp spikes that shot outward in a torrential storm, crashing toward Andrew like an unstoppable flood. At the same time, Corel activated a similar innate ability, unleashing a barrage of silver spikes at Andrew. Boom! Caught off guard, Andrew was instantly swallowed by the silver torrent. The countless spikes tore through him like a whirlwind, grinding away the bone layers protecting his body. In moments, his massive skeletal form shrank significantly. What kind of innate ability is this? Corel Cori. Dark Throne Obsidian Throne. Chapter 246. The name Bone, simple and unassuming, was in fact a mid-tier innate ability, one of the hallmark powers that had made the Obsidian Throne infamous throughout the mage world. In Andrew's initial estimation, the Star Alliance's native mages were likely barely able to construct low-tier innate crystals to achieve their breakthroughs. Given the Starlight continent's meager energy density and scarce resources, it was inconceivable that they could support mid- or high-tier innate crystal advancements. But reality struck him hard in the face. The abilities exhibited by the two Star Alliance mages far exceeded low-tier. At the very least, they were top-tier mid-tier innate abilities, given their raw power and efficiency. And indeed, that was the case. Zeman and Corel had both constructed mid-tier innate crystals, choosing the variant known as flowing silver, a simplified version of the more advanced liquid metal. These innate crystal models, synthesized by Sunan using the core principles of magical rune technology, were part of a carefully designed system within the Star Alliance. From the low-tier Magi Silver and mid-tier Flowing Silver to the high-tier Silver Star, the range offered mages a comprehensive progression path. Each crystal bore abilities similar to a liquid metal, with their power scaled to their respective tiers. Despite the Star Alliance offering many other innate crystal models including Bone from the Obsidian Throne and Falling Star from the Starry Alliance, most mages, out of respect and admiration for Sunan, still chose the Magi Silver series. Zeman and Corel had done the same, both selecting the mid-tier Flowing Silver. The high-tier Silver Star remained unclaimed, no mage had dared to tackle its daunting construction difficulty. Yet even the mid-tier Flowing Silver surpassed Andrew's Bone in both adaptability and raw power. How did the Star Alliance get their hands on mid-tier innate crystals? Andrew was astounded. Mid-tier innate crystals, particularly top-tier ones, were famous across the multiverse. But this particular ability was one he had never seen or heard of. Could the Star Alliance have created it themselves? The thought seemed absurd. Even for a true spirit mage, crafting a mid-tier innate crystal model from scratch was a monumental task. What disturbed him even more, however, was the strength of the two mages before him. After a brief exchange, Andrew was certain, both Zeman and Corel were first circle liquefied mages, just like him. Damn it! How could this elemental desert produce two liquefied mages? Andrew was furious and bewildered. And it wasn't just that they had reached the liquefied stage, they were nothing like the weak, resource-starved mages he had expected. Both wielded mid-tier innate abilities, possessed a broad repertoire of spells, and had combat prowess on par with his own. Despite being native mages who had advanced in a resource-scarce environment, their power and foundation rivaled that of mages trained in large, established factions. Besieged by two equally matched opponents, Andrew quickly found himself on the defensive, struggling to hold his ground. Suddenly, Corel broke off from the fight, retreating a short distance as the silvery sheen of his Flowing Silver ability receded from his skin. With a flick of his wrist, a pitch-black spearhead materialized in his palm. This ends now. Corel clenched his fingers tightly, and dark, inky energy surged from between them, forming a 2-meter-long black spear. Andrew's expression darkened as he sensed the terrifying power within the spear. A mage weapon, The realization sent a chill down his spine. Mage weapons were powerful artifacts rarely found in resource-starved plains like the Starlight continent. When the mages had left during the Great Exodus, they had certainly taken all such artifacts with them. How could the Star Alliance have one? Even he, a member of the Obsidian Throne, didn't possess a mage weapon. Wait. Andrew squinted at the weapon and realized it bore an uncanny resemblance to Black Lightning, one of the Obsidian Throne's iconic weapons. Could this spear have been modeled after Black Lightning? The resemblance was striking, and the thought left Andrew reeling. Where had the Star Alliance come from? How had they developed mid-tier innate crystals and mage weapons? What kind of resources and knowledge could support such advancements? Andrew's mind spiraled as one shocking realization after another unraveled the arrogant confidence he had held since stepping onto the Starlight continent. The superiority he had felt at the start of his mission was utterly shattered, replaced by a deep, growing unease. Before Andrew could regain his composure, Corel hurled the spear. The weapon cut through the air like a black thunderbolt, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. Panic-stricken, Andrew hastily summoned a series of bone shields in front of him, stacking layer upon layer to block the attack. Boom! The black spear smashed into the first shield, obliterating it instantly. The second and third shields followed, disintegrating in quick succession. In mere moments, the spear had torn through every shield Andrew had conjured, leaving him defenseless. He could only watch in horror as the spear pierced through the final fragments of bone and struck him directly. The resulting explosion of black lightning shredded his energy defenses, tore apart his protective spells, and overwhelmed the barriers of his enchanted items. Agonizing pain flooded Andrew's body as the lightning coursed through him, rendering him powerless. A deafening thunderclap echoed across the sky as Andrew's limp form plummeted toward the ground. Zeman, anticipating this outcome, used a mage's hand spell to catch Andrew before he hit the earth. Another victory for us, Zeman said with a grin. Corel let out a rare smile as he retrieved the spear. With the Starlight continent's energy particle density returning to normal, recharging mage weapons was no longer an issue. The weapon would be ready for use again in just 4 or 5 days. Capturing this guy should earn enough contribution points for 2 or 3 years in a high-tier cultivation room, Zeman said cheerfully. I'd rather exchange mine for crystal soul elixirs, Corel replied. As they chatted, both suddenly tensed and turned their gazes upward. 2 figures materialized in the air, a pair of automaton girls from the Witch Hunter Legion. Recognizing them, Zeman smiled and tossed Andrew's unconscious body toward the automatons with his mage's hand. He's all yours. Take him to the detention center. Starlight Mage Tower Study Room. Liz sat calmly at her desk with her eyes closed, meditating. She opened them only when Artil entered. Well? She asked. Lady Liz, Artil began, Zeman and Corel happened to be near Karen City. Before the Witch Hunter Legion arrived, they managed to capture one of the Obsidian Throne mages. He's currently being transported here by the automatons. Liz's lips curled into a faint smile. Those two are quite motivated. Artil chuckled. They recently became formal mages and have a lot of expenses. No wonder they're eager to rack up contribution points. Liz cast Artil a knowing glance and said, Don't worry, I'll make sure their efforts are rewarded. Add their accomplishments to the records and calculate the corresponding contribution points. Caught off guard by Liz's perceptiveness, Artil gave an embarrassed smile and nodded. Switching gears, Liz asked, What about the investigation? Artil's expression grew serious. According to the Starry Eyes monitoring, 14 previously unrecorded energy particle bursts occurred across the Starlight continent in the past day. 2 reached second circle apprentice levels, 8 reached third circle apprentice levels, and 4 matched first circle mage standards. I've already deployed nearby golem units to apprehend the sources. The Witch Hunter Legion is also en route, and with the teleportation network, they should arrive soon. Liz nodded in satisfaction. The Starry Eyes energy classification relied solely on the intensity of energy bursts detected, meaning the actual strength of the targets might vary. Still, even if all 14 energy bursts belonged to Obsidian Throne mages, the Star Alliance was more than capable of eliminating them. With its current power, the Star Alliance could confidently handle hundreds of First Circle mages. Aurora City. Aurora City, once the capital of the Aurora Empire, had been annexed by the Starry Empire centuries ago. 700 years later, all traces of the Aurora Empire had been erased. The city's residents knew only the Starry Empire and took pride in their imperial citizenship. Today, however, the peaceful city was embroiled in chaos. The battle pitted hulking skeletal humanoids against hundreds of golems. The skeletal creatures appeared as towering skeletons clad in tattered red cloth, their grotesque forms wielding razor-sharp claws that could extend up to 8 meters to impale their foes. But their opponents' iron golems and even enchanted adamantine golems were far from easy prey. The bone claws, deadly as they were, barely scratched the iron golems and couldn't even mark the adamant. Starlight Mage Tower. Milton was even more shocked by the strange, silvery runes glowing on the bodies of the human knights. Magical construct engravings. His eyelid twitched. Only mage factions with vast resources could afford to equip their knight corps with magical construct engravings. Could a mage faction have emerged on the Starlight continent? The thought crossed Milton's mind, but he immediately dismissed it. The soil of the Starlight continent could never foster a mage faction. A mage faction in an elemental desert plain? That's pure fantasy. Milton shook his head, brushing away the notion, and his eyes narrowed. I'd better deal with these golems quickly, then capture the noble lord of this city to interrogate them for information. I'm quite curious about what's happened on this continent over the past millennium. Although Aurora City's forces exceeded his expectations, Milton didn't take them seriously. Even with tens of thousands of legendary-level puppets and human knights, he could easily wipe them out with a mere gesture. As he prepared to act, his expression suddenly changed. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing 100 meters away. At the same time, his hand lifted, and a ring on his finger glowed. Dozens of sharp, pale bone spikes materialized and shot forward like arrows, striking where he had just been standing. Thunk thunk thunk. Though the spikes seemed to hit empty air, the sound of their impact was unmistakable, as if they had struck a hidden barrier. The space distorted, and a figure gradually emerged, a young woman with exquisite, graceful features, cloaked in a robe. A formless protective barrier surrounded her, having absorbed the full brunt of the bone spikes. A mage. Milton's face darkened. He hadn't expected a mage to appear so soon after he'd speculated about their presence. Could this person be the creator of the adamantine golems? What are you? Milton demanded, hoping to extract some information from the girl. She didn't reply, merely cast him a cold glance before launching her attack. Silvery liquid metal seeped from her body, forming countless sharp spikes that surged forward like a tidal wave as she charged. Milton sneered and decisively activated his innate ability. Pale bones rapidly grew and wrapped around his body, forming a massive beast-like shell that shielded him from the silver spikes. Bang! 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 The razor-sharp spikes struck the bone armor, leaving fist-sized dents, but the bones quickly regenerated, filling the gaps. Milton raised an eyebrow, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. As expected of a native mage far weaker than a proper one. This innate ability doesn't even meet the standard for low-tier abilities. With a cold smirk, Milton lunged forward, covering 100 meters in an instant. He appeared beside the girl, the bone beast's massive jaws snapping toward her. The girl sidestepped but couldn't avoid the attack entirely. Her left shoulder was bitten, and her entire arm disappeared. Milton's smug grin froze as he noticed the silver liquid flowing from the girl's severed arm. Mithril. You're not human. His expression twisted in shock. It finally dawned on him that his opponent wasn't a living person but a puppet. This girl was a mage-level puppet. A chill ran down Milton's spine. A single mage-level puppet might not be enough to threaten him, but what it represented was truly terrifying. Creating such a puppet was an achievement only possible for a second circle mage. Though, in theory, the environment of the Starlight continent shouldn't allow for the emergence of second circle mages, the presence of this puppet left no room for doubt. More importantly, if there was one mage-level puppet, there were likely more. As if to confirm Milton's fears, the buildings below suddenly collapsed, and countless black tendrils burst forth from the rubble. They lashed out with immense energy, surging toward Milton like a storm. In an instant, the bone beast was overwhelmed by the writhing mass of tendrils and torn to shreds with a deafening explosion. Milton barely escaped from the remnants of his bone armor, his face grim. Another mage-level puppet. His teeth ground together in frustration. Not only were these puppets numerous, but their strength was on par with formal mages. Even more alarming was their flawless coordination, which rivaled that of an experienced team of formal mages. Milton, a first circle mage of the Obsidian Throne, could hardly believe that he was being pushed to such a desperate state in a plane as resource-starved as the Starlight continent. I must retreat. A strong sense of danger drove him to his decision. He poured all his energy into conjuring a pair of bone wings, intent on breaking free. But before he could act, the air around him trembled violently. A cold voice echoed from a distance, carrying an overwhelming aura of authority and ruthlessness. "This ends here, invader." Milton turned sharply toward the source of the voice. A figure floated in the sky, slowly revealing itself. It was a young man clad in a robe adorned with starry patterns. His gaze was calm and indifferent, as if piercing through all illusions. What unsettled Milton most was the intensity of the elemental energy surrounding the man. It far surpassed his own. A second circle mage. Milton's heart raced as disbelief filled his mind. How could an elemental desert like the Starlight continent produce a second circle mage? Yet the undeniable evidence was right before him. The young man's voice rang out again, calm yet suffocating. "Capture him!" In response to the command, countless black tendrils erupted from the ground once more, and dozens of adamantine golems converged from all directions, cutting off Milton's escape. His face turned pale, any trace of hope vanishing. "I surrender. Let's negotiate!" he shouted frantically, hoping to bargain for his life. The only reply was a cold scoff. "You're in no position to negotiate." As the words fell, the puppets and tendrils attacked in unison, swallowing Milton completely. Liz stood in the observation chamber atop the Starlight Mage Tower, her gaze fixed on the battle over Aurora City as it drew to a close. Her expression was calm, her demeanor as composed as ever. Artil stood beside her, speaking in a low voice. "My lady, another Obsidian Throne mage has been captured." Liz nodded lightly. "Clean it up and bring him back." Her eyes narrowed slightly as she murmured, "It seems the Obsidian Throne underestimated the Star Alliance. But this is only the beginning." Chapter 247. Boom. 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 Dull, thunderous strikes echoed through the sky, occasionally accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering bone. Under the relentless assault of the dark, writhing tentacles, Milton's bone armor quickly began to crack and disintegrate, scattering fragments that rained down like a snowstorm. The rate of regeneration couldn't keep up with the pace of destruction. In just a few breaths, the once thick armor was in shambles, riddled with so many cracks that Milton's figure could now be glimpsed through the gaps. "Damn it!" Milton's face twisted in anger and frustration. Letting out a sharp, furious roar, he detonated the remnants of his bone armor, the shards exploding outward in all directions. These bone fragments seemed to carry a corrosive energy, leaving dents and pits on the sturdy metal tentacles they struck. Piece by piece, the black tentacles were riddled with holes, and several even snapped entirely. Hiss! The tentacles quickly recoiled. Milton finally managed to catch his breath. It was only now that he got a clear look at his ambushers. They were 4 colossal squid-shaped puppets. Their dark metal bodies gleamed ominously under the sunlight, exuding a chilling, foreboding aura. Touched puppets. How are relics of the Starfall Society here? Recognizing the origin of the puppets, Milton couldn't help but feel startled. The Starfall Society had supposedly been wiped out in an internal conflict over 2,000 years ago, with all their knowledge and relics lost alongside their city of Starfall. So how could these puppets still exist? But reality didn't afford Milton the luxury of pondering. The mechanical puppet girl attacked again, swiftly closing in. At the same time, the 4 touched puppets emerged fully from the ruins of nearby buildings. Their tentacles had already regrown, now glowing with an array of colorful magical auras. Seeing this, Milton's heart sank to rock bottom. 5 mage-level puppets. Even 2 of him combined wouldn't stand a chance. In the mage tower, beside the elemental pool, Sunan sat cross-legged on the floor, holding an elemental crystal in his hand, absorbing and assimilating the divine energy within. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply, his gaze filled with joy. Finally broke through. It had taken nearly 3 centuries, but he had finally reached the crystallization stage. Within the depths of his mental sea, the second talent crystal was now surrounded by condensed crystal grains of spiritual power, forming a flowing ring of starlight that shimmered with breathtaking beauty. "My spiritual power has grown significantly." A satisfied smile spread across Sunan's face. With this, he could further refine and strengthen his engraved gemstones and mage tools. Talents like specialization and mental capacity could also be enhanced further, or he could imprint a 3rd mental sigil. But all of these were secondary. The most critical outcome of breaking into the second circle crystallization stage was clear. "I can now construct my 3rd talent crystal model." A glint of excitement flashed in Sunan's eyes. He had long planned for his third talent. He intended to design a talent with unparalleled offensive power. Over the years, he had been studying and refining various talent crystal models. After more than 5 centuries of research, the design for his new talent crystal model was complete. It was inspired by the advanced Starfall Society model known as Falling Star. Using it as a base, Sunan integrated ideas from other talent crystals and magical artifacts, eventually crafting a new model through painstaking effort. Though its exact effects would only be known after successful construction, Sunan was confident it would exceed his expectations. He had named it Meteor Rain. As a super-tier talent crystal model, Meteor Rain was no less complex than his previous creations, Liquid Metal and Absolute Domain, if not even more intricate. However, with an ample supply of construction potions, Sunan estimated he could complete the model within 2 years. The real challenge lay in the final stage, filling the crystal with spiritual power. The amount of spiritual energy required to fully activate the third talent crystal would far exceed what the previous 2 had needed. Even with the Starlight Continent's now restored energy density and the added bonus of a massive elemental pool, Sunan estimated it would take 400 to 500 years or perhaps even longer. But once the dimensional barrier is lifted, we'll be able to trade resources with other mage factions. Maybe I'll find something to expedite the process and won't need to wait as long. Sunan felt a wave of anticipation. After calming himself from the excitement of his breakthrough, he took a deep breath and prepared to start constructing the talent crystal model. But just as he was about to begin, a flicker of alarm crossed his face. His figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was in his study, his gaze locking onto Liz, who was seated behind the desk. "What's happened for you to summon me so urgently?" Liz didn't answer immediately. Instead, she gave him a once-over, a faint smile appearing on her lips. "You've broken through, haven't you?" "That's right," Sunan confirmed with a nod. "I just achieved it before your message reached me." "Congratulations." Liz wasn't overly surprised. Her understanding of cultivation had been shattered and reshaped countless times by Sunan's feats. His breakthrough felt almost inevitable at this point. Steadying herself, Liz got straight to the point. "The mages of the Obsidian Throne have arrived." Sunan's eyes sharpened. "How many?" "According to Star's Eye, there are 14 energy fluctuations. The Witch Hunter Corps has already been deployed to capture them, so we should have concrete results soon." Just as she finished speaking, Artiel entered the room. "Teacher, Lord Starfall," Artiel greeted with a bow. Liz immediately asked, "Do we have an update?" "Yes," Artiel said, his tone full of excitement. "The Witch Hunter Corps reports that out of the 14 detected energy fluctuations, 11 belong to mages of the Obsidian Throne. The remaining 3 were unrecorded Third Circle mage apprentices. Including the one we caught earlier, that makes 12 mages." Sunan's eyes glimmered. "What's their power level?" "All are First Circle mages, with the strongest being a First Circle crystallization mage." Sunan's heart settled. The number and strength of the intruders were exactly as he remembered, unchanged. Liz smiled with relief. "The Obsidian Throne probably never expected the Starlight Continent to produce someone like you, a monster who built a mage faction from nothing. They underestimated the difficulty of conquering this place and sent only this small group." Sunan said nothing, only smiling faintly. In truth, a force of 12 First Circle mages would be sufficient to conquer many weak planes. From the Obsidian Throne's perspective, the Starlight Continent just emerging from an era of elemental desolation was one such weak plane. Their judgment wasn't entirely wrong. But the Obsidian Throne's plans extended far beyond this initial wave. "Don't let your guard down. This is only the first wave. The truly formidable ones are yet to come." Liz frowned. "You mean Second Circle mages?" "Not just them." Sunan smiled faintly, but didn't elaborate further. Instead, he turned to Artiel. "Where are they?" "They've all been captured by the Witch Hunter Corps and are currently detained in the secure facility." "Let's go take a look." The detention zone. In the cold, silent confinement chamber, Andrew sat limply on the floor, his face ashen with despair. This specialized mage prison was built with floors, walls, and ceilings engraved with formations to seal spiritual power and weaken physical strength. In addition, he wore enchanted shackles that completely suppressed his magic. The spiritual energy within his mental sea was utterly dormant, leaving him unable to mobilize even a trace of power. At this point, Andrew was barely stronger than a knight. He stood no chance against the guards outside and couldn't even break through the reinforced cell door. Andrew still hadn't fully processed the events. He had initially thought this invasion of the Starlight continent would be an effortless achievement. Who could have imagined that there would be mages on the continent, not just one, but many, completely throwing him off guard. Those two must be high-ranking members of the Star Alliance. Andrew recalled the two mages who had defeated him. Both wielded medium-level talent crystals and mage tools, rare commodities even in the wider mage world. Such valuable assets were usually reserved for the core leadership of even the weakest mage factions. Since those two possessed such resources, their status within the Star Alliance must be significant. This realization filled Andrew with regret and frustration. If he had known the Star Alliance possessed such powerful mages, he would never have split up from his companions. Fortunately, they had arrived in a group of 12, including Evan, a crystallization stage mage. It was a formidable lineup. Surely, they would soon notice his disappearance and come to his rescue. Andrew refused to believe the Star Alliance could withstand the combined might of 11 mages. As he mulled over these thoughts, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed down the hallway outside. Andrew frowned, assuming the Star Alliance was sending someone to interrogate him. A sneer crept onto his face as he looked up. What he saw, however, made his eyes widen in shock. One by one, steel golems approached the cell, dragging along pale, battered figures who were clearly severely injured. To his astonishment, Andrew recognized every single one of them. Milton, Wilson, Hargreaves, Casper, even Evan, who he had placed his hopes in. Every single mage from the Obsidian Throne's first wave was here. Andrew's face turned deathly pale. His chest filled with a mix of dread and disbelief. He could hardly comprehend it. Their group had arrived on the Starlight continent full of ambition, only to suffer a complete defeat on the very first day. Every single one of them had been captured. What was going on? For a moment, Andrew felt as though he were trapped in some bizarre dream. With a clang, the iron gate swung open. The steel golems tossed the Obsidian Throne mages into the cell one by one before closing the door and leaving at a leisurely pace. The 11 mages were already severely wounded. With the added suppression of the formations and enchanted shackles, their physical conditions had deteriorated further. The rough handling left them sprawled on the ground, barely conscious. It took them a long time to recover and struggle to their feet. The 12 captives exchanged glances, their expressions heavy with despair. None of them knew what to say. Finally, Evan broke the silence, his voice hoarse. "How did you all get captured?" Milton let out a bitter laugh. "I had just entered the city when I was surrounded by a group of steel golems and adamantine golems. Not long after, 5 mage-level puppets appeared. I couldn't fight them off and was captured." Andrew's eyes widened in shock. 5 mage-level puppets. What was going on? The answers from the others only deepened his shock. "I was the same. I'd barely entered the city when 5 mage-level puppets ambushed me. I didn't even make it to a city. I was still in the wilderness when I was attacked by 5 mage-level puppets. I had it worse. There were 7 mage-level puppets attacking me." After a brief exchange, the cell fell into an oppressive silence once more. The atmosphere grew so heavy it felt suffocating. Everyone's faces turned grim. It was now clear that they had all been attacked almost simultaneously. This indicated that the enemy had enough forces to launch coordinated attacks against all of them at once. A rough calculation suggested that the enemy had deployed around 60 mage-level puppets in this operation. That was an absolutely staggering number. This also strongly implied that a proper mage faction had emerged on the Starlight continent. Only a mage faction could possibly have the resources to create so many mage-level puppets. Yet what baffled them was how such a faction could have arisen. For over a millennium, the Starlight continent had been a desolate place for elemental magic, where even producing a single mage was nearly impossible. How had a mage faction managed to emerge here? It was beyond their comprehension. Of all of them, Andrew was the most shaken. He had assumed the Star Alliance had, at most, a handful of mages. But now, it was clear they possessed far more, along with a staggering number of mage-level puppets. The most alarming part was that crafting so many mage-level puppets suggested the existence of a second circle mage within the Star Alliance. It was now evident that Andrew's earlier assumptions had been wildly inaccurate. The 2 mages who had defeated him weren't high-ranking members, they were likely just ordinary members of the Star Alliance. The Star Alliance's strength was far greater than he had ever imagined. Seeing Andrew's prolonged silence, Evan turned to him and asked, "Andrew, how did you get captured?" Snapping out of his daze, Andrew replied in a strained voice, "I was ambushed by 2 mages." He then remembered the information he had extracted from Viscount Karen and quickly shared it. By the time he finished, the others' faces had all turned pale. Unlike Andrew, they hadn't had the chance to gather any information before being captured. Until now, their understanding of the enemy was limited to conjecture. This was their first clear picture of the Star Alliance. Thousands upon thousands of mage apprentices, and even a mage academy. How could this Star Alliance have so many resources? I bet the Star Tower was destroyed by them. What on earth happened on the Starlight continent over the past 1,000 years? Their minds swirled with confusion and unease. At that moment, light footsteps echoed from the hall. Why outside? These weren't the heavy, metallic steps of golems. Alert, the mages all looked up to see a man and a woman leisurely approaching their cell. "Greetings, mages of the Obsidian Throne." The man spoke with a faint smile, his eyes gleaming with a playful glint as he surveyed them. Chapter 248. Who are you? Evan's face was grim as he scrutinized the 2 individuals before him, suspicion evident in his eyes. The woman's body exuded an ethereal quality, clearly not human and more like a specter. It was peculiar to see a ghostly figure in such a setting. What concerned him even more, however, was the young man who had spoken. The man radiated an aura of profound depth, akin to the boundless depths of the ocean. Evan couldn't see through him. The only time he had felt such an impression was in the presence of higher-tier mages, those at the 2nd or 3rd circle. Suddenly, a realization struck Evan, and he blurted out, "You're the leader of the Star Alliance." His words startled the other Obsidian Throne mages. When they turned to look at Sunan, their gazes were filled with wariness and unease. According to the information Andrew had gathered, it was this Sunan who had founded the Star Alliance single-handedly and built it into its current formidable state. Such a feat was almost miraculous. Even after living for over 1,000 years, none of them had heard of anything comparable. "Prisoners don't have the right to ask questions," Sunan replied, ignoring Evan's remark. "Tell me, what's the Obsidian Throne's plan this time?" Evan's expression darkened, and he responded coldly. "You're just a mage from a plane sealed off for 1,000 years. You have no idea how many mage factions in the multiverse are far stronger than your Star Alliance. Let me warn you, the Obsidian Throne is far more powerful than you can imagine. Defeating us changes nothing." "Oh, I know a thing or two." Sunan smiled faintly and began speaking leisurely. "The Obsidian Throne is one of the top 5 mage factions in the multiverse. You've been at odds with the Deep Blue Alliance and the Codex of Wisdom, engaging in frequent conflicts. You control the Umbra Moon Plane Cluster and are currently waging a campaign against the Crescent Moon Plane Cluster. Unfortunately, the campaign isn't going well, and you recently lost a true spirit mage. Am I wrong?" The room fell deathly silent. Evan and the others stared at Sunan as though they had seen a ghost. If Sunan had only mentioned the first few details, it might have been plausible that they were recorded in some ancient text left behind by another mage. But the Obsidian Throne's invasion of the Crescent Moon Plane Cluster had begun just over 3 centuries ago, during the time when the Starlight continent was sealed off from the outside world. Moreover, the death of the true spirit mage was a closely guarded secret that had occurred within the past year. No outsider could possibly know about it. Unless someone had leaked the information. Evan seemed to realize something and abruptly turned his head, glaring at Andrew. Of everyone here, Andrew was the only one who had been detained earlier. If someone had leaked the information, it had to be him. Caught off guard by Evan's gaze, Andrew froze for a moment before hurriedly protesting, "I didn't say anything. They didn't even interrogate me." Despite his protests, the others looked at him with evident doubt. Even Liz couldn't help but wonder if Sunan had secretly interrogated Andrew without her knowledge. Evan, however, quickly calmed down. Mages possessed extraordinarily resilient wills and souls, rendering them nearly immune to most forms of hypnosis or charm magic. For this reason, standard interrogation techniques were useless against mages. More importantly, mages like them had contracts with the Obsidian Throne. Any action detrimental to the throne would result in the immediate annihilation of their souls and bodies. It was impossible for the Star Alliance to extract such sensitive information from Andrew. But if that were true, how did Sunan know so much about the Obsidian Throne's secrets? Evan glanced at Sunan, finding the man even more enigmatic. It felt as though he were shrouded in an impenetrable mist. Taking a deep breath, Evan adjusted his demeanor. Gone was the arrogance he had shown earlier. In its place was a more measured tone. Since you know the power of the Obsidian Throne, you must realize that opposing us is a dead end. Let me tell you, the Obsidian Throne's forces sent to the Starlight continent are far more extensive than just us. The true main force is yet to arrive. I admit that your Star Alliance has some strength, but you're no match for our main force. Instead of walking down this path of destruction, why not lead the Star Alliance to join us? With your abilities, I'm sure our lords will welcome you and treat you with respect. Sunan shook his head. I have no interest in being a slave to the Obsidian Throne. Before Evan could respond with indignation, Sunan continued with a smirk. Besides, a small mage tower and a second circle mage aren't enough to make me feel threatened. The moment these words left his lips, Evan and the others were visibly shaken, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. How did this man know about the mage tower and Liam? Sunan observed their reactions, his heart settling. In truth, he had no intention of interrogating them. He knew it wouldn't work. He had come here purely to confirm whether the Obsidian Throne's actions matched his memory. Evan and the others' reactions left no doubt in his mind. Having obtained the information he needed, Sunan lost interest in further probing. He turned to leave. Wait, you! Evan tried to call out, but Sunan ignored him and strode out of the corridor. What's going on? Evan sat in stunned confusion. The others shared similar expressions of disbelief, feeling as though every move they made had been laid bare before their opponent. The sensation of being completely under the enemy's control was deeply unsettling. Outside the detention zone, Liz occasionally glanced at Sunan with a curious expression. Eventually, she couldn't help but ask, "How do you know so much about the secrets of the Obsidian Throne?" Sunan glanced at her and replied, "Prophecy." Liz was half skeptical. It was true that some mages specialized in prophecy and could use spells to foresee future events. However, she had never seen Sunan perform any prophecy-related spells, nor was he known as a mage adept in that field. Moreover, the information gleaned from prophecies was usually vague and cryptic. Sunan, on the other hand, knew specifics, such as the Obsidian Throne's main force involving a mage tower and a second circle mage. This didn't seem like information gained from a prophecy. Her thoughts churned, but Liz pressed down her doubts and instead asked about the handling of the 12 captured mages. Have you searched their belongings? Sunan asked in return. At this, Liz pursed her lips. Yes, we've gone through everything. Aside from about 100 magic stones and some rare materials, there wasn't anything of value, not even a single vial of construction potion. They're poorer than our Star Alliance mages. Sunan wasn't surprised. He chuckled and said, the Obsidian Throne's structure is unique. Even most first circle mages are exploited and often poorer than those in second or third rate factions. It's no wonder we couldn't find anything valuable. After some thought, Sunan made a decision. These individuals have contracts with the Obsidian Throne. We can't extract valuable information from them, nor are they likely to surrender. Kill them all and extract their souls to create soul crystals. At least they'll still be useful. Sunan had always been ruthless toward enemies. The souls of 12 first circle mages would suffice to produce several legendary level soul crystals. Liz agreed without hesitation and then asked, when will the main force of the Obsidian Throne's vanguard arrive? Sunan pondered for a moment. Not anytime soon. For their mage tower to descend on the Starlight continent, a lot of preparation is needed. It'll take at least 3 or 4 months. Besides, the mage tower breaking through the planar barrier will cause a significant disturbance. The Starry Eye will definitely detect it. Just have someone keep an eye on it, and you'll know when it happens. Liz nodded in understanding. After concluding their business, the two began chatting casually. While the Obsidian Throne mages were being captured, Zeman and Korra just happened to be near one of the targets and took them down themselves. What a coincidence! Or maybe they deliberately kept an eye on the situation, hoping to earn significant contribution points. Who knows? But because of this, quite a few mages in the Star Alliance have been complaining to me, asking why they weren't allowed to join the fight against the Obsidian Throne. The Star Alliance doesn't have enough mages yet. Each one is precious. It's better to leave the combat to the Witch Hunting Corps for now. I don't want to see casualties among our mages. Sunan truly felt this way, though it wasn't the only reason. He wasn't willing to lose valuable contributors. If a mage died, it meant one less person to help collect elemental dust, a significant loss. On the other hand, mage-level constructs could be rebuilt, albeit at the cost of more resources. That was precisely why he had created the Witch Hunting Corps in the first place. Without my explicit orders, no mage is allowed to engage in battle on their own. After instructing Liz to relay his command, Sunan left and returned to the element pool atop the mage tower to continue constructing his talent crystal model. Though another batch of enemies would arrive in a few months, he remained unconcerned. Whether it was the small mage tower or the second circle mage, neither posed a significant threat. The real concern was the period between the planar barrier's full removal and the Star Alliance securing sufficient allies. That was when the Obsidian Throne might launch a more substantial attack. As for the current vanguard, their threat had diminished considerably with the completion of the Starlight Mage Tower and Sunan's ascension to the second circle. Zeman. Walking through the warehouse corridor, Zeman suddenly heard someone calling his name. He turned to see that it was Staff. Mentor Staff. Staff approached and waved dismissively. We're both mages. There's no need to add the mentor title. Zeman smiled faintly, not dwelling on the topic, and instead asked, Is there something you need from me? I heard you fought against one of the Obsidian Throne mages. Staff asked with interest. That's correct. Zeman didn't hide it. What did you think of their strength? Staff was curious. How did they compare? Zeman thought for a moment before replying, honestly, weaker than I expected. Weaker? Yes. They didn't know advanced spellcasting techniques, had no mage tools, and didn't even use powerful items like engraved gems. Their only notable ability was the bone talent. So, the Obsidian Throne mages aren't even as well equipped as our Star Alliance mages. Exactly. I even talked to Atil recently. She mentioned that the 12 mages didn't have any valuable loot on them, just some magic stones and rare materials. Zeman sighed. To be honest, after learning about the Obsidian Throne, he had been deeply wary of them. As one of the multiverse's premier mage factions, their resources, traditions, and environment were far superior to the Starlight continent, which had only recently emerged from the age of elemental scarcity. Zeman had secretly harbored the feeling of a rural militia facing an elite urban army. But after actually encountering the Obsidian Throne mages, he realized this wasn't the case at all. Their first circle liquefied mages were no stronger than he was. Their arsenal was limited, and they didn't even have mage tools, making them easy targets for Korra's Black Lightning. This revelation shattered his image of the Obsidian Throne as an all-powerful faction. In fact, Zeman felt that the 12 Obsidian Throne mages were poorer than the Star Alliance's secret puppets. At least the puppets had engraved gems and rings enhanced to the limit, like the Microglow Ring and the Calamity Ring. Staff fell silent after hearing Zeman's account, feeling at a loss for words. He, too, had been apprehensive about the Obsidian Throne. Upon learning of their invasion, he had been worried sick, only to be stunned when news arrived of all 12 invaders being captured. It had taken him a while to process. Wanting more details, he had rushed to Zeman. It seems life outside the Starlight continent isn't as easy as we imagined, Staff remarked. Zeman chuckled. Atil once told me that Lord Starfall said larger factions may have more resources, but with so many mages, those resources are spread thin, making competition extremely fierce. In contrast, we in the Star Alliance have fewer mages and receive abundant resources from our Lord. There's no need for competition, as long as we complete tasks and earn contribution points, we can exchange them for resources. There's no infighting, just everyone working at their own pace. But once the Star Alliance has more mages in the future, this treatment won't last. Staff laughed. So we're benefiting from the early days of our faction's formation. That's one way to look at it. The two exchanged a glance and shared a knowing smile. Chapter 249. What is that? Inside the Dusk Wizard Tower, a group of Dark Throne wizards stared at the scene outside, their faces clouded with disbelief and uncertainty. Enchanted ships. Perhaps some kind of magical construct. Ridiculous. Does the Star Alliance really think these ships can stand against wizard towers? A round of scornful laughter filled the room. The airships looked massive, but compared to the towering grandeur of wizard towers, they seemed like mere toys. Foolish dreamers, Yuxi sneered. Although the Star Alliance's swift response had disrupted the expected effects of the ambush, it didn't matter. The wizard towers were his real trump card. As long as these 5 wizard towers remained, the victory of this war was assured. Release all the Dusk Wolves, Yuxi ordered, waving his hand. Command received. The tower's spirit responded immediately. In the sky above the battlefield, countless arrays materialized in front of the 5 wizard towers. Out of these arrays charged ferocious, colossal wolves, howling as they emerged. These wolves were at least twice the size of the black wolves already on the battlefield. Like their smaller counterparts, they were jet black, but their appearance varied subtly. Some bore claws of dark grey. Others had crimson fangs that resembled fresh blood. Some were surrounded by an eerie mist, their forms flickering between corporeal and ethereal. Still others seemed composed of shadows, their twisted forms wavering like living darkness. Grey Claw, Blood Fang, Mist Howl, Shadow Shade, the famed dusk wolves of the Wolf-Tide Plain, Cyril remarked, his eyes gleaming with interest as he scrutinized the monstrous creatures. I've heard each dusk wolf possesses the power of a first-rank wizard, he added, his tone a mix of admiration and trepidation. Misha nodded slightly. Correct. The Valley of Twilight in the Wolf-Tide Plain is a rare breeding ground for wizard-level beasts. It's the most valuable resource of the entire plain. Yuxi's rise to become a candidate for the Dark Throne's coveted rank of Robe Wizard is largely due to these wolves. Cyril's expression briefly flickered with envy. As a third-rank wizard, he too controlled a plain, but its war potential and resource abundance were mediocre at best, far inferior to the Wolf-Tide Plain. A plain capable of mass-producing wizard-level combatants was the dream of every wizard. The Star Alliance is going to have a tough time now, Cyril mused. Misha thought back to what Amy had told her and smiled faintly. Not necessarily. Why do you say that, Lady Misha? Cyril asked, puzzled. Just watch, Misha replied, her gaze fixed firmly on the battlefield. The dusk wolves roared and charged toward the fleet. Over 200 wizard-level beasts surged forward, their overwhelming aura darkening the sky like a shroud of gloom. Suddenly, the sides of 3 leading airships opened, revealing pitch-black exits. Out leapt squid-like constructs, their tentacles flailing as they hurtled toward the wolves. Simultaneously, graceful humanoid figures vaulted off the decks. Pausing briefly in midair, they streaked toward the wolves like shimmering comets. What are those? One Dark Throne wizard asked, frowning. Golems and wizards. No, they all look identical. They're not humans, they're also constructs. Humanoid constructs? Probably some micro-golem technology. Whatever they are, they're no match for the dusk wolves, a wizard scoffed. But the laughter died abruptly as the squid-like golem's tentacles lit up with brilliant magical energy. In the next moment, a barrage of spells engulfed the dusk wolves, blotting out the sky. Howl! Outnumbered 2 to 1, and with the golem's tentacles multiplying the assault several times over, the dusk wolves let out agonized cries as they were bombarded by waves of magic. Before they could recover, another onslaught hit them, a hailstorm of metal infused with magical energy, unleashed by the humanoid constructs using their magitech cores. Wizard-level constructs! A Dark Throne wizard exclaimed in horror. The others quickly paled. Hundreds of constructs, all wizard-level. How is that possible? Where did the Star Alliance get the resources and expertise to create so many wizard-level constructs? Yuxi's face darkened, his confidence shaken. The constructs emerging from the airships numbered over 700. How could a fledgling wizard faction from a sealed plane have forged such a formidable force? So, they have some tricks up their sleeve, Yuxi muttered coldly. Seeing the dusk wolves faltering under the relentless assault, he decisively ordered his wizard towers to attack. High above, the 5 wizard towers remained motionless, save for the areas near their summits. There, pinpoints of light appeared, quickly expanding into blinding orbs of brilliance. The next second, beams of crimson light shot out in all directions, blanketing the airships in a storm of destruction. Boom! 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 The airships hit by the crimson beams erupted into fiery explosions, their remains plummeting toward the earth. Within moments, over a dozen first- and second-tier airships were reduced to scrap. Only the third-tier airships, with their reinforced defenses, managed to withstand the onslaught. The airships retaliated, unleashing waves of spell beams and magical artillery. The sky turned into a chaotic battlefield of flashing lights and booming detonations. The wizard towers, with their superior firepower and defenses, appeared to hold the upper hand. Each tower's attack destroyed multiple airships, while the tower's protective energy fields deflected most of the incoming fire. Yet the airships pressed on, fearlessly surrounding the towers and pouring relentless firepower onto them. Individually, their attacks barely scratched the energy fields, but their sheer volume began to take its toll. Soon, one of the smaller wizard towers, Grey Claw Tower, showed signs of strain. Its energy field flickered and wavered. Master, Grey Claw Tower's energy field is down to less than 15%. A Dark Throne Wizard reported grimly. Yuxi's jaw tightened. I underestimated these toys. They're more effective than I thought. Order Grey Claw Tower to retreat and repair its energy field. Yes, Master. But before Grey Claw Tower could retreat, a rift suddenly tore open in the void a few hundred meters away. From it emerged another wizard tower. Unlike the others, this tower's pinnacle erupted with an overwhelming brilliance that made it hard to look directly at it. The next moment, countless spell beams shot out, slamming directly into the Grey Claw Wizard Tower. The sheer number of spell beams far exceeded any other wizard tower on the battlefield, even outstripping the firepower of the Dusk Wizard Tower itself. With a single strike, the energy shield of the Grey Claw Wizard Tower, already weakened to its last 15%, was shattered instantly. The spell beams punched through the tower, leaving it riddled with gaping holes. Boom! The Grey Claw Wizard Tower emitted smoke and faint sparks as it tilted, plummeting helplessly toward the ground. Damn it! Yuxi was seething with a mix of rage and shock. He was furious at how the enemy had exploited the moment of weakness to strike a devastating blow. But what truly alarmed him was the extraordinary power of their attack. Even with the energy shield reduced to 15%, the tower should have been able to withstand at least one attack. And how had their tower managed such an overwhelming barrage of spell beams? Just how many spell cannons had that wizard tower been equipped with? On the other side, Cyril was equally taken aback. This tower's spell cannons are terrifyingly powerful. Maisha's eyes sparkled. 300 cannons, all enhanced. With that many, I wonder if its energy reserves can sustain the output. Inside the Dusk Wizard Tower, Yuxi's expression darkened as he issued a command. Focus all fire on that wizard tower. Take it down first. The remaining 4 wizard towers shifted their firepower, converging their attacks on the Starshine Wizard Tower. In an instant, countless spell beams and magical blasts slammed into the Starshine Wizard Tower. Yet, the tower seemed completely unscathed, absorbing the onslaught without even a flicker of instability. Meanwhile, its retaliation struck back with devastating precision. With a single barrage, the Bloodfang Wizard Tower's energy shield lost a staggering 20% of its durability. Damn it! This tower's firepower is beyond the small class category, it's at least mid-class. Who in their right mind equips a tower with so many cannons? Are they insane? And its energy shield, it's not small class either. Relax, Yuxi interjected sharply, silencing the growing panic among his ranks. This level of firepower is unsustainable. Even a mid-class wizard tower will run out of energy quickly under this kind of load. Yuxi's reassurance steadied his subordinates for the moment. Then, with a cold gleam in his eyes, he barked out further orders. Activate the disintegration cannons on Bloodfang, Mist Howl, and Shadow Shade towers. Twilight Tower, deploy the plasma cannon. Let's see how long they can hold out. The 4 towers unleashed their most devastating weapons. 3 beams of pale grey light and 1 streak of electric blue plasma converged on the Starshine Wizard Tower in a fearsome display of destructive power. Yet the result was no different from before. The Starshine Wizard Tower stood unharmed, its surface rippling faintly with energy fluctuations but otherwise unperturbed. The sight left Yuxi and his wizards momentarily speechless, their faces edged with disbelief. Cyril, observing from a distance, let out a sharp breath. A large class labyrinthine energy shield? No. Even a large class shield wouldn't block this level of attack so easily. Maisha's gaze gleamed with admiration. It's not just large class, it's been heavily modified. Its defensive capabilities are clearly superior to anything in its class. Cyril stared in stunned silence for a moment before shaking his head in awe. This Starshine Wizard Tower wasn't merely mid-class as previously thought, it was a fortified mid-class tower, likely recently upgraded. And its energy shield surpassed even large-class towers in durability and resilience. But Cyril's astonishment didn't end there. The tower's energy reserves seemed equally exceptional. Typically, a mid-class wizard tower equipped with 300 spell cannons operating at full capacity would burn through its energy reserves in 2 to 3 volleys. Even a large-class tower would struggle to sustain more than 7 or 8 volleys. Yet the Starshine Wizard Tower had already fired 10 volleys, with no signs of energy depletion. Its energy reserves were clearly beyond even large class standards. Could its elemental pool also be enhanced beyond large class? Cyril muttered, overwhelmed by amazement. Amid the intense battle, the 4 remaining wizard towers of the Dark Throne continued to expend energy rapidly. Meanwhile, the Starshine Wizard Tower's relentless firepower remained undiminished. The surrounding flying airships, though battered, also continued their assault, gradually wearing down the enemy towers. Soon, following the Grey Claw Tower, the Blood Fang Tower's energy shield collapsed. A single barrage from the Starshine Wizard Tower rendered it a smoking wreck, plummeting to the ground. Panic spread among the wizards of the Dark Throne. "What do we do, my lord?" They turned to Yuxi with desperate eyes. Yuxi's face was a storm of fury and frustration. He had underestimated the Starshine Wizard Tower's defensive and offensive capabilities, which clearly exceeded even a fortified mid-class tower. What he had assumed to be a small-class tower was, in fact, a reinforced mid-class masterpiece, one that surpassed his own Dusk Wizard Tower in nearly every aspect. Casting his gaze across the battlefield, Yuxi saw his forces crumbling on all fronts. The Dusk Wolves, vastly outnumbered by the Starshine Wizard Tower's army of wizard-class constructs, were suffering heavy casualties and would soon be annihilated. On the ground, the Black Wolf Horde was being decimated, not only by the enemy's relentless advance but also by a sudden appearance of over a dozen dragons. These mighty creatures soared above the battlefield, raining fiery breath upon the wolves, wreaking havoc in their ranks. The wolves were being driven back toward the Wolf-Tide Plain, and Yuxi knew that once they retreated, the invasion would turn into a counter-offensive. Should we retreat? The thought crossed Yuxi's mind, leaving him torn with indecision. The stakes were monumental. This mission was his opportunity to ascend to the rank of Robe Wizard. Failure would not only cost him dearly but also jeopardize his standing with Lord Wood, dashing his hopes of future advancement. But hesitation proved fatal. A deafening explosion signaled the destruction of the Misthowl Tower, leaving only 2 of the Dark Throne's towers intact. "Retreat!" Yuxi finally barked, his voice laced with suppressed fury. The remnants of the Dusk Wolves, now frenzied, surged toward the Starshine Wizard Tower in a last-ditch effort to buy time. Cyril blinked in surprise, watching as the Dusk and Shadow Shade Towers began to retreat. "Yuxi is running!" he exclaimed. The Starshine Wizard Tower obliterated the remaining Dusk Wolves with precision fire, then immediately set its sights on the retreating towers, pursuing them relentlessly. Maisha's lips curved into a faint smile. Chapter 250. Retreating, "Hey," Sunan murmured, a faint sneer forming as he observed the 2 retreating wizard towers on the glowing screen within the Starshine Wizard Tower. Behind him, Liz couldn't hide the relief in her expression as she let out a long, quiet exhale. The blade that had hung ominously over their heads had finally been removed, at least for now. The tide of war had turned in their favor, but it wasn't over yet. It was time for the counterattack. Liz glanced toward Sunan as he issued the command for pursuit. The Starshine Wizard Tower surged forward with astonishing speed, accompanied by the pursuer constructs and secret puppets. The fleet of flying ships, however, remained behind to aid the Golem Corps and the Enchanted Knight Order in eradicating the Black Wolves. "Tower Spirit 1, how much energy do we have left?" "Primary reserves at 4.29%. Sunan frowned. "Activate the auxiliary energy reserves." "Auxiliary reserves activated. Total energy restored to 54.29%. Prepare and fire the Type 2 disintegration cannon." Command acknowledged. A grey beam of destructive energy shot forth from the apex of the Starshine Wizard Tower, traversing over 2 kilometers in an instant and striking the Shadow Shade Wizard Tower dead on. A sharp hum filled the air as the energy shield enveloping the Shadow Shade Tower shattered instantly, its durability reduced to 0. The residual energy from the disintegration beam tore into the tower itself, ripping away an enormous section as if an unseen beast had taken a massive bite. Immediately following, a torrent of spell beams rained down on the now exposed Shadow Shade Tower, riddling it with devastating holes. In moments, the tower was reduced to a smoldering wreck, plummeting from the skies in a trail of smoke and fire. "Damn it!" Yuxi's face contorted in a mix of rage and despair. Centuries of effort and resources had been poured into amassing his fleet of 5 wizard towers, a cornerstone of his power base in the Dark Throne. Now, 4 of those precious towers lay in ruin. The loss cut deeply, leaving Yuxi almost breathless with fury. But there was no time for him to grieve. The relentless Starshine Wizard Tower continued to pursue him, its firepower inexorably whittling down the energy shield of his final remaining stronghold, the Dusk Wizard Tower. The energy shield's warnings grew increasingly dire. "Warning, energy shield durability critical. Remaining at 30%. Warning, energy shield durability critical." Remaining at 20%. Warning, energy shield durability critical. Remaining at 10%. Danger level reached. The tower spirit's final alert was punctuated by another disintegration beam piercing through the Dusk Wizard Tower's defenses, leaving its energy shield teetering on the brink of collapse. Seeing this, Yuxi's accompanying Dark Throne wizards began to panic. How does that tower still have energy left? Not even a large class elemental pool could sustain this output. If this keeps up, the Dusk Wizard Tower will be destroyed too. Master Yuxi, we must abandon the tower. Yes, as long as we retreat to the Wolf-Tide Plain, we'll have time to regroup. Yuxi's face was a mask of turmoil. To retreat yet again, to abandon his Dusk Wizard Tower, his greatest remaining asset, was a devastating blow. Losing the tower would shatter his standing within the Dark Throne and take centuries, if not millennia, to recover from. But before he could decide, the energy shield of the Dusk Wizard Tower finally gave out, its last sliver of durability vanishing under yet another volley of spell fire. Far behind, the Starshine Wizard Tower's apex began to glow with new energy, preparing for another devastating attack. Master! The wizards around him were desperate, their voices trembling with urgency. Yuxi clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly before he finally relented. Abandon the tower. The wizards needed no further prompting, fleeing the crumbling tower en masse. Moments later, the Dusk Wizard Tower was obliterated in a dazzling display of light and flame, plummeting to the forest below as nothing more than a blazing wreck. Yuxi and his remaining 20 wizards transformed into streaks of light, fleeing toward the expansive forest and the massive gateway that marked the Wolf-Tide Plains entrance. From the vantage of the Starshine Wizard Tower, Sunan sneered. Decisive. I'll give them that. He wasted no time, issuing pursuit orders as the tower followed at full speed. Despite its overwhelming firepower, the Starshine Wizard Tower's cannons were not as effective against smaller, nimble targets. Within moments, Yuxi's group had entered the Wolf-Tide Plain, disappearing through the massive dimensional gate surrounded by an endless tide of black wolves. Dimensional gate, Sunan muttered, his gaze narrowing. He immediately gave a command to Tower Spirit 1. Prepare for dimensional travel. Energy reserves at 5.29%. Insufficient for dimensional travel. Sunan's brow furrowed. Unlike living creatures, wizard towers could not traverse dimensional gates directly due to their massive size. They required a specialized form of dimensional travel, one that consumed a considerable amount of energy. It seemed that in his zeal to obliterate the enemy, Sunan had nearly depleted the tower's energy reserves. Liz stepped forward. We can wait. The dimensional gate won't close anytime soon. We can push the battle line forward and regroup for a full-scale counter-offensive. Sunan shook his head. If we wait, those wizards will escape. We need to cut them off at the root. He turned, his decision already made. You stay here, take charge of the Starshine Tower, and assist the ground forces in preparing the counter-offensive. I'll lead the pursuer constructs and secret puppets to chase them down. Liz's eyes widened. That's too dangerous. Sunan smirked. Relax. If they had any tricks left, they'd have used them by now. Do you think they anticipated I'd follow them into the Wolf-Tide Plain? Liz hesitated, knowing Sunan's reasoning was sound. Normal wizards wouldn't dare take such a risk. Only someone with Sunan's confidence and numerous contingencies would dare act so boldly. Be careful, she finally said, conceding to his plan. Sunan smiled, vanishing in a flash of light. Moments later, he reappeared outside the tower, becoming a streak of light as he darted toward the dimensional gate. Hundreds of pursuer constructs and secret puppets followed closely behind, plunging into the portal. Liz turned back to the battlefield, suppressing her worry as she resumed command. Advance the front lines and eliminate all black wolves. Send in the Dragon Knights and have the mages unleash their full power. Despite the chaos of war, a strange calm settled over Liz. For the first time in a long while, she believed in victory not just for this battle, but for the Star Alliance's future. Their accumulated strength over the centuries had finally proven its worth. Back in the familiar Wolf-Tide Plain, including Yuxi, all the surviving wizards finally allowed themselves a moment of relief. However, it was short-lived, replaced by pervasive loss and despair. This invasion of the Starshine continent had begun with such high hopes, a quick and decisive strike that would yield tremendous spoils. Yet, the reality was a complete disaster. All 5 wizard towers were destroyed, and the painstakingly nurtured dusk wolves were utterly annihilated. Devastating loss was an understatement. Yuxi's gaze swept over his downtrodden subordinates. His own mood was no better, but he quickly forced himself to regain composure. "There's no time to slack off now," he said in a low, commanding tone. "Star Alliance forces will be here soon. Joseph, gather all the wolf packs from every nest immediately. Prepare for battle. The rest of you, come with me to shut down the dimensional gate." Having lost their wizard towers, Yuxi would not allow any further damage to the wolf-tide plane. Without it, his position in the Dark Throne would be irreparably ruined. "Will their wizard tower follow us?" one wizard asked hesitantly. Yuxi considered it briefly, then shook his head. "Unlikely. Judging from the diminishing intensity of their attacks at the end, their tower's energy reserves must be nearly depleted. They won't have enough power for dimensional travel. And even if it does come through, its remaining energy would be so low that we could easily outlast it in a battle of attrition." The confidence in Yuxi's words eased the anxiety of his subordinates. They began preparing for the next phase of defense with a semblance of renewed determination. However, their fragile confidence was shattered by a sudden, powerful surge of energy from the dimensional gate. Everyone turned in shock to see numerous constructs pouring out of the gate. At the forefront stood a single human wizard. It was Sunan. For a moment, there was silence as disbelief washed over the gathered wizards. Then, Yuxi's face twisted with fury. Not only had this opponent chased them back to their home plane, but he had also dared to come alone with only constructs as backup. The arrogance! "Is everyone here? Excellent, I won't have to hunt you down one by one." Sunan's voice was calm, almost amused as his eyes scanned the crowd. His nonchalant tone and dismissive attitude infuriated the Dark Throne wizards. Yuxi's eyes darkened, and his voice dripped with venom. "You must be Sunan, the Star Alliance's leader. Do you really think you can take us on without your wizard tower? Do you believe a few wizard-class constructs will guarantee your survival?" Sunan smiled faintly. "Why don't you find out?" The provocation was the final straw. Yuxi's anger boiled over, and he snapped, "Kill him." The wizards surged forward as one, their attacks aimed at Sunan. At the same time, Yuxi charged directly at his opponent. The battle exploded into chaos as spells and elemental constructs clashed. Amidst the melee, Sunan and Yuxi engaged in their own deadly duel. At their level 3rd-tier wizards each possessed mastery over nearly every known magical technique. Their spells were relentless, the battlefield illuminated with near-constant bursts of radiant energy. Meanwhile, Misha and Cyril emerged from the dimensional gate, having followed the battle into the wolf-tide plane. Their attention was immediately drawn to the duel between Sunan and Yuxi. Sunan has already ascended to 3rd-tier wizard status. Cyril's surprise was evident. How is that even possible? His advancement speed is unheard of. Misha's gaze sharpened as she observed Sunan's movements. She, too, was taken aback. From what she knew, Sunan had only recently reached 2nd-tier crystallization. Even with the 50 spirit orbs she had traded him, such rapid progression should have been impossible. "His rate of improvement is astonishing," she murmured. No wonder he dared to pursue Yuxi and his forces alone. Cyril studied the fight for a moment longer before shaking his head. "He's being reckless. Yuxi is a 3rd-tier crystallized wizard, 2 minor ranks above him. Sunan can't win in a direct confrontation." Misha, however, did not speak. Her eyes glimmered with a mixture of curiosity and expectation. Sunan, in her brief encounters, had not struck her as a reckless individual. If he had chosen this course, she suspected he had a hidden card to play. As the battle continued, the scales of power began to tilt, and Misha found herself unable to look away. Perhaps, once again, Sunan would exceed all expectations.